termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Games Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be whatever I wanna be. Whatever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가違うんだよ.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí,
Ah, mira,
tú de qué parte eres de ti.
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
jika seringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah.
Untuk menunggu bagaimana persiapan diri dari semua tim yang akan bertanding hari ini. Inilah dia 3 match untuk penutupan di minggu yang ke-6. Selamat datang untuk kalian semua yang ada di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah, tentu saja di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Hari penutupan di mana benar-benar kompetitif dari segi klasemen dan juga dari segi pertandingan. Semuanya ingin memenangkan matchnya, bahkan gamenya. Karena satu kemenangan saja sangat berarti untuk penempatan klasemen. Bisa dibilang dari match pembukaan ini saja, ini bisa sangat mengubah jalannya pertarungan dan jalannya klasemen. Karena kita melihat dari 4 kali pertemuannya, ini yang kali keempat, 3 kali sebelumnya ada tim Dewa dan juga Onic. Mereka bertemu namun belum bisa mendapatkan kemenangan, tapi di yang ketiga pada akhirnya bisa untuk ngedapetin kemenangannya. Ini adalah kisah dari tim Dewa United dan juga tim Onic. Keduanya ingin ngedapetin kemenangan, tapi keduanya punya hubungan yang erat dengan adanya 2 sosok yang benar-benar bisa kita panggil sekarang. Sepertinya mereka adalah sahabat dari zaman dulu dan sekarang akan bertemu di MPL Arena bukan sebagai sahabat namun sebagai lawan. Mari kita panggil inilah juga Drian dan juga Cewek. Waduh, datangnya rangkulan ya. Perlu dikasih persahabatan bagai kepompong. Halo.
Halo, We. Halo, Dri.
Wah, langsung ya.
Halo, Bude.
Kalian berdua bertemu akhirnya di sini. Gimana? Bajunya sebenarnya warnanya mirip ya?
Tipis-tipis sih.
Tipis-tipis ya. Ada perasaan yang berbeda nggak? Dari mungkin yang sebelum-sebelumnya?
Dulu temen, sekarang nggak temen, tapi lawan.
Di sini lawan ya?
Ya, aku masih nganggap dia temen. Iya, gue juga nganggap lu temen.
Iya, temen. Gitu ya cewek ya. Emang nanti kamu dikasih tebak-tebakan loh. Tapi ya semua kita akan melihat seperti apa kedekatan mereka dari video yang satu ini kita cek bersama-sama. Let's go. Untuk melawan Dewa, tim yang mengalahkan kalian di leg 1. Masih bisa selancar ini nggak?
Kangen sih aku sama Drian. Soalnya kan kemarin aku nggak main kan. Jadi aku kangen sama Drian.
Kalau ada cewek nih bakal turun besok.
Ntar lihat aja.
Ntar lihat aja ya. Oke, kalau itu Dari cewek bakal main nggak? Kamu ngarepin cewek main nggak, Drian?
Iya,
Iya. Kamu main nggak? Kasih tahu nggak?
main pick.
Main back. Drian yang udah jawab loh.
Dia kok
Gitu ya? Oke, tapi kita juga lihat itu kalau dari sisi cewek yang kangen juga. Namun ada juga nih, kita akan melihat bersama-sama, ada apa nih? Wow, kali ini dari sisinya Drian. Jika ada player Onic yang bisa diajak ke Dewa, mau bawa siapa? Saya ingin bawa cewek, karena waktu itu di Onic saya dekat dengan cewek. Dan karena saya dekat, saya tahu sekali apa yang bisa cewek lakukan. Nah ini dari GGWP ID, wawancara pada saat itu. Kalau dari Drian sendiri bilang dekat zaman dulu, apa karena kalian dua player yang paling senior pada saat itu? Atau kenapa tuh?
Enggak juga ya, aku deket sama semua anak Onic, cuman sama cewek mungkin kita sama kali ya, we. Ngerti kan lu, we?
Apa nih? Apa nih? Kamu suka main tebak-tebakan juga?
Hah?
Suka main tebak-tebakan juga?
Enggak, cuman aku sama cewek doang yang ngerti.
Apa tuh?
mungkin sama.
Oh, sama suka makan. Favoritnya sama kah?
Benar.
Kalau cewek merasa kehilangan gak sih sebenarnya? Kamu juga merasa dekat dong pastinya.
Nah kalau kehilangan iya, cuman aku seneng sih karena dia udah main di Dewa kan. Kemarin kan ya mungkin ada something.
Suka bisik-bisik gitu ya. Dan akhirnya bisa bersinar di Dewa.
Iya.
Tapi gimana sih kamu ngelihat mungkin sekarang dia mungkin menjadi salah satu kuncian bisa ngedapetin kemenangan atas Onic kah? Karena di season sebelumnya Dewa belum bisa ngedapetin kemenangan satu pun dari Onic. Tapi setelah datangnya Drian, boom, leg 1 menang Dewa.
Soalnya kan emang Drian tuh sepuh kan. Dia punya 2 MSC, cuman dia yang punya katanya.
Siap. Itu.
MSC.
Roster MSC. Bagus tapi Drian kamu sendiri sekarang kan udah di Dewa. Leg 1 kamu berhasil menangin. Di leg kedua kalau cewek main menjadi lebih sulit kah atau bagaimana kamu melihat match di leg kedua?
Seru. Seru kan?
Seru kan?
Iya.
Iya, akan jadi seru. Dan kalau dari Drian sendiri ngelihat setelah ditinggal kamu Onic, cewek gimana? Penampilannya mungkin sekarang?
Lebih kayak opa rambutnya.
Dia bisa usap-usap di sini ya. Oke, lebih kayak opa. Permainannya?
Mantap.
Mantap. Tapi kamu kayaknya kan katanya tahu apapun yang cewek bisa lakuin. Berarti kamu udah bisa ngebaca dong nanti permainan cewek.
Itu bukan di in-game sih, cewek kayak jago trading gitu, jadi aku sering belajar sama dia.
Oh, gitu
Hots nih, orang
ya.
hots.
Out game-nya malah kamu tahu cewek bisa apa gitu ya. Kalau dari cewek ngelihat Adrian sekarang setelah di Onic performanya mungkin yang bisa kamu lihat. Atau mungkin ada pribadi yang berubah kah?
Paling kalau dari aku performa Drian di Dewa sih paten.
Paten.
Mantap.
Mantap.
Ya.
Bisa balikin keadaan nggak kali ini di leg kedua?
Harusnya.
Takut nggak Drian udah bisik-bisik?
Aku sini, gue lagi ngomongnya diliatin nih.
Semua yang dibilangin. Oke, semuanya pasti udah gak sabar untuk pertemuan kali kedua di leg kedua antara Onic dan juga tim Dewa. Cewek, say something to Drian atau to Dewa.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Sky Kings and the Sons of Gods will go head-to-head once again here in leg number 2 as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL ID Season 13. We are already in week number 6, the final day of this week to close it out. So we're going to see the conclusion to the standings. As all you guys know already, it is so volatile already. But of course, we do want to thank our sponsors before we begin. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Adunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, NeoQLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our official government partner, PBESI. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I even forgot to introduce the English desk. Here, you guys will be accompanied throughout the day with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. As we take a look at today's schedule now, no bias, what would you highlight as the most interesting match for you personally?
Me? Alter Ego versus Bigetron Alpha.
I wonder why.
Well, you know, it's the Chaos Derby. I think that's one. Secondly, Bigetron have a chance to stay on top. Alter Ego, if they lose, they can actually get down to the red zone. So, super high stakes match. But I think for you and Arashi, it'll be a different match.
Well, for me, I think it's the last match of the day, RRQ against Rebellion. You know, bias aside, it does kind of, it will tell us what's going to happen all the way in the bottom of the standings. And I think that's where, you know, the intense matches are, when they are fighting for survival instead of just getting some domination.
All right, and we get to kind of see the level of what you just spoke about here in the standings, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Because again, RRQ back in the red zone, where they were able to climb themselves back to the top. So if RRQ lose this match, they should fall back down even further than they did.
7th place right now. RRQ were able to just get from 9th to 6th with 1 match victory, and they can do the same thing later on, but I think we have to focus on Dewa because they're in a tough spot right now. If they lose again, they're staying at 9th. They're gonna get 9th.
And especially against Onic, right, that's been doing so well. I think here they're definitely the underdogs. And against the Onic that looks a lot more solid right now, they have to find something crazy, right? Because they've always relied on Drian coming in with the flexible picks. I mean, look at this, the beginning of an era, right? When the Sky King becomes one of the Dewas, technically. Before Drian was in the picture, look at the stats. It's not really looking so impressive for Dewa, but afterwards, you're seeing that they're an actual contender. They're actually in the conversation to be able to actually get the best over Onic.
Yeah, and I don't even think anyone sort of expected, right? In leg number 1, it was a Dewa being able to win it 2-1 against Onic. And of course, that was after the presence of Drian. So we'll see. Will there be a shift in rosters maybe this time around? Will it be Albert still in the gold lane? Will we be seeing CW? I mean, we saw CW earlier on onto the stage, but I guess that still doesn't signify if he's going to be playing in presence of Albert.
We'll never know who plays. We'll never know.
We won't.
Not even with the lineup.
No.
Because you might see a different version of these players. CW can also technically play the marksman and the fighters.
Well, we'll take a look at the official team lineup for Dewa United first. We have Kimura, Gary Keys, Drian, as well as Watt. So already a different Dewa. Last time around, we did see Lanaya play. But for Onic, there it is, CW.
CW along with Keyboy Sans, Kyrie, and Lutpi. Still, this seems to be the main go-to roster for Onic. And especially this late in the season, when they need to get some assurance, they want to bring out the best in the business.
The best is what they are looking out for right now. With the Assassins back, it seems the Sky Kings have found their old form, their prime form. And the Sky Kings will try to utilize it to prolong this win streak up against Dewa. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sky Kings, Onic!
currently standing in number 3 on the standings. In the interview yesterday, they did announce that they do want to get that upper bracket. So believe and they can achieve. That's what we're going to be expecting from their performance today.
They have to conceive, believe, then they have to achieve. Shout out to Luke Lockhold. Luke Lockhold. You know, good-looking man. Good-looking players from Onic as well. They have to bring more than just the good looks, though. They have to bring, like we said, the best that they can muster up right now, because against them today,
the dark horse. No one expected Dewa United to be the threat that they are now in Season 13. Kimura and Gary will be the choice over Lanaya and Dixon when they won in the first leg against the Sky Kings. Trying to prove the world wrong once again to silence the doubters. It's Dewa United.
They did that early in the season and they will try to do that again. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dewa United in 8th place. So they are sinking in the red zone, crawling, and trying to find their way back up to the surface.
A young team, but with a lot of experience below their belts right now. We have to see what can they do. What kind of mental game can they wage? It all begins here with the coaching staff walking up to the stage. It's gonna be our Marshal, Danang?
Yes.
Danang?
Mr. Danang,
with
right?
Coach Yep and Coach Cassius. With Ari and Jack Lee, of course. You have to wonder, especially for Dewa, they've seen what Onic can do. What do they have cooked up in the kitchen?
That's the question. Now with the possibility of Kyrie picking up his signature heroes in those assassins, we saw what the Ling was able to do yesterday. Might we see it being let go? And will they try to counter it instead, right? I mean, last time they met, that was the birth of the Masha Roam for Drian. So we could maybe see that again. That can or should be a counter, perhaps. But with the change in meta, do you still think that it's a viable choice? Masha Roam for shutting down a assassin jungler.
You know, back in the backstage, we were talking about this quite a bit. With Onic having a lot of assassins in their arsenal and showing that they have played that long distance, that high mobility gameplay, having someone that can do well in a 1v1 can be beneficial for the side of Dewa. And you know, Masha kind of fills in that role. And if you want to put her in the roaming position, you know, it's a real possibility depending on how the comp is shaped around her. And of course, there are two great reasons why you should be playing Masha right now.
The damage, the health bar.
Yep.
You have 3 health bars, so technically we add that in, you get a total of 5 reasons why you want to play it.
We'll have to see if it does make an appearance though. The early game aggression, especially knowing the backline of Onic being usually somewhat vulnerable, can be something that Dewa can take advantage of. But keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S24 series right here for Dewa to apply pressure on Kyrie if he's playing those assassins and make sure that it's not only in the early phase, it's also all the way to the mid to late game. And get heroes that have laning power. When you're trying to go into the jungle and shut down the jungles, especially an assassin, you want to have the lane prio so that you can go into the engagements earlier and have a setup advantage instead of scrambling once your teammates are already in the fight in hostile territory.
Yeah, you want to be able to exert that pressure, right? Because if you're lacking in the clear and then you're behind, it's very difficult to go for the harassment onto Kyrie in the jungle. But for Onic, what are the keys to victory?
Their keys to victory is to force Gary into an assassin matchup with denying the Akai. He's been known to play a really good Akai right here, good decision making. But if he's forced into unfamiliar heroes, that's a tough situation for any jungler right now. And prepare for Dewa's unique draft on the red side, right? If they really want to try and come up with their own strategy, they know that their cards have been shown at least partially. So they have to kind of they have to predict the counter that there will come preemptively before they even see and receive it in the Land of Dawn.
It's all about the setup for Onic. We saw basically the XP Lutpi have to take a very selfless role yesterday. Always just initiating, always becoming the sandbag for Kyrie on the Assassin, for CW on the Marksman as well to get that farm, especially in Game 1 when they were behind. It was really all on Lutpi to cover for him, and that's why we saw crazy deaths, crazy numbers of deaths for Lutpi. I think in game 2 it was 7 deaths, 1 and 7. In game 3 when they won dominantly, it was still 1 and 4.
Is that a Beloyski cosplay?
I think it's more of a Boots Phil cosplay, right? Because Boots,
okay.
back in the assassin meta, when Kyrie always gets the assassins, that's what he does as well. He goes and picks up the Fredrin as a flex, and then he will be the one on the Fredrin, and all he does is buy time, distance, and space for Kyrie.
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat as we enter the drafting phase for both of the teams, because if we're talking about creativity, we naturally think about Dewa, especially Drian, already picking up 14 unique heroes in that roaming position that are quite unorthodox, but the same can be said about Onic lately, right? Picking up Lunox in the gold lane. I'm wondering if we're going to see that layer from both of these teams. We do see that Onic have first pick, Dewa with the second, so those surprise picks actually might come through for Drian.
I wonder for Onic, right? The fact that they know that they have the advantage when it comes to using those assassin junglers. Does that mean that in the drafting phase, they have more of an edge here? They know that they can leave the assassins open, whereas for Dewa, they have to think twice about if they want to ban away the assassins or even the utility heroes that make those assassins very good. This augments that game plan. So you're seeing the Angela ban away, the Loyi as well. And for Onic, they're banning away all the tanky utility starting heroes. So both teams really have an interest here in shutting down the global macro gameplay from each other.
The fun fact yesterday, when Onic did get a 2-1 victory against Alter Ego, all their victories came from the red side. So maybe going for the assassins, you need to get that red side to have a little bit more of that cheese potential. But as we predicted in the keys to victory, the Akai will be banned out, taken away from Dewa Garry. That's Dewa Gary.
What? Did you say double A?
Dewa.
Oh, I was
Dewa
like
Gary.
double
Dewa
A?
Gary.
I don't recall a double A in his name.
Dewa?
But I thought it was like, yeah, that.
Dewa Agri.
Okay.
That would have been more than double. It's triple.
It's fine.
True. But hey, no Akai for Gary. So for Dewa, I think it's still gonna be the roamers, right? Banning the assassins is a bit more straightforward, but at the same time, it's less valuable than banning something that can just increase the odds of those assassins doing well in the Land of Dawn, those utility heroes. So I expect maybe something like, oh, I was thinking another roaming hero. It's gonna be the Harith. So they have some plans for the gold lane as well.
Harith has been pretty broken lately.
Very.
What is a good lane against the Harith? I would have expected maybe an Esmeralda to pop up, but it hasn't so far. They just opt to ban it, but there you go. Assassin. Nolan's going to be picked up. Masha's still available, and you know, back in the day when we always saw an assassin in the jungle, and one of those heroes that maybe Kyrie wanted to just take out all the time, Hilda.
Yeah. Yesterday we did see in game 1, Onic banned the Hilda, but in game 2, 3 onwards, they left it open. I don't know what it is. Maybe the Hilda isn't as prio anymore to go and shut down the assassins, but the Nolan, very independent, right? Very different to the Ling. So maybe when you do pick up a Ling, you want to ban out Masha, you want to ban out Hilda, but with the Nolan, you're pretty good.
I guess the clear speed really lends itself to a safer time in the jungle. It's harder to predict where the Nolan's going to be when you can have a lot of gap closing potential and you can clear almost as fast as some of these fighting jungles, depending of course on the condition of the game, the emblem setups as well. So with a Nolan already in the picture, Dewa, they go for a more durable, potentially, could be jungle, could be gold lane in the Roger, and they go for the Faramis very, very early on. So they're hinting at a big teamfight composition where that Netherrealm can really make a huge difference. But it's so early on right here, they might have exposed it a bit too fast.
Yeah, I think so too. Valentina could be an option to go for, and the Mathilda. Dude,
Yeah.
Onic, it's with the Barats and Akai and Chipman, they've kind of like baited out the Mathilda pick, but Dewa didn't bite. So now, Keyboy on Mathilda, even though it's nerfed, it's Keyboy on Mathilda. Could be.
And it's still a very solid hero, man. The Mathilda, I believe the cooldown of the Circling Eagle was increased, but if you use it aggressively and land it on a hero, on an opposing team's hero, the cooldown gets shortened. So it's still pretty valid. But Claude and the Terizla immediately for Onic, are they attempting to just beat Dewa at their own game right here? It's looking like a proper AoE teamfight setup.
That's why it's interesting. You would have thought that maybe they wanted to go for something different, maybe go for something more pick-off centric, but no, they went in committed with the Terizla, who, as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, really good AoE, but very teamfight centric. This is scary. What is Onic brewing here?
I don't know, because even the Claude, technically you pick it up into a bad matchup if the Roger does go gold. Technically it's still flex, right? So it could still go to the jungle, but Claude versus Roger in lane, we've seen it multiple times, especially with the Claude being nerfed. It now will have a tougher time in lane against the Roger. Arlet, another flex.
Arlet picked up already. Again, more car control, more damage in the middle of these big team fights. Is Onic gonna let them do that though? That is the main question right here. Technically with the Terizla, they can use it as the main front line and use it as just a tanky durable hero that can take a lot of damage. It doesn't necessarily mean they're locked into a proper all-out team fight situation, but we'll have to see. I think the next few bans will really expose what they want to do.
Well, we already do see Valentina being banned out, right? That was something that you were concerned that Onic could pick up in response to the Faramis pick. So now we know that Dewa have a little bit more of an advantage because of the Netherrealm. So what is the option that Onic will go for? They ban out the Minotaur, so Dewa can't possibly pick it up. And another deny pick that Dewa can go for. Matilda still.
Matilda can work. I do wonder if they want to try and... The gold laner situation right here, knowing the Claude is there, they're always hiding that expose for the Roger until the end. But I feel like if they want to really go for a proper team fight, right, they need a bit more damage output. Yes, the Roger is safer and can just go in aggressively along with the team, but I feel like against Onyx's composition right now, in the mid game, they're going to be lacking a bit of damage here. So they ban away the Lilia to avoid getting punished for clumping up together, but there are still options available for Onic.
Yeah, I mean, for Dewa, it might be they are letting the Matilda go because they want to pick it themselves, or maybe the Matilda has just fallen out of the meta, but Lilia, Valentina, both great against the Faramis. I think for Dewa now, in the keys to victory as well, we were talking about how they need someone with the side lane pressure for that, to kind of stop the side lane pressure that Onic will have with their assassin. So I have a feeling this Arlet might be flexed, or they make... Okay, the Matilda's banned by Onic, so yeah, they will want to try to pick it up earlier here as first pick on red side.
We did have a comment from CW though. As a professional team, we have many strats to show, and
right,
yeah.
I mean, that's a great quote for this exact match, right? So, like you said, Mirko, dueling potential is something that they still have to keep in mind so far. The Arlet can 1v1 very, very well, but that's with a very aggressive of a build, and you don't have that mobility though. So you can go all in and win, and you can do a lot of good things 1v1, but if it's a 2-man gank or 3-man gank, then you're in trouble. And against a team like Onic that's very aware of the wave manipulations, of the positioning of where the waves are meeting, might be a bit too dangerous. They go for the Fredrin, so really locking in that Roger into the gold lane as well. Now the response from Onic. I feel like they want some kind of AoE mage for sure. Vexana is up on the table. Sansa's new favorite Lo Yi isn't available any longer. That might just be the next best thing.
Technically 4 bans to Sans, right? With the Angela, the Lo Yi, the Valentina, and the Lilia, and the Faramis pickup. So really forcing him to pick up the Vexana, technically, like you mentioned. What are the mages?
He's picked up Kadita, Lunox,
Oh!
Lord. Okay, so the Lord does come through, as well as the Grok.
The GG combo!
The GG combo. Now 2 great front lines, one tanky, one potentially immune to crowd control, and true damage, and more importantly AoE true damage, and long distance pickup potential. So now, if both teams are just dancing around, the Gord's Mystic Projectile will be the main thing that can be used excessively, right? Spammed out, and if it lands, Onic can follow up, do some damage, or they can just trade a bit of damage and back away. They can feint out these engages and force out the Netherrealm. That is what's important when you're going up against a team with such decisive ultimates.
That's the thing though, but on the flip side, it worries me. Oh, there you go, Masha. Still gonna come through. Ah, okay. So it still worries me though, right? If your whole composition is based on resources, like a big ult, or there's like no like, what is it called? Like constant DPS going against a cult altar, that concerns me.
Exactly, right? When your when your ultimates are also decisive, it's very easy for a Fire Mist to just decide when to use the NetherRealm. But when you can feint it out, that's gonna be the advantage that you have. But of course, with the Masha now in the picture for Dewa United, man, Onic's backline is looking quite vulnerable. But I think mainly that's targeted at the Gore, especially without any close range, easy peel solutions. Only the Mystical Projectile, it might force him to not be able to use that Mystical Projectile in an aggressive manner.
So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Will the Kings bow down once again in the presence of the gods? We will see in this best of 3 series as we welcome you into the land of Dawn for game number 1, Dewa versus Onic.
Seems Onic want to just go fight fire with fire. Because they know the Masha was up for grabs. They actually banned it out against Alter Ego just yesterday when they picked up the Ling in Game 3. So they knew it was a part of Drion's hero pool. And they just want to try to out-execute it.
I mean, how can you not know it's part of Drion's hero pool when he was the person who initially just brought it up into the scene? In the battle spells though, Watt and Keys going with the Purify, really respecting the amount of crowd control, AoE crowd control especially for Onic, but that means they're quite vulnerable to potentially Kyrie coming in with aggression.
Instantly, first blood by Kyrie. That's the bad part about picking up Purify.
Yeah, right on cue. As we were talking about it, no mobility means they need to be very respectful for Kyrie. They'll have security against Keyboy, but now that becomes the feint, the mind game that Onic can bring to the table. Looking at the emblems here, Watt and Drian with the Master Assassin here, attempting to go solo for the most part, going for the 1v1s, but Kyrie immediately going in aggressively. He has the Rupture for extra damage penetration in the early game, and he has the Seasoned Hunter, by the way, so he's gonna be clearing a lot faster than maybe Drian can expect to try and punish on that Roam Masha.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? Like, even though they put their bets into Drian on the Masha, Kyrie does still have a level lead above Gary. So in the first 1 minute, 2 minutes, that plan hasn't really come to fruition. But it doesn't seem like Drian has opted to commit onto it. There must be a different reason. Maybe they're gonna try and utilize Drian, like you guys mentioned before, onto Sans later on in team fights.
That's what we are expecting for sure, but now look at this. Kimura already making a big play for Sans. He's still going to be quite secure, but Kimura uses an ultimate. With Gary going on the turtle already, it gets reset by Keyboy.
Beautifully done by Keyboy, and Kyrie's 2 levels up now. They will have to look for a fight, but even then, no final slash. Remember, Mystic Gush almost taking Case down. He still has another run with the Brazers Wrap. Will connect to Lutpi. Keyboy with the barrier, not able to find Case right now. Kimura is unable to get the clear on Lutpi. Meanwhile, CW, the Blazing Duet, clearing out the mid lane. Dewa still with the control over this neutral objective. Keyboy, finds Case in the bush, but it's a bit too late as Kimura jumps in on the Kyrie, and that is 1, that is 2! Thunderclaps with the final slash that is back on cooldown. And that's the power of the Masha.
That's the roamer bursting down the jungle, right? The power of the Masha and the vulnerability of having an assassin instead of a fighter in the jungle. Despite Onic having a bit of a lead right there, maybe if they secure the kill on Keys, it'll be different. But right there, with them just being a bit too aware, a bit too careful, they open up the space for Dewa to pull the trigger and engage first towards Kyrie. That is not how Onic wants these fights to really play out.
So that was the purpose of the Masha, right? Even though Kyrie was 2 levels ahead of Gary, it's no problem if he's taken out altogether, and it's a very curious sight to see, as back in the day it would have been Drian to try and defend Kyrie, and maybe because he has that information, he might know the weaknesses to Kyrie as well.
Oh, that's a fair point. I mean, the intelligence game definitely plays a role here. Drian already going in aggressive.
Thunderclap, that's 2, that's 3! He doesn't get the kill, but he's delayed this clear, and Fredrin will be walking up, so they want to be going for it. Keyboy with the ball, charge and a Blazing Whip. Perfectly timed another round right there. Sans is going to be taken pretty low. Keyboy as well, scratched down by Watt with the Lycan, bounce to CW, gets rid of K's. Gary has taken away the purple, but Watt is caught in no man's land, but he is a Lycan werewolf kind of guy, so he gets out. 2-member final slash. Watt coming back in again as Utpi gets chunked, but is still able to escape. Did Dewa win that trade?
It was a 1-for-1, but it was Case for Keyboy, but they did get the purple buff.
I feel like overall it's still pretty decent for Onic, despite the fact that, you know, they're both objective traded up from both sides. The fact that they're getting some kills, some resources here means that they do have more resources to try and snowball a bit more. But Gary goes in with that Appraiser's Wrath. Not just enough. And Dewa now showing again that they have full control over the map for the most part. With that early game threat, with the Masha damage supplementing the sustainability coming in from the Faramis. When it comes to these small skirmishes, they definitely have a bit of an edge unless Onic can get a decisive pick-off before any big sequence does start.
Lutfi trying to create a chance, a window of opportunity for Kairi, who's waiting that bush. Penalty zone into the fracture. Kimura trying to stay alive. Good Netherrealm to stop the assassination attempt, but Kimura is forced to flick the route now. 3-man wall charges Case. Goes back in on the Kairi, but now gets bursted down just a bit. Drian looking for the thunderclaps. Now on the Kairi again. Buying enough time for Gary to secure the neutral objectives. But take a look at Dewa's resources. Kimura and Case, the two Ks need to recall. Watt rotating in the mid lane as CW tries to go and clear it out. It's a kill for a neutral objective.
The turtle take from Dewa right here. This is the big problem with Masha. You can't really crowd control her down because she lives for that much longer. She can chase you down as well. Good movement speed on that hero. So you have to try and focus her down so that she cannot do more damage to your backliners. While they're doing that, Dewa just uses that opportunity to just rush over the turtle and potentially the next few neutral objectives. So Onic need to find a way around this, right? Because this is the go-to right now. They have to try and break this pattern.
They need to break this pattern, yes, but Sans, okay, still able to flicker out, won't be denied that, but the problem was, even if you mentioned, right, they needed to look for a really good pick-off before the fight begun, but with the presence of the Netherrealm, it gets a little bit tricky, unless, of course, there is a way to bait that out before they go in for something like a pick-off.
To be fair, earlier, Kimura was almost taken out before the Netherrealm got to him, right? So with a few more items in the inventory of Onic, they can go for even more decisive of plays. The longer this game goes, the more Dewa needs to be a bit more careful. But Drian, as always, man, so annoying on this Masha, just relentlessly pursuing Kairi whenever he gets a glimpse of that jungle.
And that's why it's interesting that even though they opted for an assassin jungle, they left the Masha open. These two heroes, right? Masha and Hilda are the two heroes that are very notorious and are able to harass Kairi. And we've seen Kairi fall and shatter to pieces every time he gets pressured, and we're getting glimpses of that again. But of course, Lutfi does trade it in with a objective there. He gets the turret.
That's just the advantage of Onic, right? They have macro presence, but B-Boy now being the main focus for the side of Dewa.
Wow. Wild charge there. Kimura jumps into the midst of it all right now with the final slash as well. What? Amazing Lycan bounce to the back as Kairi is zoned away by Kimura. Drian dealing with the side wave already, now going to mid to cover again. Sans, early Mystic Gush here. And Dewa have full control of this neutral objective. Watt taking the turret up top. Penalty zone. Only onto Kimura right now. CW pops in a battle mirror image, but now we'll get zoned by Drian. Thunderclap 1 already there. And now with the Thunderclap reset, it's not really going to make a lot of difference because he will be slain before he can actually pop it off. Lutfi all alone, isolated. Dewa with a great trade back.
Very curious that Onic opted to re-engage in that teamfight when they had no resources, right? Sans didn't have ult, he doesn't have the Mystic Gush. CW also didn't have his ult.
I think they felt that they have enough damage to really burst one member down, which they did. But again, it's just Drian. And all things considered, he's still doing a great job, having more impact, having more EXP even, because he's the one being used as a split push threat. That's what Dewa is using to try and curb this assassin threat. Kairi though, getting low.
The Shadow Stampede brings him back. Kairi knocked up and taunted again. Gary stabs him one last time, and Keyboy, Power of Nature, is going to go away. Kimura's waiting for that final slash window, but he decides not to use it. Not just yet. Now! The final slash onto Sans and Keyboy. And now locked down. That's a 4-man penalty zone into the Mystic Gush, and the damage will be enough. As CW goes in for the cleanup of the Blazing Duet to the back, finding more. Lutfi is still alive. He picks up a double, but look at Drian. That's 2 Thunderclaps. That's 1 more last hit, and now on CW. Triple kill for Lutfi as he goes down.
That was beautiful. That was beautifully played by Onic. We were worried about resource usage, but they were able to combo it very well. The fact that they were waiting for the the Netherrealm to pop off, and then Sans uses the Mystic Gush to take the Cult Altar down, and then they use the Blazing Duet from CW to finish it off. for Lutpi to take in that triple kill, the order of things, the way it was systemized, it was unfortunate that Dewa took that team fight under the turret as well, and in a very small space where Onic are able to capitalize over.
Exactly. It seems like they're already used to the tempo, the momentum of going for these fights again and again, pushing the pace onto Onic. But right there, grouping together, when you're up against a Terizla that is tanky, against a Grok that can counter-engage, and the Gourd. I think the idea is to go and burst down the Gourd and then finish off both tanks afterwards. But the fact that he got stunned right there, and Sans was able to get a full duration Mystic Field and Mystic Gush towards everyone, that was just disastrous for the side of Dewa. But Onic, once again, going back at it, trying to recover, even though Onic are able to get a couple of objectives from that sequence of events. So that means it's a great lead for them.
Fracture into the Mystic Gush and it ticks away. Blazing duet to the back, Watt. Force user Lycan form. Keyboy with a wild charge. Oh! CW pops in Battle Mirror Image as Watt pops the Lycan pounce and he gets baited. He jumped all the way to Kyrie's hands, and even Gary with the Appraiser's Wrath cannot find anything. Now with Trion all alone, looking for a shutdown, but CW is so clean with it with the Battle Mirror Image.
That's it. All 5 members are taken out in the 10th minute of the game, nearing to 11. And the Sky Kings wreak havoc onto the gods, claiming every objective possible. That's an uncontested Lord for Onic now.
Insane plays from Onic right here. The engage, the fact that they just jump on Keys, takes him out before he can even pop the Nether Realm, and afterwards, the jukes, the kiting to ensure that Drian can't even recover with any single kill on the situation. CW in particular, man, moving slowly, waiting in the bush, and just timing the right exact moment to go back to the Battle Mirror Image, man. He just completely jukes Drian.
This guy's so good. Before the fight, did you notice third item Wind of Nature, the rush, because of the kill threat that Dewa have?
Yeah, the Wind of Nature, and now already with the Cogent Sight as well, so full core items along with immunity to the physical damage.
The barrier and the gun down. CW's the assassin now. Drian cannot withstand that damage, and he can't even run anywhere with a barrier placed down. Onic, look for more. Keyboy, Power of Nature, penalty zone into the Mystic Gush, and now the defensive Nether Realm to try to keep them alive, but the Nether Realm will be deleted instantly. Final slash to the back right now as Kyrie will still be able to dash away, and a blazing duet. CW finding another unstoppable. Gary, Appraiser's Wrath, Lutpi dodges away from the sweet spot in the middle, and Onic take 2 base turrets.
It's so poetic. I feel like that was really poetic. I mean, every time they go in for a team fight, it's always Drian the last one standing. An ex-Onic player. They used to be on the same team, and you can see that Drian is trying his best to bring Dewa out of this 8,000 gold deficit. And even when he got caught behind the wall, I don't know, call me, what's the word for it? But call me cheesy, but
okay,
that felt really ironic that Drian was caught on the other side of the wall with Onic.
It's like he still wants to be part of Onic.
Come back.
Here's the replay though of the earlier fight. Just like that, a huge dive. And Lutpi, again with the Terizla, in the age-old strat, using the Terizla's penalty zone to zone everyone away. Once that's over, Dewa use up all their cards, and Onic just brute force, knowing that they have equalized in the gold lead. And now they are the ones in full control at an 8k gold advantage. Now it's Dewa just confused on what to do. Because earlier on, it's quite simple. You go for a proper fight, and then Drian disrupts in the backline. But now if Drian goes forward, there's too much damage on the side of Onic for him to survive long enough to do anything meaningful. But if he doesn't go in, then his team gets taken out slowly but surely. And like you mentioned, Eterna, he's left alone as a sole Masha against 5 people. He doesn't have a good option at all in this situation.
Yeah, it's a bit too much to ask at this point. I mean, look at these stats. The 2 core members from Onic, CW, 506, Sans, 2011. What's the gold difference? Oh, there you go. That's the gold difference, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 2,000 gold lead by Sans alone.
2,500 and already a Winter Truncheon as well as the core double wand with Enchanted Talisman. So spammable spells, as you've seen, he's just throwing those out and about. And even when you graze the Mystic Field for just a bit, if you're a fighter like Drian or Gary or Watt and Kimura technically, you just lose a lot of HP purely from the burn, from the glowing wand. So it's great itemization, and that means that Dewa can't really move efficiently around the map the way they want to, and they can't really use their regenerations well as well, because the glowing wand will stop them from popping it, delaying the course of action for them even more.
It's tough.
If you look at the items for Watt as well, no defensive items, it's full aggression, knowing that his team is lacking in the damage department. For Kimura and Gary, it's all about surviving against CW. The late game Claude, they're trying to deal with it with the blade armor, but Drian,
1v1, the Kage. Oh, Kyrie buys the immortality. He now dashes out. No way!
Oh.
Kai has outplayed Drian, but now Kimura comes into the fray. It's a good penalty zone to stop Kimura from doing more damage. Mystic Gush is placed out as well. Another realm, but CW with a blazing duet takes them out. Now for another game rid of taunt. CW with nature. And Onic with a possible end angle. Swaps in with nature for the immortality. What? Can he do it with Gary? Gary walking forward. Watt jumping with Lycan Pounce as well. But CW also still has the immortality. He finds it. That Rose Gold Meteor as well to get the additional shield, and he survives. What the heck? The Sky Kings! They're back!
The Sky Kings gonna lead this series against the Sons of God this time around with a convincing performance. Waiting for that power spike, waiting for the item spike. And they were instantly able to turn things around. Dewa, it looked like they had a fighting chance in these team fights in the early objectives. They were able to take down Kyrie before they go in. But the Sky Kings, they found the momentum. They took it back into their own hands. And now they lead the series 1-0.
I mean, it began with that big dive in the mid lane, and once you give over the control of the game, the steering wheel to Onic, they don't like taking turns, man. They hang on to it the whole time, and they completely outpace and outmatch Dewa United in the mid to late game. One moment is all it takes.
CW, he's cracked Winata. He's just cracked. What the heck? Well, we were like hyping up already a crazy item start from Kyrie, and then CW does the same thing from 1 to Immortality to Rose Gold. What the heck's wrong with Onic? Stop.
I think that's what they do.
Yeah,
just like every day.
Exactly, it's like...
Yeb and Adi are like, you know what, go, swap items.
Yeah, it's like nothing.
No, not fast enough.
Nah,
Again.
Yeah. Again.
Or you don't eat.
If you can't swap 6 items in 1 second, you're not an Onic player.
Oh, yeah. Is that why?
Why?
Nothing.
What?
No.
What was that?
I don't want to create gossip.
Oh, interesting. Some tea potentially. But
kidding,
Onic
guys,
Discipline
there's
team fight successfully won them game number 1. And of course, CW played amazing. There's the jukes, the damage output. That last Nether Realm was so insignificant. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It popped, and within 1 second, it got deleted by CW. So, of course, we'll have to see who is the player of the game. Boots, what was that?
He's like, oh, I'm so sleepy. Okay, I just won't explain it. Anyway, player of the game for game number 1 between Onic and Dewa has to go to CW. I just think like that final exchange, well, I guess they wanted to do a Hail Mary play onto Kyrie, but all CW needs to do is flank, and they were all gone. Keys, Kimura, goodbye.
I mean,
see you next time.
Even towards the end, he wasn't really required to flank as well. The fact that Onic has so many angles of approach in those team fights is what makes it so difficult for Dewa to really find any kind of counter play. With the agility and the tenacity, he just knows that he's gonna be the main target, especially in a lot of these fights. So he just knows how to get around it, and he's planned for it for sure. Here's a player highlights by our official gold partner UBS Gold. And early on, Drian has been outmatched in that 1v1 technically by Kyrie, but in the fight still, the fact that there's all these resources available for Dewa makes it so difficult for Onic to get something whenever they don't get a decisive play, right? When they don't really get an immediate pickoff or a big AoE play. But sooner after, they're just able to go for these pickoffs again and again, and CW, knowing that he's just waiting for Drian to show up, why wait for him when he can just go in all the way? And Watt here gets pulled back into the whole backline of Onic, that's definitely a very unfortunate situation. But look at CW here, man. He just waits, he knows. Boom. See you later.
2 times, the Lycan Pounce and then the Thunderclap, right? But the Lycan Pounce follows him. And he basically just baits him to Kyrie's hands. But this is it. Kyrie buys the immortality just in time, dashes out. The Thunderclap still follows and he gets out. But then Kimura forced to flicker to get that kill in opposition. That's why we saw Kaze. He was trying to get that zoning, but then CW comes in, and that's why. Wow. Now you see the Nether. No, you don't even get to see the Netherrealm actually.
It's a 0.7 second Netherrealm. Completely irrelevant. And it's a whole team effort. The fact that Sans was still able to just supplement the damage for the pickoffs, Lutpi was able to just disrupt and just control, deny the whole backline of Dewa from being relevant. And even Keyboy finding the big moments.
Come on,
Stay away, bro.
You're not. Like, how do we just ignore it? Because like we can't explain it,
We
right?
just do. We ignore it.
We
man.
just ignore it.
If you know, you know. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. If you know, you know. But back to this, right? A 15-minute game. I wanted to ask Mirko a question.
Okay, question.
Because he emoted when he saw the Terizla and the Claude being picked up in the drafting phase. What was the emote about? Was it the Terizla pick or the Claude pick?
I would say it's kind of both. The Claude, because, you know, I don't know if Onic are aware of this, because they don't play like they are aware of this. But the Claude was recently nerfed. Like, someone needs to remind CW, bro, you know they nerfed it to make it look not as strong, right? How do you make it look stronger than it was before? But the Terizla, I would say Terizla is just the natural pick in the XP to go for Assassins. Super strong, initiators, etc. When, you know, the patch dropped and we were talking about Assassins in the back, me and Mr. Dika, we were talking about like how XPs need to be super strong, like very, very independent. And I said Terizla, he said Terizla too, and we kind of agreed. So with Nolan and Terizla.
Sorry, can you change that with a Lapu Lapu? Does it have the same presence?
Technically you can, but like if the Terizla is open, it's probably the best choice there. You take a whole lot of damage, you can initiate, you're very good in lane. It's like an all-rounder.
More sustainable, a lot more than the Lapu Lapu as well, I believe. Lapu Lapu will do more damage. I think when you have to threaten the backline with damage instead of just crowd control, then Lapu is the better choice. But Terizla has better crowd control, it lasts longer in the penalty zone, and your passive makes you such a bit annoying figure to really deal with. But I'm really surprised that they didn't show that massive dive from Dewa that I think was the main turning point for that game. I think it was a triple kill for Lutpi as well.
Yep.
And Sans just getting the full-on combo, and it's a great show again of synergy from Onic. I really thought we were going to see that in the replay. Quite surprised.
Eterna is thinking real hard about something. What are you thinking about, Eterna?
I'm trying to figure out what he's gonna say next, so I can replicate what his hand gestures are. Because when he's like, I'm surprised. You know?
Ah, I see, yeah. He's trying to copy Arashi.
Yeah. I'm thinking about Mr. Bookman here.
I haven't heard Bookman in so long. The
wait,
OG.
Do you see that behind us? It looks like there's gonna be an interview.
That's
I think we'll just
BGM.
go straight to that.
Ooh, that's BGM.
BGM?
Bude Goth Monster.
Oh, is that her name? Oh, interesting. BGM.
PPT, ada apa aja sih Haikal?
Activity di MPL sih banyak Bude, ada keseruan main ini, Pirates ini. Jadi nanti tusukin pedang ke dalam, nanti dapat skin epic.
Berarti ini tadi tusuk-tusuk-tusuk bisa
Dapat
dapat.
skin epic.
Nah itu, emang Bude kesini cari skin gratisan. Wah, harus jadi anak Dewa juga nggak?
Iya dong, tentunya dong.
Jadi anak Dewa main ini dapat
Betul.
deh. Terus
Tinggal-
ada apa lagi nih di booth ini?
Oh di booth ini banyak, ada jersey juga ada, dan juga keseruan-keseruan lainnya lah Bude.
Pokoknya datang aja ya, ketika Dewa ada di MPL Arena berarti boothnya juga buka.
Betul sekali. Bude.
Betul, tapi ngomong-ngomong keseruannya nggak cuma di sini kan?
Betul.
Karena Bude denger, Dewa United lagi jalan-jalan, roadshow.
Ya,
Betul?
betul, betul.
Lagi di mana nih atau mau nextnya kemana kah?
Kita dan nextnya di Kota Makassar Bude.
Makassar,
Betul.
kapan itu?
Nanti kita akan infokan di grup di Instagram official Anak Dewa. Nanti tungguin aja dan pantengin terus.
Ada apa aja sih di roadshow-nya? Kasih tahu kita nih yang pada mungkin arek-arek Makassar?
Ya, makanya terutama untuk orang-orang Makassar, anak Dewa di Makassar, nanti datang hadir di booth-nya yang ada di Makassar, nanti ada tanggalnya yang akan diinfokan melalui grup dan di sana keseruannya ada nobar, terus juga ada event-event turnamen kecil dan juga door prize.
Door prize. Ada
Ya.
yang bisa dikasih tahu lagi nggak nih ke kita? Apa
Ada
gitu
dong.
tentang apanya?
Terutama BA-nya Dewa Esports yang cantik-cantik Bude, itu juga bakalan hadir di
Not
Makassar.
dan Anissa?
Betul.
Wow. Jadi siapkan diri kalian, jangan lupa berarti follow sosial medianya ya.
Betul. Follow official Anak Dewa, nanti ada update-update-nya lebih lanjut di situ.
Lebih lanjut semuanya. Dan kalau di sini mungkin yang ada di MPL Arena, yang ada di rumah, dan nanti yang ada di Makassar. Kalau mau join jadi anak Dewa, bisa nggak sekarang?
Bisa banget.
Caranya gimana?
Buka Instagram, terus cari official Anak Dewa, terus di situ ada link pendaftaran, nanti langsung daftar di situ.
Gratis gak sih biaya pendaftaran?
Gratis dong, tanpa biaya speser pun.
Tanpa biaya. Jadi mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk menutup kita hari ini?
Ya, untuk official Anak Dewa, terus juga Anak Dewa terutama semangat. Season ini kita lagi terseok-seok, tapi gak usah khawatir, tim akan berusaha kerja keras semaksimal mungkin untuk bisa mencapai target gitu Bude.
Amin. Dan semuanya juga sepertinya lagi menunggu nih. Game 1, Dewa United terseok-seok. Bagaimana halnya dengan game 2? Semuanya hanya bisa dijawab di Land Outdown di game kedua dari Best of 3 Series. Inilah dia Dewa United dan juga Onic.
I thought Bude broke his
Toy.
thing.
His toy.
Yeah.
With a pirate monster.
Was that a barrel? What was that?
Yeah, it's a barrel.
It's
You
the
stick
sword
swords
thing.
and
I
if
thought
you're
she broke
unlucky,
it.
the pirate pops out.
If you're unlucky. So we
Yes.
don't want pirates.
So that's the game you can play when you go to the Dewa merch place for extra merch for bonuses.
Yeah?
Is that it?
Is
that
that
how
it?
it works? I couldn't quite catch the explanation for
Why?
that
What
game.
were you distracted by?
I'm trying to figure out what can Dewa do right here against Onic, man. Because, you know, there's a lot of things to talk about here.
Okay. Thought it was related to our host.
Oh.
BGM? BPM?
BGM.
Or are you talking
pirate
about
monster?
Or are you talking about the phones in front of us?
Talking about the SG.
Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah. Yes, I did it. But yes, win the game with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series because this series boasts
This
epic
series.
gaming performance. And don't forget that it now can actually translate 15 foreign languages into Indonesian
With AI.
with AI.
It's not just translate, it's AI translation. It's
That's
even
amazing.
better.
You want me to
That's
try it out
amazing.
for you?
Sure.
Give me my Samsung S24 series.
Okay.
Look, you turn it on.
Okay.
By the way, I haven't charged this since yesterday.
Whoa.
This is interpreter.
It's still full.
So this is Indonesian to
Okay.
Korean, but
Wait,
you know, because
wait,
we're on the
no.
English desk, let's
Can
make
we-
it English.
No, can we do a Tagalog?
So far, we've only downloaded English, Indo, and Korean. Okay, so no, we
Unfortunate.
shouldn't. But what do you want to say
Boring.
here? Just say something.
Wait, am I speaking English?
Indo, I believe.
Okay, if you
Wait, I
want to go
don't get
Indo,
it.
sure. We can do English. We can do Indo. What do you want?
What do you want?
Okay, I guess we'll go. Stop. Wait. Hold up, guys. Hold up,
Miracle's
guys.
not that smart.
I went back to English because I thought you wanted to do English, but now
I was
we
confused what I'm supposed to do.
we have to do. I just turned on the torch.
It's too.
We should have just done English.
It's too
we should
high.
have just done English.
It's too high tech.
Well,
It's
if you're
too
gonna get
high-tech.
this advanced technology, you can get
For
up to you can get cashback promos up to 3 million rupiahs and a 40% discount on Samsung
Wait.
Care Plus. So check Samsung.com/ID.
I
and
love
it's
you.
epic, just like that,
사랑해요.
with the Samsung
That's so
Galaxy
cool.
S24 series.
That's the interpreter.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wait, what's it? I'm like.
Here, it turned on. So
It's
you
not
want to
working.
really do it for real?
Okay, I do.
Put it down. Click on interpreter.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna have to do Indonesian. So say something in Indonesian.
Aku sayang kamu. Aku sayang kamu.
Oh,
Wait.
that's it. So
Wait.
press the mic in
Press
the bottom
mic.
and say something in Indo.
Aku suka kamu.
Press it again.
Aku suka kamu. That's so cool.
Meanwhile, on on the screen right now.
Wait, what's this? Tier list talent MPL
my.
ID Season
Bro,
13 based on
the
trophies received.
Do it,
So
do it.
Buddha has won 3.
Yeah.
That's why she's on the top. Kabe has won
I
2.
believe 2, yeah.
Ranger Mas,
I think 3 as well,
3?
but maybe 2?
Miracle 2.
2? Technically 3, but technically
Yeah.
but 2. Meanwhile,
This is sad, man. Like, what? Oh,
no!
No,
Bro,
this is
what
so
the heck?
dirty.
What the heck?
This is so dirty. Mirko, why am I different? So Mirko debuted in MPL ID Season 7.
What the
And he was
hell,
able
dude?
to win 2 awards. Technically 3.
You can see the audience just
You
like glancing at
consider
Mirko.
the best junior talent.
This is pretty funny.
But up until this point, Papulong has not won an award even though he debuted Season 5. So 2 seasons before Mirko.
Uncalled for, man.
Why are you so mean?
I don't get to do it, man. I don't.
So mean. But let's take a look at the criteria for talent of the season. So the selection for the nominees will be divided into English and Indonesian categories. So I think that's been done for the past 2 seasons.
Since
3 seasons?
Season 10. Season 10 was the
So
first.
3 seasons. So we have best English talent and best Indonesian talent. And for the voting process, the vote for the talent award will be using the following mechanism, which is 40% of their weekly evaluation. So our weekly evaluation.
Yep.
There's a 40% fans vote, so
Okay.
it's still included. 10% media vote, and
Oh.
it's still a 10% team vote. So the team, media, and the fans can vote still.
Okay,
So
we
it
still
wasn't
have to
taken
vote.
out, yeah.
Yeah, because when we saw the awarding thing, there was like fan vote segments. It
Yeah.
was Dream Team
And
and the media.
all media,
award.
yeah, you're right.
So I guess that wasn't just a fan choice. Everything technically is still fan choice.
Yeah, but maybe the
Percentage.
The percentage is lower. Maybe.
So I think the Dream Team and the media is 100% fan.
Maybe, yeah. But you know what's 100%?
What?
I don't know either.
Onyx win rate so far today.
Okay. Well,
And yes, so far, yes.
yeah, true. So here we are in the drafting phase for game number 2 between Onic as well as Dewa. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. As we can see here, Dewa and Onic have opted to swap sides. The bans are exactly the same, except for this Valentina last ban from Dewa. That leaves the Harith open.
Whenever the Valentina, they banned in the second phase earlier, so the Harith, like you said, can be utilized, but nope. Onic just see through it immediately, but that opens up the Akai. Will Dewa go for it? And how will they build around it, right? Because they went for a very heavy team fight strategy in game number 1, and Onic were able to really find a moment to turn it back around. If they want to go for the Akai, they have to make sure that they do have what it takes to take it all the way to the late game after getting all of these early game objectives.
They left so many heroes still up for grabs, by the way, right? I mean, this time Barats and... Do they really... Okay, how prio is the Akai for Dewa? Because Akai was banned out in game number 1 by Onic, who were first pick. What are the available first picks here? Usually...
Mathilda.
Yeah, but does Gary wanna... Okay, Mathilda, obviously there. Does Gary want to take away Nolan and then perhaps be in a tough spot? No, okay, Mathilda, the safe choice. We expected Mathilda to be picked up in the first phase too in game 1, but they ignored it, both teams.
And just like that, with the Mathilda picked up, Onyx still have access to that Nolan if they want. Against a support that can really save these vulnerable members. Does he want to go for it though? Arlet will be the first one to be exposed. Are they gonna take the Akai away? I mean, it's a valid pick for Kyrie still, but no, they take away the Faramis, knowing that the Valentina is not in the picture.
Is to trick.
Does Onic want to show Dewa how it's done or something, right? Because this was the picks that Dewa went for in game number 1. Faramis and the Arlet.
So a different game plan already. I don't know if they want us to pull up the Assassins, but yeah, still 3 bans to Sans now. The Angela, the Loyi, and the Valentina. But it kind of hurt themselves.
Right.
Because not Faramis picked up.
But Sans, I think, again, even though the setter is usually Keyboy and the big carry, the big flashy person is usually Kyrie, I think Sans really is one of the core elements in Onyx game plan in general. Not for Dewa though. Again, seeing the clumping nature of the Faramis, they went for the Terizla, taking away from Lutpi, having a strong, solid front line, the same way that Lutpi used in game number 1, they can use in game number 2 right here. And they have the Akai with the Mathilda, so even more security for the jungle if they really want to go for the contest and pick only strategy. But they have to be careful, because now a lot of teams are transitioning from going only for the objective to really going for the punish afterwards.
Oh, there we go.
Whoa.
Welcome! Kai Ling? What's his name? Have you made one up for him yet?
Kai Ling?
Kai Ling?
No, it.
Ling
How do you not know
Lingerie.
this? Arashi knows it.
What is
Arashi.
it? Arashi, what is it?
Samsung Ling, guys!
Oh,
Yes,
oh my god!
That's the Kyrie Ling, Samsung Ling, guys!
Took me a moment.
I've not heard that in so long.
Exactly, I also forgot. I'm like, wait a minute. What? Do I know it?
Ling.
Samsung Ling, guys.
Signature.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Signature Samsung Ling for Kyrie.
Say it right.
Samsung
No.
Ling, huh?
Kai for Kyrie. No?
Oh, but like, that's your thing.
No, that's just Kai.
Okay.
Ray.
He's just
Okay. Please don't start.
Okay.
Okay.
Nathan.
You were talking about being careful for Dewa. And another thing that I really wanted to point out was these 3 heroes that they picked up, they have huge crowd control. But depending on how they utilize it, it can actually be a double-edged sword for Terizla and the Akai.
Right, I guess the synergy isn't quite there. If the Terizla gets a massive penalty zone, obviously the heavy spin can't really follow up properly. But I guess in the jungle though, if it is in a tight spot, then you can push.
Then it works.
Yeah, you can follow up by pushing everyone that's been collected by the penalty zone towards a wall. But I have to also wonder what's the plan here to try and deal with the Ling, right? Because Ling and all the other assassins have been tweaked a bit, lower energy cost. And I believe now the Finch Poise is a bit different. It shares cooldowns, the active portion and the jumping portion. So we'll have to see again. Kyrie has already showed that he can play a massive Ling, but it will be enough if Dewa try and find some kind of single target crowd control to try and slow him down.
Good question. And this is a good comment too. Why was Dewa, I'm assuming that was the question, why was Dewa able to win against Onic in leg number 1? CW comments because Drian is a veteran and he's the only one with 2 MSC trophies.
That's true. I think he's the only player.
But did he play?
He did. The first
This?
MSC.
The second? Okay.
Your question was, did he play?
Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. We have a Vexana ban though by Onic.
It is a good band, especially if you want to clump together, right? And especially when you have mobile heroes that want to be slippery. Again, the grip, the first skill, the Terrify from Vexana, it comes out very fast. It's a wide projectile, so it's quite annoying to deal with. And of course, Eternal Guard can deter the rest of your team in a proper 5v5. So hey, taking it away makes sense, but they're leaving open the Lilia that has been banned by Dewa in game 1 to try and deny that from denying the Netherrealm.
I am the power of light incarnate.
Kaja has been a pick that Onic has been going for. I mean, yesterday in the first game as well was Loyi, Kaja, Ling. No Loyi to play with the Kaja to get those angles like we've seen from Yehezkiel and Yawi. And then yesterday from Sans and Yehezkiel and the world champion.
Who?
Kibo? No. Okay, Onic. Let's talk about Onic, man. I honestly feel like the Arlet will still be utilized as flex here. If they want to go for a safe choice, I would say Claude is still a very, very good option to go for now that they've banned Natan. If not Claude, what? Carry?
Claude or Carry? I mean, both are valid, but I'm wondering if both teams want to consider some kind of security measure. Glue.
Yeah.
Already picked up for Onic. No Faramis counter available for this glue. But again, for the gold lane, do they want to get more damage or do they want to get survivability?
Sorry.
Because for both teams, they can just keep diving at the gold lane.
Does this glue still work even after the nerf?
It's actually been buffed. It's a tweak, right? So you can't regen. Now the glue that you pick up from the ground, it heals you more when you actually hit heroes with it, but only heroes. So you can't really heal from minions. You can't really heal from other sources, but in the middle of a big team fight or a 1v1, you have more weight to swing around. So that's the big difference.
So are you saying, Arashi, that it's only a nerf to the low-skill players?
Oh!
Because if you were good enough, you'll land it on heroes and you'll get that benefit.
Maybe you can say it's a nerf towards the more passive players, right? Aggressive
So
players
skill
who
issue.
always want
So
to
skill
go.
issue.
Yes, skill
Immediately.
issue, technically. But for Dewa, Novaria has been a known way to deal with dive compositions, slowing them all down, putting the Astral Meteor that everyone have to walk through. But it's going to be the old Bruno we haven't seen in a long, long time.
Nova pick. Nova and a Ling. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a risky pick. They don't have anyone to really... I mean, they do have cover. They have Matilda, so maybe they're relying on the cover. But you know, if it wasn't for that Claude pick, if they would pick something like Carry or if they went for Bruno, I honestly feel like that would have been a good angle to pick up a CW signature that we haven't seen in a long time. My signature too.
The
Melissa.
Oh.
But Melissa got nerfed, right?
She's still aight.
Okay.
She didn't get nerfed in this patch. She got buffed in the last patch, like before this patch.
But the model's placement is different this
Skill
time,
issue.
right? Okay, okay. It's a skill issue, so let's see the skill issues with... No, I can't bridge it like that. I can't bridge it like that. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. Can the Sky Kings go 2-0 and put the gods to their knees? We'll see in this game. Dewa versus Onic.
Welcome to Mobile
Off the
Legends.
bat, no purifies. Both teams just out for blood. But look at Onyx emblems, man. Quantum charge on 4 players. They're trying to go for speed. And they're going to go for a bit of, I guess, regeneration. Seems like it's going to be a scrappy kind of game plan for the side of Onyx. For the side of Dewa United, it's a bit more generic. Watt, though, has a quantum charge, and so does Drian. So we can look at the Matilda for that early game pesky 1v1 play. Look at Kimura, though. Hang on.
Yeah, this is what I was actually talking about. Wait, Kimura, you might be forced to flicker here, and he does flicker. He gets the guiding wind too. But yeah, I was talking about this too, by the way, like after the patch, when I was reading it on stream. Now that Glue has that, Terizla won't actually bully the Glue if they go all in. It's like beneficial to the Glue.
Stronger all-in is definitely in the picture for that tweak for Glue. Here's the emblem by GamesMax though. Like we mentioned, everyone with a quantum charge for the side of Onic except for Luthi with the base mine. But the Wilderness Blessing here for Sans and Keyboy hitting again. It's going to be a lot of roaming, a lot of fights. CW going for the tenacity, not the weapon mastery, playing it safe, not being greedy with the damage output, knowing that he still will be trying to withstand a lot of damage coming in from Watt and also Drian potentially, depending on how these fights start playing out.
Okay. For the moment, we do see that Drian is trying to be everywhere at once. Trying to help out Kimura in the lane because you mentioning it looks like Kimura is having a little bit of trouble compared to last time around when he was on the Arlet. But now the turtle has already spawned. Kimura trying to clear that lane as fast as possible in order to have a say in this next neutral objective.
Gary engaged on already. This is how you beat an Akai poke. And Gary's zoned for now. They need to bait out the heavy spin if they want to give Kyrie more space to play. And Drian is next in the chopping block for that poke. Kimura taking this angle in the mid lane. Kyrie, you've seen the Finch poise retry. Lutfi is trying to buy some time, trying to get some space onto Gary. Trying to force a heavy spin as well, and the heavy spin does get committed down, but it doesn't look like Onic even wants to go for it. They're just going to go for the purple buff as Drian disengages. It's 1-0.
Interesting. Kyrie actually had a level lead. But oh, okay, very fancy feat there. Wait a second. Is Keyboy okay?
Final slash missing. Kimura, one last shot. Oh no, the penalty zone. Not connecting, but he does flicker to follow through with the damage to take Mr. Boy down. And Lutfi might be next. 2 swings. One last swing should do it. Slam, slam, pass, gets him out. And now Lutfi is forced under his turret with very low HP. Sans and Kyrie wants to continue the action on the other side of the map, chasing a Kage, chasing an ex-player of Onic. But Drian gets out with a cheeky flicker.
Not enough damage for now, but as we saw in game number 1, once the power spikes start rolling through for Onic, they can't really get away with plays like that. So it's only in the early game where they can really abuse the situation. But Kyrie, smooth criminal here, just sneakily going at Gary, trying to punish the fact that Dewa are just focusing on the EXP lane and Ling. Right, the Ling isn't exactly pressured at all right here, even though Drian has been trying his best to really meddle with that farming pattern for the Ling.
Nope, nope. Kyrie's still a level ahead. And it was interesting why they didn't even go for the contest. What are they planning here? Are they looking for more pickoffs instead? Do they not want to play the objectives? How does the Akai do against the Ling with the steals? But wait a minute.
Two-man circling Ego into the guiding wind. That's why it's so annoying here. Oh! CW almost solo killing Watt up top. Now is Dewa look for an initiation. Gary mounted on by the glue. Gary with a heavy spin, not able to find the purple buff, but actually gets slain instead. Now Lutfi is chasing them down, and Drian is forced to use the guiding wind defensively. They don't even get the purple buff away from Onic. Oh, Keyboy.
Classic Keyboy being over-aggressive. Drian tries to go for something more here. Probably won't be enough, but the HP burst low for Keyboy. It means that Onic will have a chance to be aggressive here, but Drian says otherwise. But without Watt in the picture, are Dewa, are they still going to try and risk this?
Oh. So personal. It's been so personal for Drian. Constantly trying to harass Kyrie, even from game number 1. And for Watt, he hasn't been having a great time either against CW. But Keyboy, does he want to go for this?
Final flash ready for members, revealed by the Astro Echo. Now Kyrie is on the wall. That's heavy spin, but Kyrie is still on the wall right now. Gary, beautiful retreat to get it done now as Drian is all alone. Now, split onto Kimura, mounting him up. The penalty zone cancelled some way, but he now is able to find it in the end. Kyrie jumping to the back as well. Keyboy goes for the aggro tank, but no, it's still Kyrie who's tanking it up. He still tanks it up and gets the additional healing from that kill to Finch Poise out to safety.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful there. 2-0 despite Dewa being able to get the neutral objective with a kill trade plus a turret. Is it still really worth it for Dewa?
Ooh, I think for Dewa, it's just how they have to go and play this game, right? With the Akai, you have to go for this neutral objective. That's the main value that the Akai does provide. So in a way, they are locked into this playstyle, and it's the only thing they can influence is what they do afterwards or before, and Gary goes for the purple.
Pulled down with the Shadow Stampede though. Kyrie looking for it. No, it's Gary. Beautifully done with a heavy spin. Just gets the red tree. Cancelled out the Divine Blades from Kyrie to get closer.
Well, now with the energy cost kind of reduced for Kyrie on the Ling, it's not really as devastating technically to lose your purple buff. It's definitely a big factor. But if you look at the gold, he's still ahead here, farming more efficiently, still smoothly stealing a lot of camps from Gary as much as possible. He's actually building a bunch of components and not finishing a single item right here. For Keys though in the mid lane, going for the Necklace of Durance means that in these big fights that Netherrealm might not be nearly as good as Onic can predict. They're going for the bottom side turret though.
Are they gonna get it? It's a 3v2 situation. I don't think they're going to go for the commit. It looks like Drian might be looking for a flank here.
But I don't know if you want to commit onto Keyboy with that heavy spin. Oh, the cancel of the guiding wind with the Stampede. Okay, both teams disengage again. And those components, it wasn't just a bunch of components. It was on the way to an endless battle. He didn't finish the boots, but he's on the way to endless.
Still not completing just yet, but Drian with the Blast of the Oasis now. That's a big power spike for the teamfight prowess for Dewa United. But now with the middle turret taken away for Onic, they're actually not having a lot of control right here. Dewa still has the quote-unquote edge, but Kyrie is one level ahead. So we'll see if Lutfi can just zone him away.
Oh, like we mentioned, it's getting personal here. The Stampede brings him back. One more ball, and Sans with the Ghost Pursers takes Drian down. Onic continue on towards Gary. Endless battle built up already. Now Gary full all in, but the penalty zone hits on the 3. CW with the dash forward, but Gary already using the heavy spin will not have a say for the third turtle. Meanwhile, Kimura all alone. CW with another slide tackle forward. Wants to go for it, but it's caught under that turret. Kyrie, now on the case, jumping over the Divine Blade, onto Kimura as well. Has the Tempest of Blades, one more shot is all he needs, and he gets it with the Tempest of Blades. Gets out of the Divine Blade as well. Spot now, pops in a Blazing Duet, but Lutpi is able to flicker out. Gary has the headbutt, can go in, a Circling Eagle. Lutpi pressing in, the split, Keyboy running away, but gets shot down by Kaze.
They're turning it around. Dewa United, slowly but surely, right? Because even though it seemed like Onic were dominating, I mean, which they kind of were, Watt was not standing idly by. He was able to get the turret in the top side. He had a lot to say in terms of fear in the mid as well. And so he's still farming up a Storm. And despite what it seems like it's looking, they still need to respect that possible damage output coming in from Watt, exactly the way that they needed to respect CW in game number 1. But we do have a game, a fun fact here by GoPay. Sans tops the charts as the most frequent user of Faramis in MPL ID Season 13 with 7 times picked and a win rate of 57.14%. The question is, will that win rate falter in this particular game?
From the looks of it, Onic still has a bit more of an advantage when they want to on how they really want to have these fights play out, but they have to be careful not to overstay. The fact that they were going so deep right there, and Kyrie was forced to use so much to secure a kill on, again, tankier members here, not the backline members. It's just not what the Ling was built for, and because of that, Dewa can really counter back and kind of trade back the loss through objectives by chasing them back afterwards. Especially when they're up against a Novaria with all the slows and long distance utility, they want to be careful with how they exit the fight, right? Not just how they enter it.
What? How is he doing now in farm? He just picked up a 1, right?
Yep.
He already has his golden staff. Are we waiting on something else? Or is he ready for these team fights? Because we saw in that particular team fight he was ready, but now they're going to be clumping up again. Is he going to be really ready against Onic this time?
Ideally, he wants to have a corrosion sight on top of those 2 items, but with the Wind of Nature prioritized earlier, going up against a Bruno, an Arlott, and a Ling, it's probably the better situation. Even though you don't get as much quote-unquote damage, you still get more damage in because you have more utility that allows you to move forward more aggressively. I think that's the mindset behind the itemization. And if he comes in for a fight right here, I think that Dewa aren't that far behind to go for an all-out fight.
2 levels ahead, by the way, Kyrie. Damage dealt, still number 9, but this is kind of
1v1?
give and take, 1v1 up top. But this is also a problem. Maybe that's why Claude was also picked up by Dewa, or sorry, by Onic in game 1 to deny that side lane pressure, because he can actually match the Ling.
And it looks like you're right. Kyrie doesn't go for it.
Yeah.
Watt instantly back with full health. He's going to be able to rotate now to the neutral objective fight. How does Kyrie want to play this?
Seems like he was rotating to the top side to try and save the turret, but it will go down. Onic already let go of a single turret. I think they're waiting for a play.
Beautiful final slash, but it's not just a kill just yet. Kyrie jumps into the back, finds the assassination. Circling Eagle delayed, and Kyrie will get another realm to help him out, but Lutpi is isolated from the team. Now pops his split onto Watt. He's trying to go for the mount right now as Sans goes to follow it up as well. Kyrie very low. Lutpi trying to run for the hills right now as Watt continues this chase with a battle mirror image and the full stacks on the little glues of the split. Lutpi with a slam, or no, just a pass earlier. 3-man final slash into the vengeance, but not enough to take anyone down. Sans getting peeled by Keyboy. Kimura going forward again, connecting onto Sans, and CW goes in for a mid-wave and gets tier 1 in the mid lane down. Rian very low. Photo there. Keyboy with the stun. Keyboy with the chase, but Keyboy getting melted down as Kyrie picks up a kill back. 1 for 1 to Mathilda for the Arlets, but Lutpi also fell, so 2 for 1.
But they got a lot of towers as well. Kyrie was able to push the 2nd tier turret, and Bruno was able to get that mid-side turret, so all in all, who do you think that was worth it for?
I think it's worth it for Onic, but now, if because of that fight, they lose out in this Lord and they get taken away from them, might be bad.
Gary's low, top of the blades coming down, and Gary still gets it! Despite being 2 levels down. What a save from Gary.
Last minute retribution with his last breath. Gary showing again why the Akai is a signature pick for him. And he was able to match, just get that retry out, and now with that Lord taken, all those turrets that they lost, trying to ensure that they have control, trying to secure that Lord, it can be equalized right here, depending on how they want to play it out. They have good siege, good utility, good front line as well. So when it comes to just taking the turrets down, I think they can do a pretty good job. It's only on Kyrie here to really go for a split and try and put pressure on the other side of the map and force Dewa to split apart so that they can't just group up around the Lord and use it as a sixth member. If you look at the items right here, BOD and Endless Battle competed for Kyrie. 4k gold advantage. Definitely nothing to scoff at. But of course, now Corrosion side is competed for Watts, so everyone from the side of Onic needs to be careful with how they play this out.
Kyrie.
Some minions Keyboy got there. Uses Vengeance to go back. Look, who's very low. But look at Drian, he actually got forced all the way back with the circle. The Shadow Sam, Cena, Pete, and the Ghost Bursters as well. But now the realm will be depleted. Kimura with a penalty zone to the back. But it's traded again. What happened in that team fight now? Kai with the assassination in the back. Keyboy hunting him down. K's falling to Kyrie with no purple buff. A desperate heavy spin from the Panda. In a 1v3, a retribution to run away. Kyrie with the chase now, with the Defiant Blaze, and with the energy that he doesn't need as much. And now, Keyboy, final slash. Gary still running. Now, good pass, just immobilize him for a bit. But Gary is able to escape still, and Kyrie gets the purple buff of Dewa.
He survives after that entire great escape. He survives that, and now he's actually been able to buy a little bit more time for Dewa to properly defend this, and not in a 1v5 situation.
Good threaten from the side of Dewa to really push back Onic, especially with Drian with the circling eagle. That's the value there. You don't know if he's going in or just threatening it. But everyone up from the side of Dewa, Onic will back away, but that was definitely a massive sequence of events for them, especially with Dewa just rushing in to try and go for more value there, despite the fact that they were holding control. Now losing all the turrets except for their base turrets, they still have the advantage of having taken one base turret away from Onic. So the macro game can still be played around, but with Kyrie just going out of control right here. Oh, he might be walking into a trap though.
Not again. Whew. Okay. Whew. All right. Didn't want to say the same thing twice, but you know, despite the inhibitor turret being given for Dewa, the problem is the Lord is spawning on that side.
That's the big value, the big benefit that Onic has right now. They can still have good control over the wave, and all the other lanes are still pretty secure. I mean, Kyrie is waiting to see if Dewa is laying a trap for him yet again. And it's one of the ways you can deal with it. And with a Mathilda and Claude, there's definitely enough utility and damage to really catch him off guard if he doesn't really prepare his escape routes, his skills in the right situation. But now look at Gary, so low.
Kimura wants to continue the poke. Those, I think it was 3 total shots, 2-man penalty zone, but there's no follow-up. Kimura is isolated from the team, and Drian only now is he bringing Watt to the team. CW pops over to Nature now, tries to go for a side tackle, but Watt takes him out. The Netherrealm was a bit late. Now Kyrie in the back also, looking for the K's, who still is able to pop in the winner truncheon, and now it's going to be Watt who picks up a double kill. Now on the Kyrie, who picks up a Divine Blade, and gets out just in time with the Finch poise. Watt tells us, oh, he finds the shutdown. What happened? How did Kai die? Anyways, it's Watt with a triple kill. Watts going for more, the veteran from MPL Season 1, demolishing Onic in Game 2.
This is huge! This is a big turn of events for Dewa on the back of Dewa, and now they're going for more.
Circling Eagle on the Sans, Watt coming down again, oh, Sans dead! That's an unofficial savage already for Watt!
Oh!
And Case picks up the final kill to wipe the Sky Kings out, and to bring us to game number 3.
One team fight where Watt was able to weave in and weave out, dodge all the shots being thrown at him to force this to a game number 3. That was so well played by Watt.
It looked like they were just out for the count, unable to deal with the macro presence, the mechanics coming out from Onic. But Dewa United show again that they are no pushovers, that withstand the aggression and they hit back. With one team fight, not too late into the game either, they're able to get everything, man. This is how close the matchup is between both these teams.
I'm looking back at the replay to see exactly what killed Kyrie, because he didn't die from a fadeaway basic attack. Oh
Minions?
My god, he hit the green camp, he died to the green camp. Oh my god. Rare mistake from Kyrie. Miscalculation.
the green camp.
Yeah, so he
of
finch
all
pushed to
things.
the orange buff.
Right.
The green camp on top of the orange buff. He jumped to that. And he got smacked by the golem.
Oh my god.
And he was that low.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, if he had a bit more HP, things would be different, but that's just how well they were able to just push him away and match the presence and shut down the Samsung Ling we were hyping up.
Item swaps, no problem.
Golem, bonk. Unfortunate, man. That was purely miscalculation for
Jungle
sure.
OP.
He thought he would get like a bit more sustain from going for it. But yeah, technically, with that build, you have to use your skill.
Right.
Yeah. It's not the basic attacks anymore.
A moment of silence for our Samsung Ling. But a moment of brilliance coming out from this player. What? He's a POTG for game number 2, and we're getting a little bit of a pattern between both of these teams. Game
Who's gonna
number
tell
1,
him?
it was CW. Game number 2, it was what?
Who's gonna tell him?
Are you gonna talk about the
Claude is
the
patch.
nerf?
Claude got nerfed. What's up with these two?
I have no idea.
They just don't care. I guess at the end of the
How
day,
do they
the
make it look
numbers.
prio?
At the end of the day, bro, the numbers are just numbers, man. The execution in the Land of Dawn is what matters. And I guess the kits from Claude is just so diverse, so flexible, that especially when you're veteran players like CW, like Watt, you can just make this hero shine, even though you're technically at a disadvantage due to the patches. He has an Athena shield, by the way, so he's still very much respecting the fact that there is magical damage being thrown around by Onic. But here's the clear of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Early on, it was just looking so difficult, and Dewa did exactly what their game plan looked like it's supposed to be executed, right? Use the Panda to really threaten the neutral objectives and the jungle camps and try and shut down Kyrie on the link. But this dive right here is what nearly costed them the game, man. The fact they were all so low, the turret was still up, and they were all the way in the back, and then afterwards, the ult is being used in a disjointed fashion, and nothing left to really deter Kyrie from going in right here. He has full reign to just do whatever he wants, and this drawn-out fight, if it's separated just like this, that really benefits Onic when no one can cover each other from the side of Dewa United.
So here it is. Just pay attention to the map after Kyrie goes in here, right? Let's see exactly if it was maybe a possible fadeaway shot from Watt 2, but I don't think that happens to Claude, huh? Usually it's like Brody carry. So yeah, he doesn't get the basic attack. Look, he jumps to the golem, bonk.
It might be a Mathilda. One of the wisps from Mathilda, I believe, trailed behind him.
I'll look at it again to confirm.
Right, it might be that, right? It seems like there was an additional bit of damage that threw off Kyrie's calculation when he was going for that green camp. But afterwards, with him taken out, only Lupi on the glue and only Sans on the Faramis, not enough to really clear the waves. Which begs the question again, the glue really doesn't seem to be as oppressive as it used to be. So we'll have to see if that is something that will be still utilized in the Land of Dawn. But looking at the post-game stats here, 17-minute game, very even. But 2 Lords taken by Dewa United, showing again how we were questioning earlier, the Akai. Is it really all that? Is it really that good? Well, in the hands of someone who knows how to play around it, with a team that knows how to back him up in those Lord contests. I mean, look at it. To be fair, one of those Lords was secured with a very small sliver of HP left for Akai for Gary on the Akai. But in the end, he still got the job done.
But the thing is, if it wasn't a Kai at level 15 and a Kyrie, okay, not a Kyrie, and a Ling at level 15, is it a 50-50 when it comes to retries? Or does Akai have a advantage?
I think Akai has an advantage. One, due to the possibility of him zoning away the Ling himself with the heavy spin, but also because he himself can't be really crowd
But
controlled.
if he goes in for the heavy spin and then Ling comes in with the Tempest of Blades, does the heavy spin connect onto the Ling when he uses his ult?
When he's flying on top, no,
And can you
invulnerable.
retry at that point?
With the mid-Tempest of Blades channel, I'm not sure actually.
I'm curious to see us.
I don't think you can, but you know, I'm not an assassin player by all means.
Exactly. Let's try it out later in the break, because if they can, then that makes Gary even more impressive. right? Because he was 2 levels below, and still Kyrie wasn't able to secure the objective,
True.
right?
Showing again that maybe his retribution is just that good when he has a comfort hero. Maybe it's not just the crowd control aspect, but also the damage numbers that he's used to playing around.
So it wasn't a fadeaway bullet. It was also not Mathilda because Watt got the triple, so he got the kill. If it was Mathilda, then Kyrie would have died to Mathilda, so it was a creep. After replaying 9 times, it looks like it was.
Detective Mirko has solved the case. Ladies and gentlemen, it was just a miscalculation. But you play Ling as well, Mirko. Can you retribution in the midst of a Tempest of Blade?
Yes. I believe so.
So
wait a minute.
I think that yes.
He says yes so
because he
confidently.
used to be a Link player,
And then
right?
he goes, I believe so.
Unless something has been changed, because these things do happen. Like
That's
now
true.
you can retry with ult on Hayabusa.
Right.
The last time I tried, yes. I'll try it again. Detective Mirko on the case.
Okay.
While we're talking about
And
that,
can you get caught in a heavy spin
No.
when you do Tempest of Blades?
No. You're untargetable. So it's technically 50-50, but you don't get to say a say on the damage. So usually you combo like a skill with the retry to get it.
Yeah.
That's Tempest of Blades. You Tempest of Blade and you just try to retry it. So yes,
So,
Let's try and quick
so
maths.
in a 50-50, who would win the retry between an Akai and a Ling?
the advantage is still for me.
For Akai.
Akai.
Akai still.
Yeah, you can. Okay, I doubted myself there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Detective
You just have
Mirko
to make sure.
strikes again.
So, okay. I mean, Gary is still impressive, but if you say that Akai still has an advantage over the neutral objective, but that's in a 50-50 case, right? What if the Akai is 2 levels below of the Ling, and you still get the objective?
That's what we call a retry gap.
Interesting. Gap? That reminds me of break.
It
And it looks like there is a break, ladies and
There's a small
gentlemen. We'll
gap.
get to that, and we'll see the conclusion after the short break. We'll see you soon.
That's a Cambodian team.
No. It's all
Anissa boleh disapa yang ada di rumah?
Halo yang di rumah, yang ada di MPL Arena.
Anissa from Dewa.
Dewa United Sport.
Yay. Dan kali ini ditemani juga oleh sahabatnya Cesian. Halo Cesian.
Halo.
Boleh disapa-sapa juga dong para Sonic juga nih.
Halo Sonic yang ada di rumah dan di MPL Arena.
Langsung pada meletoy, meleleh kalau disapa mereka. Tapi penasaran ya, di sini kisahnya kalian tuh mungkin dari Anissa dulu ya. Anissa, kamu berpindah ke Dewa, lalu bersama mungkin timingnya pas banget sama Drian juga loh.
Ya.
Sama Drian dua-duanya. Setelah itu Dewa bisa ngedapetin kemenangan atas Onic. Kalian adalah lucky charm-nya nih. Kamu juga mungkin salah satunya ya.
Amin.
Amin. Kamu bisik-bisik gak sih? Bisik-bisik sesuatu gitu gak sih? Mungkin ke timnya, guys kalau lawan Onic. Gak ya? Aman aja ya?
Aja.
Hanya dengan dukungan sorakan berarti?
Dukungan iya.
Cukup?
Dukungan doa,
Datang, disupport juga. Namun sekarang kan ada Cesian juga. Cesian ngelihat Anissa, bajunya bukan baju Onic, bukan what time is it kayak merchandise-mu ini nih. Ngerasa aneh gak disebelahin sama Anissa?
Aneh sih, karena biasa kan kita satu seragam gitu, tapi sekarang beda.
Beda ya? Dan ketika melihat sekarang juga kalian di MPL Arena beda kubu. Kalau ketemu buang muka gak?
Enggak, kalau tadi kita masih bareng.
Masih bareng, masih tetap solid ya?
Masih dong.
Masih, dan ini Budi juga ngelihat ini kan kemenangan Dewa di leg 1 menang. Terus leg 2 ini lagi unda-uni banget. Cesian gimana sih ngelihat apakah ini efek dari Anissa dan juga Trian untuk tim Dewa?
Mungkin karena semua tim sama-sama kuat kan sekarang. Cuman semoga kayak dukungan Kak Ica masih ada dikit buat Onic biar makin kuat.
Anissa, kamu masih bersorak-sorai ketika Onic menang?
Aduh, mantan. Terpindah.
Kebiasaan ya? Itu sorak-sorai juga ya? Jadi ingin mendukung ya? Tentu saja ada refleks itu tadi, ada refleks gak? Ketika game 1 menang.
Kayak, Enggak sih.
Oh, enggak sih. Langsung tersadar ya. Langsung tersadar. Tapi kalau dari Chelsea sendiri ya ngelihat sekarang nih 1-1. Gimana sih kamu? Jantung masih aman Chelsea?
Enggak sih, mulai deg-degan. Soalnya takut kayak pas leg pertama kemarin.
Takut serem ya? Ini Dewa yang season kali ini kayaknya bukan Dewa yang season lalu ya Chelsea ya?
Iya makin kuat.
Makin kuat. Kalau dari Anissa sendiri, melihat Onic kayaknya mau balas dendam nih ke Dewa. Gimana kamu? Jantung, hati?
Jantungan iya, deg-degan juga. Cuman harapannya semoga Dewa bisa memberikan yang terbaik.
Bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Karena terbaik aja kayaknya nggak cukup. Karena sama-sama udah ngedapetin 1-1 nih dua-duanya. Kalau dari Dewa sendiri, kamu denger nggak? Anak-anak Dewa tuh paling sering tuh ngapain sih kalau misalnya untuk melawan tim? Ada rutinitas atau ritual sesuatu nggak dari Dewa yang kamu tahu?
Kalau aku sering ke base campnya sih seringnya makan sih.
Oh yang penting makan bareng?
Terus ya kalau datang pasti ada yang makan aja gitu.
Oh emang doyan makan semua ya kalau Dewa ya. Kalau dari Onic nih, mereka ada nyiapin sesuatu kah atau biasa ada ritual baru kah di season 13 Ceci?
Harusnya bonding aja sih yang penting. Bangun chemistry biar makin bagus main.
Bangun chemistry dengan hal-hal yang banyak sekali tentunya ya. Kayaknya kalau Onic tuh random banget. Dan sekarang saatnya kayaknya dua tim ini untuk beradu menentukan siapakah yang akan mendapat kemenangan di game ketiga. Anissa kasih semangatnya dong buat Dewa.
Semangat Dewa dan anak-anak Dewa, jangan lupa dukung Dewa United Esports, Dewa United Champion.
Woohoo, Chelsea saatnya nih untuk Onic.
Semangat Onic, semoga bisa balas dendam di leg kedua ini.
Wow, balas dendam. Semuanya tentu bersemangat untuk mencari tahu siapakah yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan. Jadi caster, bidadari ini mau duduk, mau nonton game ketiga. Let's go!
Arashi. No, come on. No, no, no! What is going on?
Have to break it up.
This is you're literally the middleman or middle woman. Middle
Ooh,
person.
is that hinting at something else?
Yeah, me and Arashi wanted to put the heart down, and you stopped it.
If we do this, right?
Boom. There you go.
Outplayed.
Get outplayed, nerd.
So sad. But I'm not too sad.
Oh.
Because at least I get cashbacks.
Oh, from what?
From GoPay.
Oh. I want to trade that for, the relationship with Arashi. What? Is it the one with 100 times free transactions per month?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's value, Arashi. That's financially responsible, man.
So now you know your worth.
I mean, how do you compete with that? Right?
So you admit to your worth.
What can I say?
Okay.
100 times transactions a month. 100. I don't know how many transactions you guys have at home, but 100, quite a bit, man. Up to 20k cashback as well for diamond top-ups directly in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups, man.
Are you forgetting something? What about the hundreds of millions enjoying various special activities with total prizes? There's so many crazy prizes here, and all you need to do is go on the GoPay app because you, and I know it's you right now, Kevin. I probably shouted someone's name out. Like they're like, oh, whoa,
Joshua.
James. Joseph Rezebek. You can download the new GoPay app, join the MPL Season 13 celebration, Mr. Kaisam, and win hundreds of millions in GoPay coins and smartphones. Neil, vote for your champion in every match. Voting opens half an hour before the match starts, only in the GoPay app. Answer daily quizzes starting at 10 a.m. in the GoPay app. Collect points and win total prizes. All right, got it, Jason?
You got it?
Let's hope he
Fox
does.
Chai?
Oh, shout outs.
All right, let's look at the previous game recap though. Watt and Kyrie. 80k damage for Watt. He's only matched halfway by Kimura, by the way. So, a lot of people have been doubting Kimura, right? What is this guy? Obviously, the other guy is better. But hey, he is the one that's just doing a lot of damage right here. In that second game, he was actually doing a lot of... he was being very active in the game. It's not just damage, it's also the tankiness and how he's able to use the penalty zone in the right place at the right time for it to be the most annoying for the side of Onic. You can say it's the guy, you can say it's the hero, whatever it is. In game number 2, it seems to be a very big factor, right? And the pattern, I think, is of course the Claudes, but the Terizlas have been just been so valuable in this kind of game between Onic and Dewa United.
With the fact that Terizla, well, Kimura on Terizla had the highest damage, did it have anything to do with him being in the lane with the glue?
Second highest, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But did it have anything to do with the glue being in the lane?
Technically, if there's a split and he just starts using all his spells, the revenge strike and all that on the small blobs, it might kind of pad the numbers a little bit. But overall, I still think that it's a lot of damage for the backline members, right? Even though it's a Terizla that usually goes full tankiness at this point, we have more than enough damage to really zone out like a mage. And in this kind of matchup where Keys and Sans have been trying so hard to be active, to be decisive in these team fights, I think that Terizla is just that pesky of a pick.
Okay. So that's an argument as to why, right? But if we look at the drafting phase now, as we enter it, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Dewa still first pick. Onic have opted to go for the second this time around, despite them winning on first pick last time. Are they brewing something yet again with the picks?
I think it does hint at the potential for them to come out with another chase strategy, right? They can hide more picks up till the end. But I think even in game number 2, it's already a quote-unquote surprise situation, and they were able to get pretty far. It's just some small miscalculations in the Land of Dawn that really spelled their demise. So if they are willing to try that strategy again, I wouldn't be too surprised.
So Dewa, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same exact bans. They want to target Sans. They're basically forcing Onic to go for Faramis, right? I mean, unless they pick the Faramis up for themselves, but the Mathilda as well, it just feels way too expensive to let go. But so are the other picks technically for Onic, or the other bans for Onic here with the Chip, the Harith, and the Barats. We might see the exact same draft in the first phase here, ladies and gentlemen. Mathilda should still be the first pick for Dewa.
I wonder if Onic will change things up a little bit with the Claude in the first phase. Maybe like Faramis Claude instead of the Arlet Claude. Arlet Faramis, sorry.
They can do that because the Arlets in both these games, number 1 and 2, yes, they have impact, but they haven't really been critical, right? You can replace that Arlet with another hero, because for the most part, it's not the damage that he's using to really win out the 1v1s, especially against a Mathilda. You don't really win that out anyways. 1v1 with Mathilda is usually such a difficult situation in the early game. If you go for something with a big engage, they can serve the same kind of purpose that the Arlet has been serving the past 2 games. But with the Mathilda open here, Onic can snipe it away.
But this time, if they do pick up the Claude, Dewa can change things up a bit and pick up the Natan before it gets banned in the second phase.
Yeah, that's the disadvantage of being on red side, right? You kind of have to react to the picks, but you can't start off with these big picks. And Dewa have shifted their priority from the Mathilda to the Akai. They know that Onic have a Kairi. They have Kairi who can also utilize the Akai. Even though he's been playing Assassins, that doesn't close the window to play the Akai. So they go for Fred. But this might be a flex. This is something that we know Onic for. They like doing this kind of strat, you know, where they pick up the Fredrin and it'll be flex to the XP. They'll pick up an Assassin late. So Fred and Arlet, 2 flex picks right now.
With the Mathilda open though, especially when you're trying to abuse the damage and tankiness of a fighter in the early game, the Mathilda is kind of like an equalizer because you give shields to everyone and you can still strike back with a lot of damage as well. And you provide mobility that makes it difficult for fighters to really stick on their target. So picking 2 fighters when the Mathilda is open here, I feel like it's quite interesting. I believe there must be a plan somewhat from Onic, but for Dewa, I don't see why they can't just pick it up now.
Your team is picking.
Claude and Mathilda. Now here's a very weird thought, but if Onic were struggling to get retry wins because the Tempest of Blades, you just fly around, and then you retry, right? You don't actually have the damage to kind of combo it together with your retry. You know what does have the damage to combo with retry now, and you can actually retry while you ult?
Haya?
Exactly.
We were just talking about this.
If they really want it, is it time to maybe go for it now? Maybe not in the first phase, because I don't think Dewa will be really too scared of a Haya right now. So they'll probably still pick up a Marksman first. It looks like they are hovering over Marksman.
waiting for it, but Mirko, your calls have been on point in recent times. Been for a long time, so that Hayabusa prediction is quite interesting. But with a Brody, we were hyping the Brody up when the attack speed changes were in place, but now they're trying to use it maybe to just shut down Watt in the gold lane. We'll have to see the aggressive CW. Can he really make it happen?
And I'm wondering if this Brody pick is also hinting at them wanting to finish the game as fast as possible and have that early game presence from the gold lane without waiting too much, as you would if you picked up something like the Natan or maybe the late games type of gold laner. So with the Brody pickup, the Hayabusa is possible.
It sure is. I mean, it kind of checks out. Having a strong jungle, having strong side laners to back you up when you're invaded, and also to help to set up for big dives, and also maybe help invade towards the opposing side's jungle. In theory, it all makes sense, but of course, they still have to be wary about what Dewa will be trying to pick first, right? What exactly do they want to utilize here? With the high mobility that Mathilda already brings to the table, the mid lane becomes a big question here. Yeah. The Novaria is banned out, and I think that's a great option because with the fighters, right, you don't want to get slowed down and bogged down by all those spells before you can get to Watt in the backline.
Technically, Dewa can still pick up the Faramis if they want to.
Right.
Faramis and Matilda, the combo that we used to see back in the day, I forgot what season, but that was like the scary mid lane pressure combination that we used to see, but
never
gets
mind.
banned away. Well, Lilia is still also an option if they want to win in the prio.
Yes. Ooh, hang on. The Yve has been, talking about old metas, the Yve has been pretty good. And we know Sans plays a pretty good Yve. With all of these heroes that can do damage when the opponents are, in the fight, the Yve could be an option here for Onic.
I think it does suit Dewa's comp a bit better because
that too, yes.
The Brody will get punished by that Eve. The range of the Brody, not as far as that real world manipulation, and you're already kind of forced on a flicker only. You can't go for Purify. You don't see that a lot. Oh, they read it out. Well played to Dewa. It was a setup really for Onic now, because the Hayabusa doesn't get countered as hard technically now that you can ult and retry. Because Ling, they're not concerned with Fanny because they have a Kai. Ling is skill matchup, technically, still. So they still need to pick up an assassin, I feel. Or, I mean, technically they can just go for Snowball. They can just go for pure Snowball now. Pick Lilia, Fredrin in the jungle, and then go X-Borg or something to deal with the Akai.
Right. Poking on the Akai has been a tried and true solution right here. So the X-Borg, like you mentioned, Mirko, can work really well right here. And again, a mage with some range would be nice. So far, we won't be seeing it just yet. That's going to be the Paquito, potentially a power wave for Onic.
Did you hear that from the Indo desk as well? Oh wow, power wave instantly.
Gonna see if he's looking over here like,
no,
hey, power wave time.
Power wave in time, but what are the chances of this Paquito going to jungle, right? I think very low because the Fredrin is still the better choice, obviously. And Paquito just suits the XP a bit better. But you never know.
It's possible. We've seen it way back before, but full damage Paquito, I mean, we saw it from Aran, and it's definitely a big problem. If you're trying to play with Mathilda and the extra bit of mobility, you won't get mobility if you get deleted.
Oh, beautiful.
That is going to be the Yve though, and the Terizla as well. All these slows and all the maneuvers that Mathilda can bring to the table as well.
Yeah. Snowball is what they're looking for, and I think they kind of wanted that Yve to be picked up. Now they want to dive to the Yve and splash her with water. That doesn't sound threatening, but in this
water
case,
can hurt.
Yeah, it can.
Water can flow or it can crash.
All right, Bruce Lee.
Unlike when you cry,
whoa,
it's water.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I thought it was a rock.
Exactly.
1-1, game 3.
The looks of confusion on the English desk. But we'll have to see. Can Onic pull off the snowball right here? Kadira, man. We haven't seen it in a long time. Technically, there are a lot of ways to counter it, so we'll see what will be the solution that Dewa can come up with.
I mean, they certainly are anticipating that Onic want to go for a snowball. They're anticipating the aggression that the Sky Kings want to protrude onto them. 3 purifies by Dewa. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of this best of 3 series with Dewa pushing it to a game number 3. Let's see how this pans out as we dive into the Land of Dawn.
All right, man, the 3 purifies on the side of Dewa means that Sans is very, very limited when it comes to actually going for those pickoffs. But it also means that Dewa are relatively immobile, which means I think in this game, Lutfi has a lot more to be doing. And of course, Keyboy with the Arlet. If they can both go towards the backline, there is no flicker security, especially for Kaze. So when he's moving around the map, especially in the early game, he's going to be so limited. He has to move along with his friends, and he can't really move independently. If you look at the emblems though, agility for Drian and Watt, they want to be fast moving around the map. CW, of course, with more aggressive play, but Sans, even with the put yourself together, he wants more petrified.
Well, Drian so low, guiding win. It's right there. Gary takes it as Kyrie secures the green camp, but Brave Smite on Kyrie.
Brave Smite, Fredrin will be a lot more beneficial if you're in long drawn-out fights where you can just proc that Brave Smite again and again. Means that he's going to be slower in clearing though, especially against Gary on the Akai. That might prove to be a important factor in how the early game objective contests do go.
Okay. 2 minutes have elapsed. And in terms of the purifies versus the flickers, I guess they're anticipating that Drian can guiding wind them out to safety or even aggressively if it needs be. But that does really require a huge amount of chemistry and communication as well. So with Kyrie on his particular set of emblems, with his 1v1 in the neutral objective, with both at the same level, it's going to be curious to see who gets it.
The Fredrin, an answer to the Akai. You can move me away, but I can stab and retry. Final slash. And a first blood picked up by Mr. Power Wave, Terry, in the XP.
Animal cruelty from the Porcupines, beating up on the Panda.
Save the Pandas, man.
Save the Pandas is what Dewa wants to do, but we'll see, man. Onic has shown, again, they have a lot of burst damage, and I feel like Dewa has to put a lot of emphasis in the gold lane. If later on CW keeps snowballing out of control right here, it's going to be so dangerous for them because the torn apart memory, right, can just secure those kills if they don't purify in time or get out of the way in time.
Look at this. Kyrie's playing this Fredrin very aggressively, kind of like an assassin. I mean, he does have a lot of sustain. Doesn't have retry though. Already used it up earlier, so Gary will take that camp away from him.
By the way, item-wise, CW has a Heptasis, it seems like. No boots until now. Is what the item, the inventory shows us earlier. If that's the case, that's really early.
They do have a 1k gold lead at the moment. It still can ping pong either way. But if we're talking about Snowball, Onic also needs to be aware of Watt at the moment. And it's not going to be as simple to take him down as well because he's on the Purify. And if they're hitching their bets on Sands, on the Kadira, that's a big problem if they want to play pickoff.
I think the Kadira will have to be a lot more hidden. You can't really bank on just crowd control anymore. You just have to use the surprise factor. Because even though you can purify or get out of the initial lock, the Breath of the Ocean as well, the rough waves will still do a lot of damage.
Circling Eagle up top to deny Lutfi of that proxy, of that cut. And Onic will move towards this neutral objective, carry a whole level ahead despite not having the concussive blast to help him with the clear. Keyboy has a final slash, displaces Gary, and now it's a petrify under the Brazier's wrath, and Gary actually goes in to pin them down instead, almost loses his life for it. But now they will concede the turtle. There is no way for Gary to contest this. And look at Keyboy just trying to zone as much as possible to give Kyrie this free turtle. And he still hasn't used the retry. They might be looking for some more. Green camp, the camp that killed him. It's revenge time for Kyrie.
It's revenge on a camp, not even a player for Kyrie here. But oh,
Purify used up already by Watt. Final slash and a flicker as well. Torn apart memory to cut him down in the back.
It's taken down. 1v1 Watt for Keyboy.
Gold lane for Rome. It's still very much worth it for Onic. And there's a lot of gold in the pockets of CW as well. You called it earlier, Turna. Having a solid gold laner that's winning his lane is something that Onic is using right here. And especially with Brody, he set up for that dive so well because of how staggered your basic attack animations are.
Look at this zone. Just walks up. And nearly used. Loopy has to take a turret. Easy CW. Does he still not have boots? He's still on the... Wait. Didn't you say he had the head disease?
That's
Did
what
he sell the head
showed.
disease?
No, the inventory showed that earlier, but I think it might be inaccurate. Going for... According to the big screen, he has a Malefic Roar right here.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. Did he have the head disease before? Was it...
Did I miss see? I have to roll it back later on, but... Ooh, big dive from the side of Dewa. Immediately just outplayed by Onic.
Wow, I mean, Malefic Roar first item from the looks of it. We'll have to see again if he accidentally sold the head disease or if it was a mistake. But okay. In the bottom lane, looking for a siege now. Gee, that damage, what? Forced to back away instantly. That's a free turret to Onic.
All right. Look at Sans though with the Blood Wings actually as his main item. He's going to go for Drian.
Petrify it. Purify though from Keyboy. Oh, actually from Sans, and Keyboy capitalized on that Petrify CC. Now it's Kaze who gets knocked up just a bit there by the knockout strike of Lutpi, and they go towards the turtle, third turtle of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, and it might just be all Onic, despite the Akai being on the side of Dewa. But yeah, head disease was built, I think. I don't know, we'll have to see if the items in the big screen is bugged out or... Okay.
But it was shown.
It was shown, it was shown. You did not miss C, Arashi. Kimura, penalty zone. Onto the back, Gary goes in as well, and it's still Kai! Despite the heavy spin, now Lutpi wants to go to the knockout strike, a 3-man final slash into the Brazier Stratus. Drian now will be caught in the midst of 4 Onic members. And look at this, they're sandwiching Dewa. Gary, taunted, stab, double for Kyrie. Keyboy doesn't want to let this go. Now it's a vengeance on top of vengeance. Watt gets a trade back, Drian gets a photo. But that's all they could go for.
Sans is on the way though. Can Sans catch Watt here?
Seems to be attempting to do so, but he mispredicts. Great call for Watt to recall, not in the bush, right? That extra few seconds would have costed him his life there. But Onic again showing that with enough damage, even though you win out in the utility, in the slows, in the shielding, it doesn't matter if we have enough damage to punch through it. In Lutpi's case, quite literally. And the fact that they are all so strong right now, it means that even under the turrets, Dewa has to think twice about sticking around for Onic to set up for a big dive due to how easily they can just set up huge nukes from their heroes.
Going for it again?
Oh, beautiful final slash. Watt pops in a Purify, one more shot! CW gets the fade away. Now another shot down. Double kill for Tewe on the Brody.
Talk about snowball. 7.1k gold lead already built in for the Sky Kings. 3-0-1 on CW. This is definitely not the outcome that Dewa are expecting. And at this rate, I don't think they can wait for Watt to go for a snowball like they did in game number 2.
Oof. Both teams right here just duking it out, but Onic just has so much more to do. Sans though, with the usual Sans stuff, man. With his I2 build, he went for the Blood Wings for extra bit of survivability, more damage, and he can get out of sticky situations considering how aggressively he's been playing. I mean, look at him!
That's the Blood Wings doing work for you. Another CC immune oddity as he gets out. Bro, this is what he did against Alter Ego 2, and it ended up with Sellyboy dying in game 3. Sans now landing Truncheon and CW DHS.
Wow, that's a lot of more damage, but look at that preemptive flicker from Kimura right there. That's the kind of threat that Onic brings to the table. What now with the golden staff? He will be doing a lot more damage, but can he even survive? He's all doing the bottom, and Onic will be able to go for a full-on launch here.
Yeah, and Luffy wants to kind of force him. Oh, 2 jabs and a knockout strike, and it's a solo kill! Lupi gets it done! What no wind of nature! And that's a power wave from the Paquito. Sans trying to run away, Kimura trying to go for it. Oh, Gary steals it away from under the rug from Onic. And they have saved the game, but not for now. Lupi, knockout strike. Oh, CC immune, and still the double jab into the back. Now flicker out, penalty zone by Kimura. Not landing here.
Wait, how did Gary get the Lord? He's 3 levels below Kyrie at the moment.
It's the Kai. It just gives him superpowers. That's a great Lord for the side of Dewa, but the power of Onic is still very much in play. They are the ones taking out turrets, and they're trying to clear this Lord out and deny any kind of value from the side of Dewa. CW right now is just an absolute menace, man. He's just chunking down members left and right. Malefic going to DHS for a good balance of damage. Gary, though,
he retreated and headbutted to his death, to his own demise. Miscalculation or mishap, you decide. Win of nature, though, for CW.
That win of nature, it means that against Watt, he's going to have a comfortable time going in for the big duel, the 1v1s. And technically against Kimura as well, it can be an option. But for now, he's relatively safe. Even in these big fights, no one is actually having the leeway to even deal with him. We talked about the Yve potentially zoning him out. If the Yve sits there and tries to do that, you know Sans has his eyes on keys.
Could Dewa be potentially tilting here? With the way that they're playing at the moment? I mean, the stakes are definitely much higher for them. They are currently in the red zone, number 8. So this game definitely means a lot more to them than it does to Onic, who is still comfortable at level 3.
Just like that, though, Sans once again abuses the Kadita passive. We've talked about it a lot.
And the Blood Wings.
It's just so underrated. The Blood Wings lets him escape even faster.
So it is a bug. They have to see it's there.
Wait, what?
It's the bug in the big screen. We'll have to report that later.
We need confirmation here, but okay, with the haptices, that makes sense. That's why his burst damage has just been so much more dangerous. So for Dewa now, that's the question here. With the 2 wands built for keys, he doesn't have a lot of cooldown reduction though. Fight breaks out and Gary's forced to use the heavy spin immediately, right? Before anything even happens. Even if they want to go for the long duration poke gameplay, trying to abuse that Yve pick, Onic just isn't letting it happen. If they misstep just by a bit, you know that the flank is about to happen. And look at where Lutpi is positioning, man. He is just a trapdoor waiting to spring.
They understand Watt's pattern. They understand that Watt likes to go in for the far lane, but again, Gary.
Whoa, a circling eagle as well. A commitment to get to the back, and Sans gets some isolation in the back. That's just a free kill. Gary 0-4 and all. He got the Lord once, but now it seems like he won't even have a say on the next Lord. That is going to be enhanced in the 13th minute of the game.
That's such unfortunate timing for Gary in particular. The fact that he was able to get that retry over Kyrie earlier on. Why did he go in and commit for that engage in the top side?
I think he felt like he had information, and because the Lord was about to spawn, he wants some control, some space to operate, to try, potentially go for another steal. But Onic just immediately punishes it, and they know they have a lot more crowd control. And funny enough, what was done by Terizla in Game 1 and 2, right now Sans is doing with the Kadita. He's not going for a big one-shot, big full lockdown combo. He's just using the rough waves to immediately zone away any kind of backline follow-up from the front lines of Dewa.
And that's a flicker burnt out already there for Kimura. The sudden penalty zone flicker, not available anymore. Watts getting out of that battle mirror, or getting out of the Breath of the Ocean with the battle mirror image. 2 base turrets taken down, and Onic will continue this chokehold that they have on Dewa with the bottom wave. They have a Brody, in the famous words of Wolf at the M5 Grand Finals final game. CW can't siege this base turret so easily, and Gary again gets chunked down. Real World Inflation popped in, but look at Sans stopping the Real World Inflation, giving CW time to hit that turret. It took him 4 hits, and now Kimura as well. Torn apart memory, taking him down, but the penalty zone actually saves him for a bit. One last shot, beautiful save by Drian.
That's just so much damage, so much pressure. Everything that Dewa are trying to use to really counter Onic are being shut down completely. The utility just kited away from. The damage outmatched the zoning just denied again and again. With no base turrets now, it seems like it's only a matter of time unless Dewa can get a pick-off. They have to try and go for something crazy right here before Onic just slowly but surely cruises to an easy victory.
It looks like Onic are fulfilling a particular expectation before the season. It's not enough for pro players to just anticipate their movements and anticipate what they're going to play, but their habits. And you can see that Onic understand that. That's why it looks like they're always a step ahead before Dewa even decide to do it, because they understand the players and their habits. It's insane to see. That's why the Paquito pickup was brilliant, because they knew that when Dewa look at a team fight and they assess that they're not going to be able to win it, Watt usually finds a trade on the other side of the map to go for objectives, but now he can't, even though he is on a quad, because in that 1v1 versus the Paquito, we saw what happened. It was a solo kill that was given to Lutfi.
Maybe if the game keeps going, there's a chance that Lutfi can get outmatched by Watt and his mechanics. We've seen it before, but it's quite a long way to go with Onic being 12k gold ahead. And I dare say, I would go a step further and say that Onic are actually the ones that are making Dewa fall into their old habits, right? They know how Dewa plays, and they are pressing the right buttons to dictate how Dewa can approach these situations. Like earlier, forcing Gary to try and contest for some objectives, for some control on the map, and then immediately punishing him. Now, let's see what's the next plan, what's their next diabolical step in just dismantling Dewa.
Gary's not 15 yet.
Nope. Haven't been able to get farm.
That's so crazy. It's been 17 minutes.
So they're trying to force this, but no, they're too far away. They can't even go for it now. It's an engage from Keyboy. Final slash on the 2. Lutfi in the knockout strike in the back. CW dealing some damage. Gary pinning down CW, but he is able to flicker out in time. Now it's a rough waves into the back again. A good taunt out to Watt, who has a win in nature and a purify, but Lutfi is waiting in the back, waiting for the battle mirror in, finding the knockout to take him out, and Yi might just follow as well. But it's a shutdown. Well played to Gary for peeling his mid laner, but still, Onic, that's a good trade. Keyboy with a final slash to eradicate K's, and now another vengeance to set up for CW, who can go for some more damage, but Trion gets Gary back to safety. Now, mini waves crashing down into the base. CW still free hitting, going for the members before going for the base, and they will be able to take them out one by one. They want to take Drian down with them. It's a wipeout to end the series, 2-1.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Sky Kings show their revenge. They show their teeth in leg number 2 of this matchup, winning it, turning the entire story around. 2-1 for the Sky Kings against the Sons of Gods.
It's looking good until it wasn't. The longer you duke it out with Onic, the harder it is, man. They adapt, they read, they predict, and before you know it, you're just dancing to their tune. Back to Fred win, the key to Onic's comeback to their defeat in leg 1 against Dewa. The Porcupines just strike back with a vengeance.
Just like that, it seems Onic have found their ground again, the foundation. We'll see if this can continue, because CW did say at the start of the week that we are done losing. It's back to the winning streak of Onic.
I did say that, right?
Experimental?
Yeah, I was like, this is not, like, people are saying really mean things about Onic, but I'm like, bro, you're not seeing the proper Onic yet. They're experimenting, they're trying new strats out, because they don't want to be read out by whoever their opponents are, whether it be from the same region or maybe outside of the region. Maybe their eyes are already at MSC.
Ooh. Bold statement there, Eterna.
It's just an observation, no bias.
No bias at all here, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a well-known Aura fan, but
no, you're not.
Yeah.
You're a fan of one member in Aura.
But she was a fan before. Come on!
streak dari Onic masih berlanjut. Sonic, inilah dia. Dan Bude penasaran banget, mereka berhasil balas dendam di leg kedua kali ini. Apa nih yang dipunya Onic di leg kedua yang gak dipunya oleh Dewa di kali ini, di match kali ini, leg kedua. Apa yang kalian punya dan Dewa gak punya?
Sorry.
Apa yang kalian punya di leg kedua kali ini yang Dewa gak punya?
Yang dia nggak punya.
Di leg kedua ini kalian balas dendam loh.
Nggak ada beda sih, kayak main kayak kemarin aja. Gak ada yang beda sih.
Gak ada yang beda?
Iya, main seperti biasa yang seperti aku bilang setiap hari.
Setiap hari. Tapi
Ya.
kalau ini kan bisa kita bilang ya udah kalian tuh menang sekarang gitu loh. Dan mungkin ada kelebihan kalian yang kita harus tahu nih dari kalian sendiri. Apa yang kalian punya nih di match kali ini? Lebih solid kah? Atau apakah?
Apa?
Punya kaditanya Sans kah?
Gak tahu siapa.
Minta bantuan.
Gak tahu sih kelebihannya apa.
Oke. Tapi oke lah, di sini ngelihat mungkin pembalasan dendam kali ini udah cukup puas dengan pembalasan dendam di leg kedua kali ini?
Puas banget.
Puas banget.
Ya.
Lancar nggak menurut Sans?
Gak lancar sih karena 2-1.
2-1, tadi game 2 kenapa?
Ketinggalan ceweknya.
Ceweknya yang ketinggalan? Sorry we. Langsung di depannya cewek ya. Tapi dengan adanya Kadita lagi yang dipakai Sans 100% win rate. Dan tadi mau coba ngebait lagi ya?
Kurangan jelas tadi jadi nggak bisa terlalu maju.
Gak bisa terlalu maju. Masih 100% win rate. Apakah Kadita Sans akan kita sering lihat di MPL?
Kayaknya kalau nggak di-ban.
Kalau nggak di-ban. Jujur ya si Sans ya di sini. Dan kita ngelihat adanya Kadita lagi yang muncul. Dan ada Kairi dengan assassin hero-nya. Tapi Kairi kemarin ngasih 4 kata lucu buat kita semua. Meta assassin is back. Bude juga punya 4 kata lucu. Kairi balik tank lagi. Di game ketiga. What happened?
Ya karena Link tadi kalah kan. Mereka tank.
Langsung switch.
Next gua kelar Kumar, paksa.
Kumar dulu. Dan jadi pertanyaan menarik tentunya, kamu sering banget ngelawan Akai. Apakah itu Fredrin jadi jawaban ngelawan Akai? Fredrinnya apakah menjadi jawaban? Atau Link kewalahan ngelawan Akai? You're facing Akai a lot of times yesterday and now. So what is the answer? Fredrin is your answer?
Ya nanti picknya pick paksa aja counter.
Oh counternya Baxi aja. Oke. Dan kalau dilihat di sini, you play 2 of type of jungler. So can you tell us the experience using assassin and using tank in the jungle? Bisa nggak? Mungkin kasih tahu kita curhat sedikit gitu. Aduh Bude pakai assassin susah banget sekarang. Atau jungle tank, aduh bosan banget atau apa?
Ya kalau assassin sekarang susah banget karena nggak dikasih buff terus kan. Jadi mungkin match depannya pick paksa terus saja. Karena nggak bisa dirusuk.
Baxi aja terus ya, Baxi ya. Pada nungguin nggak? Tapi tadi Fred win, ngebawa kemenangan mereka ke game yang ketiga dan membuat win streaknya jalan terus dan membuat kemenangan Onic akankah merubah klasemen sementara. Kita akan cek bersama-sama ya. Yuk, kita cek bersama-sama inilah dia. Standings, karena balas dendam ini, Onic naik ke posisi 2. Bentar, ada yang bilang ini bukan eranya Onic lagi. Kalian mau kasih tahu sesuatu gak sih buat orang-orang yang ngomong this is not Onyx era? Mungkin Keyboy? Ada yang bilang ini bukan eranya Onic lagi, tapi kalian naik ke sini kayaknya membantah kata-kata itu ya.
Sebenarnya kalau di Onic tuh nggak ada kalah sih udah. Kayak kalau kita tuh lebih ke arah kayak kalau menang ya menang, kalau kalah kita belajar.
Kalau kalah kita belajar. Dan sepertinya 3 kali lustrik itu udah menjadi pembelajaran kalian kah?
Ya, pembelajaran banget, pengalaman juga kan pertama kali. Terus ya yang pasti mau gimana pun Onic tetap Onic lah.
Onic tetap Onic. Onic seperti apa yang akan kita lihat nih? Onic seperti apa yang mau dikasih lihat?
Ya bakalan balikin lah versi terbaik dari Onic nanti.
Versi terbaik dari Onic. Dan ini kayak masih win streak terus. Lutfi, kamu yang diberi tugas kayaknya ya untuk balas dendam kepada Dewa kali ini. Ada sesuatu kah yang perlu kita tahu dari Lutfi? Balas dendam lancar.
Alhamdulillah lancar.
Lancar. Sebelum pertarungan ada sesuatu kah?
Ada.
Apa tuh? Itu udah pada hilang semua tuh. Kenapa ya Lutfi ya?
Kalau misal balas dendamnya gagal, gak diajak pulang.
Gak diajak pulang? Udah pada menjauh ini?
Kan udah menjauh tuh.
Padahal menang loh. Tapi mental health aman?
Aman.
Di Onic, nih mumpung mereka pergi ke sana ya. Oke, di situ aja. Lutfi, kasih tahu gimana kamu beberapa minggu ini menghabiskan waktu bersama mereka.
Sering diajak kayak nonton film gitu aja sih biar lebih dekat lagi sama mereka.
Nonton film?
Ya.
Kamu kok takut-takut ngomongnya gitu? Coba kedip satu mata kalau ada apa-apa ya. Nanti ya. Kedip gini. Terus kalau sekarang kan kamu yang diajak nobar. Boots dikemanain?
Ya ada.
Ikut nobar juga?
Ikut juga.
Oh, oke. Dan setelah itu mau kasih tahu sesuatu lagi nggak? Ini mumpung nggak ada di sana nih. Bisik-bisik dong. Onic gimana sih?
Nggak ada.
Takut ya? Takut gak diajak pulang ya? Udah sini atuh cewek. Kita tungguin nih si cewek. Nah.
Lagi Bude.
Ini kita tuh nungguin cewek. Tapi Lutfi masuk. Sekarang kayaknya udah ngeblend banget sama Onic ya?
Lumayan sih, sama Gilang sih tepatnya.
Oh sama Gilang berdua?
Ya,
Kenapa berdua ini?
paling dekat dia sama Gilang.
Oh, ada alasannya kah? Gilang paling mengayomi kah?
Sama sih.
Sama, oke. Mereka sama, tapi ini Drian, kamu berhasil kalahkan. Kamu berhasil membalaskan dendam. Cewek adalah kunci? Enggak. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih ke Drian? Atau mungkin ngebisikin sesuatu atau ada nggak?
Paling buat semangat aja sih buat Drian. Tadi meskipun dia anggap gua musuh, gua teman dia kok.
Aduh. Minggu ke-6 sudah berakhir dengan sangat manis. Walaupun kita lihat masih 21-21 tapi Onic sudah bisa untuk win streak terus-terusan. Dan cewek Bude nagih. Bude kepengen diajak tebak-tebakan sama cewek.
Gak ada sih tebak-tebakan, Bude paling ada pantun doang.
Oke. Bantu cakep ya Sonic ya. Ayo buat closingan nih
Oh gak ingat ya? Bandung, kota kenangan.
Cakep.
Surabaya, kota pejuang.
Cakep.
Jangan bimbang, jangan ragu,
Cakep.
karena hanya kau yang kusayang. Buat Sonic.
Buat Sonic ya, buat Sonic. Dan Ayang. Buat Ayang juga
Dan
dong.
Ayang.
Dan Ayang. Oke itulah dia dan mereka begitu menyayangi win streak mereka juga sampai dijaga dengan terus menerus. Seperti apa pembalasan dendam dari Onic akan dibedah langsung oleh para caster.
Another treat from the Sky Kings. But
Treat.
talking about treats,
Treat.
Arashi has a treat
What's a
for
treat?
you guys. Because apparently he can, what is it called? Breakbot?
What?
Breakbot, but
What-
that thing.
Beatbox.
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 He can beatbox. Go ahead.
Breakbot.
Yeah, whatever. You can do that while you.
Beatbox.
Beatbox.
Bigetron's playing Max Return, not now.
It's okay. You can do it now. The floor is yours.
Oh, beatbox?
Yeah.
Doesn't Connie do a better job? Like,
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
That was
Nice.
phenomenal, man. That was almost as good as the interview.
I loved it.
I don't know, man. I don't
Why
do
are you
beatboxing.
clapping? You have to support your friends, man.
I support him through laughter, man. You know, like if you give laughter, that means that's positive vibes. That's PV.
TV.
That's also CW.
as a
Cracked
POTM.
Winata. Because he's cracked.
Well, he is the player of the match as well. Presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Zero Deaths, showing again that when you think that CW is this passive player, this weak side player, Onic has that ace up their sleeve. Put him in a dominant position, dominant gold laner, and he just initiates those dives, gets the kills done, sieges the towers as well. This is just another layer that we haven't seen from Onic so far this season that they're slowly exposing. Right? They did say, you know, we're gonna bring back the best Onic. We're gonna we're gonna show everyone the good old Onic that everyone wants to see for the longest time. Here's a player of the match highlights though by our official gold partner, Ube as gold. And all the way from the early game, man, it is just brutal. The fact that they have so many ways to really start a fight and so many ways to catch up to members of Dewa trying to escape or trying to just stay safe under the turret. Even here, man, the basic attacks from CW, if you look at it, he's hitting from so far away due to how stuttered it looks, and he's able to juggle the turret aggro. So the backline members are just never safe. And Onic are able to just ration their damage, knowing who they want to go for. Of course, Watt is always targeted. Gary is always beat down. He's like 1v1 by Ludpi, showing again the power wave. But even if you look at Keys, pay attention to where he is in the game, he's generally just not allowed to have any kind of impact in those big team fights. We didn't see a single massive, like, real-world manipulation.
You would see like a defensive RWM there, but this is just brilliant by Ludpi, by the way, waiting for that battle mirror image and then just executing it.
He's just all planned. He just read out the movements. Unfortunately, Keys was able to take him down, but at that point, he did enough damage. And Keyboy just sealed the deal, man. As always, given whatever hero, he just finds ways to make it look even more flashy.
Such a well-oiled machine at the moment.
Ooh.
And it makes me wonder,
are
we never gonna see Boots again?
What the
He got some dancing to... What was that?
Oh, that was him.
I wasn't ready for that.
He's dancing, but he's also respectable.
The emoji just come out of nowhere. The two hands.
The wrong emote.
When you try to taunt with an emote and you press the wrong one.
You cancel the dance for the.
Especially if like you send it to your mom or something.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Oh, you pressed the wrong emote, chat.
Someone clip that, please. DJY, do something with that.
It's so random. He's just he's vibing and then all of a sudden respect. That threw us off for sure.
I wasn't ready.
My
All right,
God,
let's get back into the item build right here. So the Happy Siege was there towards CW, explaining again why the chunks in the early game was so high. Along with that though, again, he has the rose gold. He knows that there's a threat for the Yves, like you said, Mirko, to really zone him out away. But everyone else, it's all about going in. And Sans on the Kadira, this was one of the most, I guess, audacious plays I've seen from Sans in the Kadira. I guess because of the Blood Wings and because he knows that everyone else, Kyrie, Keyboy, and CW, and Ludpi technically, are taking away so much pressure, so much focus away from him. He just has free reign. Whether or not he wants to go in aggressively, whether he wants to just wait there and just spam some recoils, he can do almost whatever he wants. And I think that's really where you see Sun shine, when he's not really forced to do anything.
Sunshine?
And he can pick. Sunshine, yes. When he can really pick and choose what exactly he wants to do and be creative.
I think so, man. I mean, the Kadira is just a pick that we kind of identify as a signature pick for him for such a long time. But this season, we've only seen it in the last 2 days. We haven't seen a Kadira at all. So, seems like he's back to his comfort.
All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the comms. How calm or how chaotic was it? But we'll see as we take a look at the golden moment by Ubes Gold.
Lu bisa tarik dulu nggak kayak jangan di tengah-tengah gitu. Gua minta biar gua bisa
Tapi harus ini awe, lu nggak boleh hit lah dia.
Ya gua nggak.
Gua aja biar gua bisa counter darah, Bang.
Sabar guys, sabar.
Aman. Bisa bers.
Udah silat tuh Akai. Berani kalau bro. Dia berani ya, Akai ya. Akai dulu. Akai ini, Boston tuh. Ulti aja, Bay. Sabar nih. 2 orang nih.
Ada lore ya, guys.
Ketinggalan, Cok. Teris. Pelan-pelan ya, kiting guys. Aman gua. Coba cover, guys.
Guys. Udah free buy. Gotong.
Gue liat cewek.
Aman nggak?
Aman, we.
Guys.
Gue liat lu orang.
Dia low banget guys, Jeff ya.
Nice.
Itu ada orang tuh.
Matilda.
Gue ada emo sih guys. Nenek maju cok. So cool. So asik. Astagfirullah. Orang dulu aja.
Guys. Tempelin. Angkat we.
John.
Nice. Let's go.
Typical Onic.
Yeah, on
Nice.
character.
That's the only part where there was a slight bit of hype. The tiniest pinch of hype. Nice. It was Keyboy.
It's like an 80% increase.
It makes
12.
sense why they're what's that? Their emote is just go on it.
No, it's Ora.
Yeah, but it
That's
used
the old
to be.
one. Yeah, true. That's
And now we're seeing the older Onic.
we're not hearing the Ora. Yesterday we heard the Ora. But maybe they're just chill and they want the games to go the distance because of this.
Yes, because Moonton cares. All right, Moonton cares, and Hope Cop will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garudaku Academy, and the funds to be given will be calculated based on the in-game gold achievement during all matches from week 4 to week 6. Also, today's the last day of the regular season of MPL ID Season 13, and the gold earned by the MPL professional teams will be accumulated and multiplied by 30 for the donation amount. So let's witness Moonton Cares and Hope Cup's contribution to the development of the Esports Academy in Indonesia. And this is how much has been fundraised, 179 mil.
Wait, it says gold there though, so...
No, this is already multiplied.
It's already multiplied, right?
Should be.
The fact that they put gold there just makes it seem like
Yeah.
that's the gold
It's a
amount. Which is
throw-off.
like, wow,
True.
that's crazy.
But yeah, this should be the amount that has already been multiplied by 30, and this will be going into the development of the Esports Academy in Indonesia. And we still have 2 more matches, and technically, we have a chance to get all 2-1 today as well.
We saw that
Because of
yesterday.
Omwawa.
It's always when me and Omwawa are on the same.
It happened yesterday too, so...
Was Omwawa there yesterday?
So it's just an MPL Season 13 thing, you know?
Yeah.
Which is cool, right? Because for the longest time, it's a debuff. It's the Omwawa debuff. Whenever he's around, matches just get so close, so competitive. We have to investigate. I mean, Detective Mirko can maybe look into that.
All right,
I
I have that S24 to do it.
The next match will be Alter Ego and Bigetron. And looking at their performance, it could be a 2-1 again
Hope so.
for Alter Ego.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I hope so too.
I don't have the... Oh no! No! We gotta stop this. We gotta stop because we gotta go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into match number 2 for the Chaos Derby. We will see you in just a few. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now!
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan curi dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
Sí. ¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres de ti?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG Rings, Diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja Wisrik di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
필요합니다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 파워 게이다.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
Tú de parte de aquí.
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Tambah mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja Wisrik di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko. 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte de Argentina?
Del norte.
MPL sedang berbagi THR bersama Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Di sini Bude Clara Monster bertugas untuk mengumumkan siapakah yang akan menjadi pemenangnya. Akan ada banyak banget hadiah untuk kalian semua. Ada skin, ada diamond, dan juga ada Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Jadi di sini kita akan nge-shuffle, kita akan mengundi buat kalian yang ada di rumah, buat kalian yang ada di MPL Arena yang udah beli tiket dan juga udah datang. Nama kalian mungkin menjadi salah satunya. Yuk kita akan undi langsung saja untuk 25 orang pertama yang ngedapetin skin epic permanen. Let's go. Mana nih? Oke. Dan ini adalah skin epic permanen. Wah, kira-kira skin epic apa yang kalian dapat ya? Tada! Dan ada 25 orang pertama dengan namanya ini dia. Apakah ada nama kalian di sini? Jangan lupa tag Bude dan juga tag MPL ya kalau nama kalian muncul di sini. Dan ini udah 25, masih ada 25 lagi karena total ada 50 skin epic permanen. Dan inilah dia, sudah terlihat yang ada di sini. Yang terakhir Fuso, buset. Ini Fuso ngedapetin ya. Oke, selanjutnya 25 yang kedua. Mari kita shuffle dan undi. Asik dapat THR dari MPL. Oh, 25 yang kedua jadi total 50. Nama-namanya ada siapa aja nih? Wow. Ada Bian, ada Rai, ada Zaki, Viko, Alan, Rafi. Banyak sekali 25 nama yang mendapatkan epic skin permanen. 50 orang sudah mendapatkan skin epic secara permanen. Congratulations buat kalian yang sudah ngedapetin skinnya. Jangan lupa tag kita ya, kalian dapetin apa. Dan untuk selanjutnya buat kalian yang beruntung ngedapetin diamond, ini akan ada 2000 diamond yang kita undi. 2000 diamond. Siapakah yang akan mendapatkannya? Dak dikduk ser gak sih? Dan inilah dia 8 orang pemenangnya. 2000 diamond untuk 8 orang. Siapa saja nih super fans yang udah hadir, udah beli tiket dan beruntung pula dapat nonton secara langsung. Ini dia. Ada Rian, ada Vinka, ada Arnetta, ada Uswantun, ada Randy, Feril, Raka, dan juga Dias. Congratulations. 2000 diamond udah gede banget. Namun di sini Bude bersama Samsung Galaxy A series 5G menyiapkan 5000 diamond. Selanjutnya kita akan undi bersama-sama. Inilah dia 5000 diamond untuk 5 orang pemenang. Satu orangnya dapat 5000 loh ya. Ini dia pemenangnya. Tara. Siapa nih yang ngedapetinnya? Wow, congratulations untuk Hamdi, M. Ilham, Yola, Lutfi, dan juga Doni. Mau buat belanja apa diamondnya? Jangan lupa bagi-bagi Bude ya. Congratulations, asik. Udah bahagia banget gak sih dapat 5000 diamond. Namun yang ada di MPL Arena mungkin juga yang berasa dapat, nanti boleh angkat tangan juga ya. Bude kepengen tahu. Enggak, Bude palak, tenang aja. Udah besar sekali hadiahnya. Selanjutnya, ini yang dinantikan. Kita akan shuffle, kita akan puter langsung ini yang ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Ada 3. Ada dua ini ya. Putar. Smartphone pertama didapatkan kepada 977162559. HP baru, alhamdulillah. Ini dia berbagi THR. Yang ngedapetinnya adalah Abdul Rahman. Atas nama Abdul Rahman, congratulations. Ngedapetin HP baru, nanti selfie-selfie bareng pro player pakai HP baru. Dijamin hasilnya oh yeah. Dan itulah dia yang pertama. Yang selanjutnya kita akan putar untuk Samsung Galaxy A series 5G yang kedua. Ada di nomor 71679237. Duh, ini saking sempit-sempitnya ya. Kita ngelihat hoki banget gak sih? Si Alif. Alif, congratulations. Kamu ngedapetin HP baru. Berkah Ramadan. Dan ini adalah THR dari MPL. Selamat. Dan ini adalah yang kedua. Akan ada yang selanjutnya. Yuk, kita cek bersama-sama siapa yang akan ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Selanjutnya, putar dan selamat kepada 889231111. Siapakah kamu? Wahai manusia yang beruntung ngedapetin THR dari Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Atas nama Herdin. Congratulations Herdin. HP baru, yeay. Bunda turut bahagia buat kalian semua yang sudah ngedapetin THR dari MPL bersama Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Kalian yang beruntung jangan lupa untuk tag kita juga di mpl.id.official. Jangan lupa juga untuk follow semua akun sosial media dari MPL dan juga Samsung Galaxy. Bunda Clara Mongsan mengucapkan sekali congratulations dan sampai jumpa mungkin di yang lainnya. Bye-bye. Match 2 nih.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
Tú de parte de aquí.
Del norte.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu. Hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu. Janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Kedua hari yang terakhir minggu yang ke-6. Di mana kita akan mempertemukan dua tim yang punya histori yang sangat panjang. Di mana tim Bigetron dan juga Alter Ego akan bertemu di leg yang kedua. Udah Clara Monster mengucapkan selamat datang untuk kalian semua yang ada di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah tentu saja di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Pertemuan mereka yang pertama terlihat begitu meyakinkan untuk tim Alter Ego. Namun jika kita melihat histori dari keduanya tentu saja Bigetron tak akan tinggal diam saja. Kita mengetahui bahwa pertempuran mereka begitu akbar sampai ada julukannya. Ini adalah Derby STM, di mana mereka akan terus berperang, mereka akan terus berjuang demi mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan belum lagi kita melihat bahwa dari segi klasemen ini begitu dekat, begitu pula posisi bisa berubah dengan sangat mudah. Alter Ego sedang mencari komposisi dan mencari gameplay untuk kemenangan mereka. Namun lawannya kali ini adalah tim Bigetron yang bisa dibilang hanya 3 tim saja yang bisa mengalahkan mereka. Dan salah satunya adalah Alter Ego. Akankah ada pembalasan dari tim Bigetron ataukah tim Alter Ego yang sudah bisa membaca dan menaklukkan sang robot merah bisa terjadi lagi di leg yang kedua? Tentu saja acara ini begitu meriah karena dukungan kalian semua super fans yang sudah hadir di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah. Dan spesial kepada para sponsor kita karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Munton. Presented by...
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome to the Chaos Derby, or now known as the War of Thugs. This is going to be the new title to encompass the severity between Alter Ego and Bigetron. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the English broadcast of MPL ID Season 13. Back at the desk with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And of course, before we begin, we want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partner in esports, Dune Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel. Our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, Neo, QLED, Supersmart TV, plus Saturdays. And of course, thank you so much to our government partner, PBESI. For without them, this would not be possible. But of course, let's take a little bit of a recap of what we have in store for us today on Sunday, the last day of week number 6. Earlier on, it was Onic being able to win it 2-1 against Dewa, followed by what you are guys watching now, Alter Ego and Bigetron in the War of Thugs. And of course, it will be closed out later on by RRQ and Rebellion.
Stacked matches today, but again, our focus now is on the second match after Onic won the first match. It's Bigetron versus Alter Ego, and this will have a lot of say in the regular season standings. I mean, technically every single match will have a lot of say in the regular season standings, but Dewa, with that loss, puts them to 9th from 8th, and Evo's Glory will rise to that 8th place position.
All the way up from the bottom here, Dewa United, though, after a great start, hitting rock bottom, and Onic climbing their way up after, for a while, just considered to be no longer the same kind of prime Onic that we were expecting to perform. Right now, though, the guy on top is in the firing line for Alter Ego. We have seen that Alter Ego can bring the fight to their opposition, but against a team like Bigetron Alpha, how well can they do so? What kind of strategy will they try and use? Because Bigetron so far are looking very, very flexible. It doesn't seem like there's a surefire, one simple way to really counter them.
That will be really important to think about, because not only do these teams want to secure playoffs, but they also want to be able to secure the upper brackets. And remember, this season is going to be 9 seasons, so 9 weeks. So essentially, we have 3 more weeks left after today. And now it's starting to become a race, because all these teams want the upper bracket. They want that extra chance in case they fall short.
Yeah, the marathon that we were talking about all the way from the early weeks, now it's more of a sprint. Now teams will have to get wins ASAP. And for Bigetron, they've had a very reliable person to get them those wins.
And it all stems from the kills as well. Number 1 total kills in MPL ID Season 13 right now, 101. Out of nowhere is Iman, but he's up against the number 1 total kills of all seasons, of all time. Sully Boy with 1,620. We'll see if the rates of kills here even says anything to how the game really unfolds in the Land of Dawn, right? For Alter Ego, this means that potentially, if they want to really match the kill pressure, the kill potential, it all starts from the mid lane, which in turn also carries along with the jungle and the roamer. Whereas for Bigetron, Eman just always seems to be somewhere there. Even when he's not in the spotlight, you know that he is just waiting in the shadows, just waiting for the right opportunity.
Wait, so are you telling me that Sally Boy will be playing in replacement of Krite today for Alter Ego?
Maybe, right? But we're
There's a
talking about
chance.
the kills right here. Sully Boy needs to be in the conversation. But Vector himself, I mean, he's been doing pretty well for himself. So we'll have to see if he can, be brought into the composition today and bring that flexibility, that crazy mid-lane hero pool that allowed him to get so much success.
Because if we're talking about Krite versus Sally Boy's debut wasn't that great. You will say otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm aware, but they weren't able to manage a win. So what potential does Sally Boy have, though? Why would they go back to changing their lineups again this late into the season?
So, let's talk about that debut first, right? Sully Boy's debut. You said that Onic are back. They were experimenting at first, but now they're back. So, Alter Ego decided to debut Sully Boy up against Onic, and it was 2-1. And still, Sully Boy played a pretty good game there in the series against Onic. So I would say that's a fantastic debut to go up against probably still rated as the best team in MPL ID and go and do so well. The only nitpick you can really talk about Sully Boy, the only negative is he played Valentina 3 games straight. So hero pool definitely not going to be as wide as Krite, who has had mid lane experience for way longer. But the mechanics, the instincts as well, Sully Boy kind of reminds a lot of the analysts and the casters of a very young Sans when he transitioned into mid from jungle.
True.
How long ago was that? That season
Sans?
Yeah, season
2 seasons
transitioning
ago?
to the mid lane.
Was it 2 seasons ago?
It was
think it's
season
longer than that.
9
Is it 8
in
or 9?
SEA Games. That's when James was the coach and Sans was picked as a jungler, but then he went in for mid to fill in the role. And then in season 10, he was full mid.
So it's been,
Wow.
2 seasons ago. Including now, it would be 3.
Right. So it's been quite a while. And I guess, especially with how the mid lanes have been performing, being more aggressive, more of a carry role as well, those jungle killer instincts do lend itself well to this role now. And of course, you're going to be roaming around. That is a role that's familiar for a lot of these mid laners. And what's familiar is also the fans, man. This is a very loud crowd.
It was very difficult to hear you, honestly, with the drums banging right behind us. I think, okay, we're on Bigetron's side today. So the supporters, the Bigot Troopers, they're really showing up. And it really does remind us once again why this is called the Chaos Derby. It's not just about the players that are playing on the stage, but also the supporters who are very, very passionate, to say the least.
Even on the desk.
Yeah, even on the desk, you know.
Coincidence? I don't think so, man. We're on the Bigetron side.
Yeah, I know.
I wonder why.
Arashi and Eterna, big fans of Bigetron, obviously, you know. So, absolutely, that's why, 100%, no cap whatsoever. But, you know, when we're talking about both these teams, I would say for Bigetron Alpha, despite this being called Chaos Derby, and despite both teams having that style for a long time now, the current Bigetron is not as chaotic as before. You know, they are way more disciplined than they were before. But for Alter Ego, it kind of seems like, yes, they have also been more disciplined, but they still thrive on those chaotic skirmishes, duels, and the early game snowball.
So let's see which lineup we're going to see today in order to facilitate that chaotic strength. But you're right, Paita, Sally Boy, Rossi, and Nino. We don't see Krite again. Sally Boy for the second time.
And it's also still Rossi, by the way, so we'll have to see, is this the end-all lineup? Because against them today is Sorizo, Nordlord JM, Super Ken Moreno Key, and Aman. Interesting matchup right here.
It truly is. But if Bigetron want to stay on the top, they really do need this win. Onic is creeping very close behind them. And welcome to the stage.
The Red Robots with Sorizo this time around in the lineup. Still #1 in the standings, trying to solidify their spot in the playoffs and possibly an upper bracket slot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Bigetron Alpha!
We haven't seen this team in the upper brackets for so long, but this season it looks like it might just be possible. Will they be able to finally, once again, win this out in this Chaos Derby against Alter Ego, the three-face masks?
Now a lot more calculated, a lot more discipline as well. Is that a new drip I see, by the way? Looking fly right here, going up against their arch nemesis technically. We'll see what they can bring to the table, what kind of crazy strats, because up against them today,
it's the three faces. A team that has always been super unpredictable. Now, even more so with Sally Boy, the Miracle Boy, back for a second match in MPL Indonesia Season 13. Not quite a victorious debut, but he will try to change that with this match up against #1. It's time for the three-face mask. It's Alter Ego!
They were able to win convincingly 2-1 the last time they met the Red Robots, with Sally Boy stepping into the fold. Will they be able to replicate the same success?
You have to keep in mind that against artificial intelligence, the longer you train, the longer you go up against them, the more they absorb and learn. That seems to be how Bigetron have been able to adapt and adjust so fast and so rapidly in Season 13. It all begins here with the brains behind the entire operation. Mr. Danang, of course, bringing in Keskute and Nafari. We have to see, both already showing great improvements for their team, but they're going to have to go even further beyond in order to really get a leg up in this matchup.
Talking about Coach Aldo, we've talked about him for the past 6 weeks, about him being able to just really rig out the potential that these players have in terms of hero pool especially. Do you think that the Valentina being picked up 3 times in a row was just a way to hide their strats? But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at this video to introduce the Chaos Derby.
Kita lihat BTR kan emang rapi kan. Nggak tahu kalau ketemu Alter Ego nih bisa beda kan. Red berantemnya kan ada kalau pasti ini Alter Ego nih berantem dah.
Menurut gue BTR yang sekarang nggak akan main tabrak asal sih, Mas. Karena mereka MM-nya Eman. Nah, menurut gue BTR yang sekarang terpaku sama Eman sih. Ibarat mereka sama sih gameplaynya memakai yang dulu zaman Brands di BTR. Kalau orang bilang kan pas pam Brands. Jadi kalau Eman yang nggak bisa main, ya mereka susah.
Tanda tidak ada yang bisa menumbangkan Tas karena tidak ada Eman.
Menurut gua buat sekarang nggak bisa sih gameplay kayak gitu. Nggak selalu bisa kayak gitu. Tergantung komposisi kita balik lagi dan komposisi musuh kayak gimana. Dan buat sekarang nggak semua game bisa main nabrak-nabrak. Jadi sesuai porsi apa yang dikasih, ya kita mainnya kayak gimana ya udah.
Coba didapatkan, yang berjuang ke depan, pada Slash super kill. Tadi kami dapatkan KYY. Tindakan preventif yang ternyata memaksa Sas untuk tumbang di depan sana.
Gue lebih prefer ke AE ya kalau misalkan dikasih hero masing-masing. Soalnya kan Nino ini cenderung main bot laner yang flex banget gitu. Dia bisa main fighter dan benar-benar power gitu. Terus di arah AI-nya juga main Teriza, Uranus benar-benar power dan trio mid-nya ini kayak benar-benar bisa ngerusuh kan. Jadi kalau misal masalah skirmish atau perang itu AE kuat sih.
Nggak tahu, soalnya yang ku rasain di leg 1 itu beneran beranteman sih, bener-bener kayak STM banget. Nggak tahu ya, bisa jadi kan kita lihat BTR kan emang rapi kan. Nggak tahu kalau ketemu alter ego nih bisa beda kan. Red berantemnya kan ada kan pasti, ini alter ego nih berantem dah gitu loh. Kalian lihat aja kayak Hengki kan main di tim lain, lawan tim lain kayak rapi gitu. Lawan Opa tapi sendiri dimasukin tower-tower gitu loh guys. Beneran nih bocah makin berantem mulu ternyata. Kayak nggak mati gitu loh game ya. Ya nggak ngantuk lah jadi ya.
Lumayan poking damage terjadi, dapatkan MFN dan menuju ke arah Soul Result. Kalau nilai dikeluarkan Last Insanity for defensive menuju ke arah Sas. Masih belum terlalu berasa, dapatkan Retribution. From Super Kill berhasil akibat KYY. Wajahnya sangat baik para pasukan dari tim Bigetron. Mereka harus menuju ke arah belakang karena perhit dari Dino. Gak bisa mereka bendung kembali. Dan mereka pun telah dikeluarkan oleh para pasukan Bigetron. Kali ini gak bisa menang, dia bisa diberikan survive. Dan gak ada jalan untuk pulang untuk KYY. Dan MFN dan berhasil membuat Emon terperangkap dan patah.
Yang pasti harusnya setelah menjalani match lawan Onic ini kita lebih siap dan harusnya lebih bisa menang sih. Karena secara nggak langsung menurut gua pribadi Onic lebih di atas BTR. Insya Allah yakin AE bakal menang sih selagi gua main.
We will win if I play. That was the last closing statement by Onic. Bang, win bang, udah gosong nih.
It's like, guys, please win. We're cooked. We're cooked. Please win. It's time to win, please. They had such a good start in the season, right? And then what happened? It wasn't stable, it wasn't consistent. And now there's a chance at least. Well, Sully Boy seems to be very, very confident with how he was giving answers in the interview.
Right. They were saying like, hopefully we'll win as long as I'm around.
As long as I play, we will win.
We will win.
He didn't sugarcoat it.
All right. He was that confident. So against Moreno, right, who a lot of people are gassing up right now because he is very, very good. We'll have to see how will that matchup play out. But I do think that for sure it can't be a pure 1v1. There's going to be a lot of intervention and dodging away from the roam gangs, the jungle gangs, is now part of that mid lane reality, right? You can no longer play the mid lane like it's your own lane. It's already part of a whole like triple mid rotation.
And if that's the case, then the priority for the mid lane is going to be that much more important. And if your team can't find the success with the hero pool, that might be a little bit difficult to find. So we'll see what Alter Ego has in store for us, for Sally Boy in particular. What other heroes he has in his pocket other than the Valentina, as we do get into the drafting phase of game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. For Bigetron, they have taken away Luo Yi as well as a chip. For Alter Ego, the Arlet and the Matilda has got to go.
Oh, the Matilda, potentially 2 roaming heroes, hinting at a very aggressive roam playstyle, at least on paper. For now, it's hard to really get a read on for sure. I think, considering we saw Alter Ego play a bit earlier this week, I think Bigetron are the ones who might be cooking something up. But of course, against them today is the Architect, so you can never be too careful when you're up against someone so crafty.
Hereth was a prio pick for Bigetron Alpha in their victory. First victory of this week of the patch against GeekFam. Hereth first pick, and now so far so good for them technically if the plan is to pick up the Harith first. Arlit Mathilda banned out by Alter Ego, and do they want to take away the Harith? The Nolan is also left up for a grab, so maybe Alter Ego might want to take a page out of Onyx's book, the team that just beat them yesterday and play the Assassin. Ooh,
what?
That's the curveball. We're talking about how Silly Boy plays Valen 3 games in a row. Now no more Valen, but you will see a Harith.
But remember, the Angela is now left open, and Alter Ego can definitely capitalize over that.
They can go for that, they can go for the Nolan, and go for a very solid Assassin Angela combo. See, the two junglers from both these teams are very adept at playing that Assassin style as well. So we've seen it rise in popularity, at least so far today. There's a good chance that that could be yet another curveball that both these teams can bring to the table. It's gonna be the Ling Angela combo, just like that.
Dangerous stuff, the Angeling. When Onic played it yesterday, the Angeling against Alter Ego, it was nasty. There was nothing Alter Ego were able to do up against the Ling. But also, Alter Ego did not take the Hilda. Maybe because the Angela already kind of stops the Hilda from being a threat in the jungle for the Ling. But we'll see what do Bigetron go for. Nolan also upper grabs. We might be able to see the first Assassin versus Assassin battle of Week 6.
I would love that, personally. I've been waiting for that for quite some time. But to take away the kill potential from Alter Ego with the Angeling, they do bring out the Paramis as well as a safe pick in the Barats. Technically, it can be flexed, but for Bigetron, it hasn't. So it should go to the jungle for Super Ken.
Well, both teams getting a lot of good front lines right here. And for Bigetron, technically, it still can be flexed around if they really want to throw something really confusing. Surprisingly, so far, the Nolan isn't really being seen. And both teams already exposing a lot of their cards right here, especially for Alter Ego. I think Angela, Ling, and Terizla is pretty locked in where they're gonna go.
Wait, sorry, my bad. The Barats is still flex.
Yeah.
So Rizzo has picked up the Barats in the EXP lane, and he is the one playing. So Alter Ego, take away the Fanny, understand that this is still up for Bigetron to play around with. The Natan is a response as well from Bigetron to take out.
Natan already banned away, narrowing down the options. But just earlier, we saw what a Brody can do, especially in tough matchups. But against the Harith, though, I feel like it's a bit more manageable for sure. It's gonna end up being a battle of just mechanics and prowess in the gold lane.
So with the Natan and the Fanny ban here, do Alter Ego want to try to take away another possible jungle pick? Technically, a Fredrin could still make an appearance here for Bigetron Alpha if they want to put the Barats in the XP, right? They go for the Hilda instead. This was the pick that we were actually talking about. But for Alter Ego, by the way, just want to put this out there. This is the same exact draft that Onic went for. Angela, Ling, Terizla, even the order in Game 3 against Alter Ego. The last two picks were Roger and Kadita for them. So, if they want to just replicate Onyx's style, literally take a page out of Onyx's book, Roger Kadita for extra dive on top of what they already have here.
Can work, but we talk about the Hilda being banned out. The Masha now is also a usable option, although it really isn't as oppressive or as sustainable nowadays, looking at how it's being played and how the itemization has changed for that Masha. So with the Lilia now banned away, not a lot of ways for Alter Ego to really threaten that clumping teamfight dive-heavy style that Bigetron Alpha can bring to the table.
So your guess is Roger Kadita.
They want to go for it. They have to have Shred. They have to have someone in the lane that can deal with the Harith. They go Cho instead, so it's already completely different. And this will mean that, by the way, yeah, this is really good by Alter Ego, by the way. So they're actually going to utilize the Angela as mid, the Cho as roam. Alter Ego, when up against Onic yesterday, when Onic went for the Angela Ling Terizla, Alter Ego banned Cho and Gwyn in the second phase to take away these roamers who can provide absolutely amazing clear for the Angela mid to work. So now that the Cho is up for grabs, this is also a pick that Rossi has found a lot of success on last season.
So this is Sally Boy on the Angela.
Yes,
Very interesting.
Should be.
How many seasons have we seen him being the one protected and now he's the one protecting. Bigetron will close it out with a Minotaur and a Paquito. The closing hero now for Alter Ego.
Against a Minotaur Faramis combo, the all-out team fight really doesn't seem to favor them at all. And with the Paquito, very good 1v1 potential, and that's something that Sorizo has done very conveniently. Alter Ego have to find a way to either win out in the pickoffs really heavily, or get some way to control or disengage from the big team fight, right? Use something that can bait out these big ultimates.
For the gold lane though, right? This is for Nino.
Yeah.
Could it be a fighter?
I don't think so. They need a little bit more sieging power. It has to be a marksman. I think Claude would be a safe option to go for. But
Oh my! Oh, this is so hype.
This is a brawl. This is season 7, ladies and gentlemen. It's an Esmeralda. We were talking about Esmeralda yesterday to be a counter to the Harith, and they go for it.
We finally get to see it. It's back. Will it work? That's a big question.
Season 7 Nino.
Season 7 fighter Nino. It was demolishing all the gold laners put in his face. With the Esmeralda, with the
Season
changes
8?
to the magical items.
Season 8 as well, right?
Yeah, season 8 as well.
Yes.
It was season 7 and 8.
Yeah.
It was
I'm
also
so
the
hyped
time
for
when
this.
Maungzi, Ahmad played Beatrix mid.
Seems like a whole lifetime away, man. But we're seeing some nostalgia right here. Play Esmeralda, man. With the Blood Wings, for instance, there's so many item combinations right here that can make such a big difference.
What a way to begin the Chaos Derby, ladies and gentlemen. The audience in the building, they're feeling it. We're feeling it as well on the caster desk. But will it work out? Debut Esmeralda in the gold lane as a counter to the Harith that has not found a counter just yet. Is this the answer to these questions? Let's welcome you to game number 1 between Bigetron and Alter Ego.
Lunox was too vulnerable and lost that matchup. Yesterday we saw Onic try to go up against the Harith with Lunox. Now it's the other counter, the Esmeralda. Definitely takes away a whole lot of the sieging power that Alter Ego would have usually on a marksman, but is it worth it?
We have to see how it really plays out, man. No sieging power, but a lot of ways to just go in, dive in, and set up for a big wombo combo dive, just the way Alter Ego used to really enjoy doing it. So Rizzo, by the way, with the sprint, this seems to be their attempt at mitigating that long distance, the mobility that Taz would have on this link. Looking at the items here, Inspire for both Iman and Moreno. They want to have as many spells as possible. So does Sully Boy. And Nino and Rasi has agility, because both of these heroes, the Cho and the Esmeralda, will benefit so much from that movement speed. It's going to be a whole mobility versus crowd control type matchup. Alter Ego will have to try and move around the crowd control, and Bigetron, it's their responsibility to lock Alter Ego down.
But if I'm not mistaken, one of the big weaknesses to the Esmeralda... Wait a minute. Nino gets jumped quite low with Key coming in there. Oh, a mirror play is happening as well.
Good jab as well, trying to zone Taz away. And Taz actually utilizes Retry here. That is quite a bit late because the turtle will spawn in 10. Bigetron will have so much pressure to play with around that turtle now.
Quite off in the timing, but back to the point, one of the biggest weaknesses of Esmeralda is CC, no? With Nino picking up the flicker, I wonder if that is going to be a big problem for Nino later on when the team fights happen, because Bigetron have picked up quite a lot of CC heavy heroes, right? The Key, Chorizo, Moreno as well.
Look at this. Rashi's not level 4, so he can't completely punish Chorizo, who gets a shielding. The turtle is going to be taken for free, and they control the purple buff. Chorizo now tied up by Sellyboy. Pi doing some damage, and Chorizo pops in the sprint to disengage. Bigetron control the purple buff here with a Retry as well. Pi jumps in, but Minions Fury will knock him up. Super Ken, Retry securing the purple buff and taking it away from... Oh, wow! Oh, two-man with the missiles, catching him now. A hard guard in place to Pi, but Chorizo is going to be rotating as well, with the Death is Welcome used up by Bigetron Alpha. But they have accumulated... What? This lane? Nino is losing in this... Who can counter the Harith?
It's just too strong right now. And this is before the main item spikes, item power spikes do come in and make a difference. There's a question, Eterna. No Purify on Nino, but a hard guard available for that age-old combo. The Angela in a fighter that can just run all the way in the back like an almost more improved, tankier CC.
I do have to say, for Onic at least, whenever they go for the assassins, they always ban Barats. Is this why? The farming of the Barats, it's crazy. He's out-farming the Link by a long shot.
And it's because he's been winning in the red sheep battles as well when they are small skirmishes around the map so far. And the rest of his team as well. If you look at how Bigetron are moving, they're moving as a full unit, and all three are always just outnumbered and bullied away because there's no real main front line until later on, where Pai can be the main guy just sitting in the front, absorbing all that damage. For now, I guess Rasi can do that, but he can escape easily, but he can't really absorb as much damage as the members of Bigetron can.
So to sum it all up, essentially, this is not working out for Alter Ego just yet.
I think it's really gonna benefit them later on in the mid game for this game, at least with this matchup. But looking at the pattern right now, Bigetron Alpha is just farming, out-farming Alter Ego into a 2k gold lead. No kills just yet.
Super weak Ling in this game so far. He can't even get into his own jungle without getting bullied, and look at Key as well, just rotating over. Way the Dragon used up on Moreno. Comes in with another realm, gets caught in the penalty zone, but it's all good right now. Cerezo goes back in with a knockout strike, and a Minute's Fury as well. The Attempts of Blades will knock Key up, but he's happy taking it. Now Pai is going to be locked down very low. Shadow Stampede, one more hit to take him down, and Super Ken amidst the chaos takes the advantage. The orange buff.
This
It's not working out. It's not working out at all. For Alter Ego, Bigetron, they're winning in these team fights. Oh!
You know,
wow.
It doesn't work!
No. What the heck? Both counters that we were talking about, Lunox yesterday and then today the Esme, have completely failed.
Even though in theory Nino should be able to steal away some of these shields and get an advantage, all the damage is coming out a bit too quickly for Iman on the Harith. Already with the Starlim as well, that's some good true damage coming through. Same thing can be said for Nino, but there's a range disadvantage for sure. For now though, I think Alter Ego, they're just stuck looking for some kind of pickoff, some kind of scramble. Rasi has not been able to find a pickoff.
Rasi goes in now with the falling Star Moon of Nino as well. Cerezo getting the shielding down 2 times with the passive on this first skill. But that's first blood. I forgot that we don't have a single kill on the board just yet, so first blood in the 5th minute, almost 6th.
A very slow game when it comes to the kills for sure. And the big advantage for Bigetron right now is they are the ones doing their thing, and Alter Ego are the ones trying to adjust, trying to find opportunities to try and take advantage. Because of that, Super Ken is just doing the usual farming rotations, whereas Alter Ego are the ones sending Taz to find farm elsewhere on the map, looking for Rasi to try and save their own members, to try and go for some of these pickoffs. And to make things worse, there's no real easy target for them to go for when they're trying to go for a pickoff.
Exactly, that's what I was about to mention. What's the Link supposed to do in this particular situation?
We saw Kyrie when he was behind go for farm the side, but now it's Paquito. Rasi goes in, Way the Dragon committed as well, and that's going to be Cerezo who falls, but Iman now rotates over to the bottom lane with the help of his Fury, pops in his Mon Force, and not even the hard guard can help him get out of this damage, which is still insane from Iman. Nino outmaneuvering them, going into the bushes, but Iman is still chasing him down. 2-man penalty zone as Alter Ego look for the collapse once again, but Iman now jumps back in. Another realm pop down, Key will lose out on the HP, and Rasi will fall. Iman picks up one, Nino still in the bush, Moreno spots him out, and now it's going to be Pai who's very, very low. Iman won't pop in the Purify. Pai, one last hit should do it. Iman again, he has his Iman Force. That fight lasted so long, he popped his ult twice.
1-for-2 trade as well. Bigetron win it all out. A 5k gold lead already, and you're right. It seems like this matchup, it just triggers the chaos within both of these teams. Nino didn't have to re-engage into that, but he did. And they weren't even able to get anything out of it.
It's not only a matter of winning, it's a matter of pride, man. How they win this match will make a huge difference considering the history, the rivalry that both teams have. That's why they wait for such brawling compositions. But right now, Iman is just so difficult to deal with. Tankier because of the shielding, but also a lot of true damage coming in such a spammable nature. You're seeing why it's been such a solid replacement for traditional marksmen. And for Alter Ego, they have to, if they really want to try and deal with him, they have to burst him down before he gets rolling, before the Zaman Force gets activated. But the problem is they don't have a lot of crowd control. The only person they can really rely on to do that is maybe Rossi. But good luck finding him in the midst of everyone, including the Minotaur. They can cancel everything out with the Minyu and Fury.
Minyu and Fury, and even if you want to go for that, and if the problem is if Moreno is in the vicinity, then it can cause miscalculations because of the presence of the Netherrealm. I think the only way that maybe they can work around this Taz though.
Comes waves used up as well, so Rizzo gets a bit of a healing, try to run away. Netherrealm comes in, and now Taz is caught in the tough spot. He has the Defiant Blades to get out though, and they will be able to pick up a turret in trade. But it's a sprint for Chorizo for a lot of big ults. That's a hard guard. That's the main weapon of this Angeline.
That's the thing. That's what I wanted to finish before that fight begun. The only thing that I see Liling doing is utilizing that kill pressure to bait out the resources before a big team fight, like what he's trying to do before.
Right now, though, I think Alter Ego just have no kill pressure, no threat at all. Bigetron Alpha, they're just moving along as if Alter Ego won't do damage to them.
Penalty zone cancelled, and he gets chomped up. The recalls happen, but he has a penalty zone now. The Zaman Force will be used up to get the kill. And Alter Ego, their sieges have only come through the split pushes, the sideways, Chorizo chasing Taz away from even a Lethal Wanderer. But Taz will be able to pick it up with a red tree. But now, because he red treed the Lethal, Super Ken's on the orange, he wants it. Taz gets it away though.
Fortunately for him, as for sure. Looking at the EXP lane though, Chorizo with a 2k gold advantage with the Bloodlust Axe. We haven't seen Paquito's itemize so aggressively, but now another fight breaks out.
Flicker by Iman, that's what it's used for now. He's able to maneuver out of Rossi, who can go with the way to Dragon. The Netherrealm comes down as well as Keith chases Taz. Nino in the back, gonna be knocked out by Chorizo. And Pai will only be able to use the penalty zone defensively. The Angela, the Ling, they are running for the hills, recalling as Pai gets ran down by the rest of the Bigetron members. Rossi and Sunny Boy, only a Cho and an Angela against the power of a Harith, a fed one at that.
It's not looking great. This might be the final push that Bigetron need.
Taz is still on the bottom side. He's still going for the purple buff. And Bigetron Alpha look to collapse once again. They're playing it as slow as they can, but Taz this time has a purple buff. Jumps in to the midst of it all with a temper the blaze as well. Picks up the blaze and goes back to the Lord. Able to buy some time. A knockout strike onto 3 though will mean that Bigetron Alpha will be able to disengage from this team fight. They've gone 2 base turrets.
What a team fight. 2 waves are still going to be crashing, but it doesn't look like Bigetron Alpha want to commit just yet. Super Ken and Key opening up vision for the team, but break that down for us. What happened?
I think Bigetron they're just a bit too far ahead and they have way too much sustainability. Alter Ego, for the longest time, the fighters really worked because the marksmen were a lot more vulnerable. They can really be taken out before they can output their damage, right? That's the trade-off. For the Harith right now, that's not the case. The Harith still has a lot of shielding, a lot of spell lifesteal as well. Although the concentrated energy isn't really completed just yet for Eman.
Oh no, Rossi!
Look at that. Ooh, Rossi.
Good cancel by Super Ken on that way. The Dragon, he was looking for a cheeky little pick off of Taz now. Jumps. Minion's Fury almost predicting where Taz was going to land, but Pai, penalty zone used up, cancelled again. Zaman Force now, one last shot. Take Taz down. The hard guard was over on him, but now no minion waves, not just yet. The minion wave in the mid lane will come crashing down into the base. Alter Ego, do they have the wave clear to deal with this right now? With Iman already using the Zaman Force, they should be able to still clear it out. Super Ken, tanky as ever. Nino back up top. Chorizo with a knockout strike onto Nino, who's very low. Shadow Stampede, bring him back, and now it's a Zaman Force again from Iman. Not able to go for the base just yet as Rossi jumps in. Iman dodging away, just a pixel away from the penalty zone and flickering out of the way of the Dragon. It looked like the animation was about to come out for that way of the Dragon, but Iman dashed out just in time, or blinked out.
Happy feet on Iman. All the resources thrown at him, and yet he was able to dodge it all out. No Purify, no problem. Utilizing the flicker in the last second to evade. That was brilliant by him. Still, Iman, Harith, I don't think you can find a counter at this point.
As of right now, with the protection that he's granted with crowd control, with the Netherrealm's second HP, and his own flicker earlier, there's just no real way for Alter Ego to go for him and securely secure him without him wanting to be in a precarious position. And look at his positioning right now. He is just waiting out in the front.
Look at the damage. Saying goodbye to Pi. He gets the penalty zone down, but he gets penalized as well for doing that. Taz is looking for an angle, but look at how Bigetron Alpha just layered their damage and waited for Taz to have no energy to contest for it. Now Taz is getting ran down by Moreno, who's just chasing him down, walking him down, sending him a thumbs up, and Key catches him off guard. Taz has his Tempest Blades. He will be able to escape just for a bit, but now one last hit should do it. Moreno goes bursters. Taz gets the hard guard. No, wait, photo. That was a photo.
Oh, wow. So the hard guard was definitely used right there, but Rasi now, once again, caught in the back.
Oh, Death to this welcome. Didn't connect. Oh, my damage. Rasi's 1 HP. A pixel away from getting shut down. Him on with his Bond Force now. Minus Fury as well. Say goodbye to the Angela. Where did she go? Another realm to give them safe passage to not just go for the base, but to go for the members first. No hostages. 14 minutes.
What a dominant performance by Bigetron in game number 1 as they lead this Chaos Derby. What is that damage from the Herod though?
It's just unreal. The mobility, the sustainability, the damage as well. For the longest time, the Herod can do damage, but usually it still doesn't match up to a marksman. I think now finally, with the changes, with the item changes as well, I feel like he is just beating down any kind of opposition, any kind of matchup. Even the ones where on paper, logically speaking, from the kit, should be countering this Harith.
I have to give big props. Like Iman, obviously, when he got those resources, when he got that space, he carried the game as usual. But the big hole in Alter Ego's game has to be not banning out the Barats. There has to be a reason why Onic always ban the Barats when they go up or when they have an assassin plan. And we get to see it firsthand. This is why Onic are so concerned of the Barats every single time, whether they are on red side, on blue side. When they're setting up for assassins, they ban Barats.
That's an interesting observation.
Oh my
Is
lord.
it because of the clear?
Yeah, the clear, the invades as well. You just have so much more pressure compared to the assassin, and say goodbye to purple buff from
no
level.
other heroes can replicate that. Fredrin,
So
Akai,
far, no.
Baxia, no.
So far, I mean, the Baksha can actually clear as fast, but the Barats has that anti-CC that makes him a bit more of a menace, I feel.
Interesting.
Technically in an odd brawl, the Baksha has a mobility tool, right? So the Baksha has technically 2 damage spells in a early game skirmish. The thing is, if you look at this game, I don't think there's a single moment where we're like, oh wow, Super Ken is in danger.
No.
That's
right?
true.
Because he's so tanky, he's up against assassins and a fighter with short range without shred in the gold lane. He can just stomp around without being threatened at all. But he isn't the player of the game. It is Aman on the Harith. You can say that, oh, Harith is a broken hero, but the execution in the Land of Dawn, I think, really shows again, like, this man and his decision-making and the confidence he has in his team.
He didn't even bring Purify. And that wasn't a hindrance at all. 308, not taken down once. With all that chaos coming in, that passion coming in from Alter Ego. Like you said, complete trust in his teammates, as well as his own capabilities in the micro department. The way that he was able to evade time and time again these spells, it was huge. But good honorable mention towards Super Ken, like Miracle mentioned before.
And I'll have to say, my eyes were set on the Harith from the start of the game, the Harith Esme lane. And yeah, even in the early game, like level 1 to 2, Harith was winning the trades.
Yeah, the Esmer just wasn't working as intended for sure. And once Alter Ego just fell behind, not by kills by the way, because remember, Alter Ego did get the first blood. It's through the farm. And once the item power spikes are there, just look at how the fights play out, man. There's just so many ways for Bigetron to keep their members alive, and they are also a lot more mobile than the members from Alter Ego. So as a result, Alter Ego can't go for an all-in fight, a committed fight, and they can't really kite away or chase Bigetron. So Bigetron can choose where to fight, how to fight, and they have all the counters ready. And Iman, like you said, Eterna, despite everything going on, all the chaos in this game, look at his positioning. He's always at the safe spot, and even when Rasi goes for a play, he saves a dash or a flicker to ensure that it does get absolutely denied.
perfect from Bigetron, right? Because we were talking about the chaotic vibes that could happen from the start of the game. Even in an interview, Pride mentioned that, hey, Bigetron are such a disciplined team, but whenever they go up against us, it just seems like they fight. And I think for Bigetron, they realized, yeah, why are we fighting them? We can just farm and farm and farm. We have the better composition to hold on that early game as well, to get neutral objectives and to create a snowball. And that's why we didn't get a first blood up until the 6th minute. And by the way, first blood was for Alter Ego. That was 50% of their kills in the 6th minute of the game. And when they got first blood, Bigetron already had a 3.5k gold lead.
From farm alone. And that's the problem with their composition right here. Usually you see a fighter in the gold lane comboed with something a bit more aggressive in the jungle.
At least ranged. At least a ranged pick in the jungle.
Right, or someone that can facilitate maybe something of a dive. Because the idea is you have to end the game early before the marksman, or in this case, the late game mage, can really get to those items. You need to swing that weight around, go for dives, control the early game, and shut down the opposition before they get rolling. But when you have an assassin that's also as vulnerable against a barrage, like you're talking about earlier, Mirko, it's just so difficult. Not a single time did we see the side laners get pressured, get threatened by a dive. Even Rasi, the 5 minutes was the first time he went for a big Way of the Dragon play, and he was looking for opportunities before that, but there were none.
Big L for Iman though. I can't believe he didn't get sandbagged too.
Oh my.
Wow. Technically he could have, with the amount of shielding.
Best wingman too?
He was getting.
Well, you could do better, Iman. What the heck? Only got 3 out of the 4 categories. Come on, man.
I'm disappointed with the GPM. 800.
Right. Nowhere near week 1.
Only?
Not even week 6, day 1, Iman, right? Who got 900.
Look at Sully Boy's kill participation though. 0% on an Angela that's supposed to have easy impact in
Global
a team fight.
impact, yeah.
And you're supposed to be able to go globally anywhere the fight is.
Hey, look.
Man.
2 kills.
I know. I'm just saying,
So
that's
it's
how
like-
badly they were beaten down.
It's rough. So what's the answer, guys? What's the answer? Do you guys have it? Because I don't have it. What's the counter to the Harith other than it being banned out?
I think
What is it?
that comp can still work for Alter Ego. Instead of the Arlet ban, I would say just ban out the Barats. So Matilda, Arlet,
But
and
even in
Valen.
lane, you even mentioned that
True.
the Esmeralda wasn't doing great against the Harith.
Well, if we take a look at, if you really want to replicate Onyx's success yesterday, game 1, Brody was doing well against the Harith. Nino was shut down on the Harith by the Brody. So,
And we did see the Brody earlier. It did look very powerful, very strong, especially in the current meta with some assassins, some fighters, right? The independence of the Brody. And again, the aggressive gold lane that he can use to set up, let's say in this game, right? To maybe pressure the Harith, get him low, and then allow Taz to swoop in, get a kill, start snowballing. All these what-ifs, right? We have to wait and see till the second game to discover what kind of adjustments can be made. But I think we can all agree that it's possible. There's just some factors here that Alter Ego needs to really take into consideration and plug up. It's like holes in their game they have to really mend and plug in.
it's like they're in a
They're
boat.
cheese. Oh.
They got shot by cannonballs, and then now they have to like fix.
Like in that game,
Yes. It's like the island
I was
of
on bucket duty.
cops.
The bucket duty.
Oh, I'm on bucket duty, but it looks like Budeklar Monster is on interview duty.
Dirty?
Duty.
Duty. Duty.
So we'll see you
D-U-T-Y.
after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive the tongue twisters. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Ya, Bude pengen ngobrol-ngobrol apalagi dia baru saja muncul di LS Sphere. Oh, pasti kalian tahu kan? Siapa lagi kalau bukan romer dari woman scene kita, Vivian. Sini dong Vivian, Bude mau ngobrol. Asik, ini BTR ladies pada datang. BTR Bigetron Era. Halo Vivian.
Halo Bude.
Kesini mau mendukung?
Mendukung sekalian dipanggil sama Om Muntun.
Oh, udah ya. Mendukung, tapi menarik. Bude boleh dong tanya. Kayaknya Bude udah lost count gitu. Bude kayaknya berhenti di hitungan 235 pialamu. Berapa sih pialamu sekarang?
26 plus 1 SEA Games.
26 plus 1 SEA Games, berarti 27 ya. Dan yang SEA Games itu kayaknya spesial banget pastinya dong.
Iya, terus karena bukan bawa nama BTR kan, jadi nggak digabung. Plus 1 jadinya.
Oke, Scene Woman dilibas habis oleh tim Bigetron Alpha. Apalagi Vivian kemarin, Bude lihat sesuatu. Heboh semuanya. Heboh karena ada nama Vivian dengan siluetnya di LS Sphere. Mana nih ya, kita bakal ngeliat bersama-sama juga. Vivian, ini wah udah rame banget semuanya ngomongin Vivian. Dalam arti sebagai woman pro player, mewakili. Mungkin ini seluruh dunia juga menjadi icon di situ. Gimana Vivian?
Perasaannya ya Bude?
Iya.
Sangat shock. Gak nyangka sih, gak expect dari Mobile Legends terus dikenalin ke mana nih ya?
LS Sphere?
Ya LS Sphere. Dan gede banget nama Vivian gitu dikenalin ke bule-bule jadi kayak gak nyangka lah. Shock.
Gak nyangka ya, Viviannya aja gak nyangka. Terus habis itu gimana respon keluargamu dan juga mungkin keluarga Bigetron?
Kalau keluarga kayak, iya buset ngeri banget buset. Terus kayak bawa-bawa lah ke Arab gitu, ajak-ajak lah ya gitulah ngeledek-ngeledek gitu, goda-goda gitu.
Tapi memang nama Vivian itu ikonik banget apalagi di Scene Woman. Kita tahu betul Vivian dengan pialanya yang berderet bersama dengan Bigetron. Dan mungkin bisa dikasih tahu gak sih? Menjadi Vivian yang sekarang, jalanannya gimana sih? Perjalanannya, mungkin journey-nya?
Sebenarnya ini sih nggak ini juga guys, karena kayak sama-sama dulu dari public juga Bude. Kan awalnya public gitu kan, terus cari-cari lihat trial EVOS, terus mau cari trial RRQ juga tapi waktu itu belum buka. Terus ditolak di trial Science Ladies karena waktu itu nggak mencukupi syarat followers gitu. Ya terus ya pokoknya kayak kan kita dari publik ya, jadi benar-benar dari bawah, jadi nggak ada yang mau ACC gitu. Bahkan di BTR pun Pi diterima dengan alasan ada satu orang yang keluar nggak mau ngambil slotnya gitu. Jadi pilihan terakhir gitu, pilihan mentok.
Jadi perjalanannya nggak semulus itu ya, tiba-tiba wah kamu jago terus kamu langsung direkrut gitu, enggak ya?
Iya, jadi buat yang kalian ngerasa nggak punya orang dalam atau publik, tenang aja karena Vivian juga dulunya dari publik dan langsung diambil BTR gitu. Jadi emang dari dulu itu tercipta dibuat dari Bigetron gitu.
From nobody to somebody. Vivian menjadi sosok yang memang fenomenal ya bisa dibilang. Tapi motivasi terbesarmu sampai pada titik ini boleh dikasih tahu nggak Vi?
Pengen mengangkat keluarga itu pasti ya nomor satu. Terus pengen memperbaiki kehidupan keluarga juga. Sama mau tetap yakin sama kemampuan sih. Jadi kayak tenang aja kalau kita punya skill pasti kita ada jalannya. Meskipun emang penolakan-penolakan di awal itu banyak. Tapi dari situlah kita jadi kuat gitu.
Motivasi yang cukup besar pastinya untuk keluarga, untuk pembuktian diri sendiri juga. Gak gampang puas pastinya. Dan ngebuat Bigetron era banjir, tsunami trophy. Dan kalau boleh dibahas, juara WSL udah nggak terhitung. Kompetisi-kompetisi udah disabat juga. Terus juga bakal menjadi mewakili MWI di Esports World Championship nanti. Mewakili Indonesia. Lalu udah tampil di LS Sphere juga. Dan yang pastinya pada nunggu-nungguin nih. Bigetron era juga muncul di MDL. Udah banyak banget nih ya kayaknya yang kalian dapetin. Nextnya apa tuh kalau boleh tahu?
Fokus ke satu-satu sih Bude. Jadi kayak sebenarnya kalau nextnya pasti banyak. Cuma untuk sekarang Pi mau yang juara dunia sih Sport World Cup-nya ini. Fokus ke situ dulu.
Langsung ke yang ada di depan mata dulu. Harus difokusin, tapi pede gak sih Vi?
Pede, harus pede lah. Kita kan turnamen buat juara, kalau kita nggak pede gimana?
Untuk juara bukan cuma buat tanding doang. Vi, boleh nggak kamu sampaikan sesuatu mungkin
untuk semua yang lagi nonton di sini, para woman yang lagi menonton kamu, yang pastinya ada di sini dan juga yang ada di rumah.
Buat para woman, ladies-ladies yang main Mobile Legends dan target yang ingin jadi pro player, jangan dengerin omongan orang ya guys ya, laki-laki gitu semua kan pasti pada jatoin ya, bukan kalian doang. Karena kita juga di awal-awal pasti semuanya ngeremehin. Dan emang siapa yang tahu kedepannya bakal kayak gimana tuh nggak ada yang tahu guys. Yang tahu itu cuma kalian sendiri, jadi kalian tetap asah skill kalian terus, percaya, konsisten. Dan kalau misalnya kalian gagal di turnamen-turnamen nggak apa-apa, karena itu buat jam terbang dan melatih mental gitu guys.
Wow, tuh jangan dengerin. Dan sekarang kita mau ngucapin terima kasih banget Vivian. Selamat menyaksikan pertarungan selanjutnya dan kita bisa kasih tepuk tangan yang meriah dong untuk Vivian. Good luck ya untuk next year Stockcaster. Kita lanjut ke game kedua, silakan.
Thank you, Bude, for that interview with Vivian. It was actually a pretty good interview.
Yeah.
If you guys were paying attention, you guys were. I saw your eyes really glued onto the screen. Could you tell me what it was about?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the achievement, and it's, obviously, they're going to represent Indonesia again for the Esports World Championship that is going to be held in Riyadh. So, going to be really, really cool to see him. He was also displayed on the sphere with Flop Teasy is what we call him usually.
Pretty epic.
Flop, Mr. Flop with Vivian, the two goats kind of, right? I mean, male and female. It's really cool to see. 26 plus 1. 26 trophies for Bigetron, 1 trophy for Indonesia.
But there's only one investment plan.
Ooh, what is that?
UBS Gold.
Oops Gold?
Oops Gold. In collaboration with MPL Season 13. Don't forget to stay tuned because it will be releasing in May 2024 on @UBSGold and @ubs.lifestyle, available at ubslifestyle.com and of course the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Only one.
It's as easy as that too. You just open up the website, buy the gold, and you get an investment technically, right? It just grows in value every single time. It's the safest kind of investment in the world.
We like that safety, man. The consistency, right? Even when your favorite teams are just doing inconsistent, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. We like it when they're consistent, man. When you can rely on them to do good. So
consistency.
UBS Gold brings that to you.
Excuse me? Inconsistency? I can't relate. Just want to say, for no particular reason at all.
Fair point.
Hey, if this is a reverse sweep, you're gonna do push-ups for the gram.
Is that the deal?
Yeah.
So if they 2-0?
No, no, there's no that's not the rule. No, because you're come on. You're very confident.
You can do it, right? I mean, again, I think they just need to change a few things in the draft to try to make that work again. I think they should, I don't know, do they want to try it again? Or do they want to just say, okay, let's go back to utility?
I mean, like, if the Esme works, then, like, they could try it again. But if the Esmeralda doesn't work, so they'd have to ban out Barrett and maybe choose a Brody instead.
Yeah. Changing a little bit, but still kind of the same core gameplay and game plan.
What do you think?
I think it's almost like they tried too many things at the same time. They brought out this draft that I guess it's inspired by Onic, and at the same time they bring in the Esmeralda, right? So it's essentially more moving parts, more factors here that can go wrong for them against Bigetron, who I guess went with something that works, right? The Harriet has been tried and true for so many games so far, and everything else. Even the Minotaur earlier in the season was already a contested pick, and so is the Paquito. So it's almost like old school classics going up against the modern new varieties. And I think Rodrigo have to try and limit the inconsistencies, the X factors that can be a problem for them. And they've begun by banning away the Harith.
There you go. I guess that's the counter again, right? I think we've said this over and over at this point. The Harith counter is the Harith ban. So that will be taken off the board alongside with the Matilda, Luo Yi, and the Chip.
Still interesting to decide to stay on red side with so many prio picks being in the way. But I mean, technically for Onic, that's also the side they find most success on. So Rodrigo again want to try and replicate that.
I will choose
Harith, Matilda. It was Arlet in game number 1. and Valen, so they're gonna have to leave one open, and Bigetron actually are the ones to ban out the Arlet themselves. He's hinting at a possible... What are Alter Ego gonna ban now?
There was a Ruby as well last time.
I think they're just trying to limit the playmaking roamers coming in from the side of Alter Ego, especially the big team fight one. Earlier, due to the fact that they went with the Faramis, it makes sense to ban away things like the Ruby, for instance. But the Natan, first pick as a replacement for the Harith. This is the new version of the Yi Farsa and the likes, the Joy Nolan, right? Is it now the Harith Natan?
I think so. In the gold lane, I personally think these are two best gold laners, you know, the Harith and then very close second, but it's just different playstyles. Harith snowballs, this guy farms till late.
Alright, we'll have to see if both teams can execute on this. Bigetron wanting to snowball, meaning they will have to get some cryo elsewhere on the map. But Alter Ego now, I guess, learning, absorbing, adapting, going with the Barats now, trying to get a farm advantage, along with a Roger. Technically, both still flexible, but Bigetron can go for the Fredrin.
Let's take a look at Moreno's comment before, though. In regard to the MPL ID Season 13 standings, it is exciting. The top teams are competing closely, while those in the middle and the bottom have similar points. And that's why the standings are so versatile, and that's why this matchup is ever more so important for both of these teams, not just Alter Ego, but also Bigetron, despite them being at #1 currently. Fredrin and the Valentine are going to be the next choice in for the Red Robots. Alter Ego, how do they want to respond?
Against Natan, Fredrin, and Valentina. All things considered, everyone but the Natan is closer range. I'm thinking they want to maybe get something in the mid, possibly right here before it gets narrowed down even more. But the thing is, they have their whole mid lane hero pool technically hidden because Sully Boy hasn't really shown a lot of other picks so far, and they've banned the Angela themselves.
That's right, the Valen here is actually a very good prio pick for Bigetron against Alter Ego. They want to deny the hero that Sully Boy has been doing good on, and without the Angela, he's only played those two. They go for the Novaria, which is a new pick for Sully Boy, his third unique hero pick so far in MPL ID Season 13. But I think for now, Alter Ego, they need to ban out the X-Borg, right?
X-Borg. I feel that makes
They
a
can
lot
pick it
of
up
sense.
themselves, actually. First pick, red side.
But sure, and if they do go for that, they have a chance to go with the double slow, right? With the X-Borg and the Novaria. And by all means, against a hero that can shred down, of course in the late game, but a hero that can shred down the 10k member so fast, having that extra chance at redemption with the Firaga armor, we've seen that be a very valuable tool, especially in the later stage of the game, where both teams are just dancing around, waiting for a chance to go for a pickoff. And that combined with the Novaria information game and the poke, that can be the way they kind of outmaneuver Bigetron in the neutral objective situation.
Well, what is with the Ruby ban? Has it been prevalent in the first match as well? No, just this particular matchup.
You know where it's prevalent? The first leg. In the first leg, Alter Ego, Rossi completely outclassed Bigetron Alpha with the Ruby. So I think it's more of just respect. They know how good Rossi is on the Ruby. So even though we don't see a lot of Ruby nowadays, they still respect it. X-Borg, though, as predicted, will be banned out by Alter Ego. Too risky to leave it open.
Especially with their composition right now, having a Novaria means that they want to go and focus on a single target. Novaria doesn't do a lot of AoE damage. In the more general sense, it's a lot more burst damage onto the first member that gets hit by that Astral Sphere. So having the X-Borg up the picture will be great, but the Selena is predicted by Bigetron banned away as well.
Yeah, my bad. Completely forgot about the Ruby Gold. I think because I saw the X-Borg ban, I'm like, okay, this is a Barats XP Roger jungle if the Ruby was left open. Because then Alter Ego will pick a Ruby, and Ruby out lanes the Natan bully hard.
Oh, right. So that's the reason for the Ruby ban.
Yeah, Nino played it for quite a few times. Going full damage as well, by the way, so it is just a full aggression kind of Ruby that doesn't really play for setup. But of course, it's very situational, and it can work, I guess, in this composition. but now that's out of the picture, you have to wonder if Alter Ego are thinking of a different fighter to put in that gold lane.
Ooh, Lapu Lapu coming
Whoa.
in, so this should confirm, right? Lapu Lapu EXP.
Barat's
Barat's
jungle.
jungle.
Roger Gold.
Roger Gold.
Yeah, because Ruby wasn't up for grabs. It's a bit risky to go pull the marksman in the jungle without that. So BTR now, what do they go for? They're hovering on the Bane? What?
No way.
No, it has to just be a hover.
It has to be. I'm thinking something like something
God.
with crowd control, right? Because they want to really catch someone down, lock them down, and maybe deny. Key? Oh, wow. I thought they were going to go for a combo, some AoE, but no. They're doubling down on the single target situation right here. And technically with a Fredrin and a Franco, they have two ways to really stop someone from moving and allow the CC and the Natan to just shred one of them down. So the skirmishes are going to be a lot more dangerous from Bigetron this time around.
So now the question is, what does Rossi want to utilize in the roam? Angela's taken off the board. Grok is a possibility. Minotaur is banned. It's Florin. Okay.
Interesting.
This is very similar to the Rebellion draft that you remember with the Florin 2. The one that wants to look for brawls, but the only difference is the Roger was jungle for Vincent for Rebellion. It was also up against Alter Ego, by the way, fun fact. So they're taking a page out of, but now it's Nino who's using it, not the jungle.
So this is the first time Rossi's picked up the Florin in the roam as well.
I feel like in theory this means that Alter Ego will be standing their ground, just out-healing the damage, and they'll bring the sustain game here to poke down Bigetron and deal damage with the Novaria. But the problem is, even when they do get anyone low, can they even find a catch right there? Maybe with the Bravest Fighter? And on the other side, if they get jumped on, can they have enough to really escape from a sticky situation?
Questions after questions for this next game of this best of 3 series. Will it be Bigetron going 2-0 against Alter Ego, completely turning things around from the last time they met? That question will be answered right now as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between the Red Robots and the 3-face Mass in this Chaos Derby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, we're in. Already you're seeing the Barat's clear speed advantage, but Purify's in the hands of Nino, but also in the hands of Sorizo. So he's trying to be a lot more active here, take a lot more risk for his team, but ooh, Nino.
Very early on, this might be first blood. Oh, Nino, he walked back. He could have gone the Lycan pounced there. No first blood, and the gold crab also pulled away from Nino. It'll only delay it for a bit though, because never mind. That actually played out perfectly for Bigetron, and Man got it.
Wow, man. Alter Ego, small moments like this will absolutely add up. Salipovido showing the aggression once again with the rupture on the Novaria. So the early game damage is gonna be very dangerous. Nino though, with the thrill here, he's trying to just get as much damage in as possible in the early game trend. Shut down Eman, and on the Natan, that's just how it goes, but look at that.
Lycan pounce under the turret, one last hit would do it. And he pops the Purify as well. The Roger still an ultimate bully.
Better look from Alter Ego so far right here. Even in the mid lane here, Moreno is struggling to keep up with the clear speed because they're sending Key to really try and babysit Eman in the gold lane. And even with all that, it's still a lot of damage, and the Florin is just oppressive, man. It basically guarantees that all these smaller trades will go in your favor.
Yeah.
But that's just for now, right? With the turtle coming up, Alter Ego do have the better purple combo, but Bigetron have a chance to go for like a big pick-off maybe, with all the single target damage they have at their disposal.
Ooh, Bravest Fighter, the choice to go for Moreno here. Alter Ego hovering over it. He's not level 4 just yet, remember. But so, usually with Rossi, with a, good Iron Hook, and Taz gets up for a bit. Bravest Fighter on the back line right now is asking to be Purified to get out of Death Touch. Welcome, but Pike's doing a lot of damage. Now with stun as well. Taz gonna fall down to the Appraiser's Wrath, and Pike finds a trade, but it's only towards a roamer. Pike gets bursted down by Moreno. A 2 for 2, but in terms of actually 2 for 1 for Bigetron.
still very much value, and they're able to get Taz out of the picture. He's gonna try and rush into the turtle right now, but it won't be in time. Super Ken gets the first turtle. Bigetron take the lead when it comes to the big team fights, even though technically they're the ones who want to go for those pickoffs.
That was just catastrophic for Alter Ego. The purple buff stolen again this time by Super Ken. Last time it was Barat versus Ling, now it's Fred. Key, bloody hunt, the entropy used up, the burst damage not enough just yet. Emon's taking a whole lot of turret shots, and he falls, miscalculation! Emon falls, Key flickering forward to get the kill, but it's ultimately still worth it, definitely, for Nino over Emon.
What a massive outplay. We talk about, oh, not outplay, almost a misplay.
Yeah.
We talked again about the heat, the anger that comes when you're in this matchup against Alter Ego and Bigetron. I guess we're seeing a bit of that, even from the most calm person, Eman right there. Going for the kill, but unfortunately, taking one too many turret shots. A minor setback though, if you look at the gold lead. Bigetron still is in control, and Alter Ego now are definitely thinking, how do we wait and stay safe to the next turtle fight? And how do we win that fight decisively? How do we make sure that no one gets hooked down and bursted before the fight even begins? I think it starts with them being the ones to start the fight. But even then, they're limited in their tools.
But it's definitely a good start for Alter Ego, right? They're banking on the fact that Eman can snowball into the late game, get that late game pressure, and it's being hindered, right? 0-1 already. It will be interesting to see the development between the disparity of gold in the gold lane with Nino on the Roger. That so far sitting 2-1-0. It's looking good in that regard.
I think in the end of the day, it's going to be on Key to make these big plays happen. So far, all the success of Bigetron is started on the back of a big giant hook, but Super Ken once again is just bullying Taz.
And he used the red tree before the turtle even spawned, and he's now gonna go for the kill. Oh my god, Chorizo just dove him under the turret. The Dino has no power in this game. 2 games they're trying to shut Taz down, but at least on the Ling, you can usually go for side waves.
No way, right?
Ooh.
If he went for it, that would have been a big bait. They don't, and Super Ken will be allowed to be given this neutral objective for free yet again.
Bigetron just out-rotating Alter Ego again and again, man. You'll see that Alter Ego wants to go for a team fight, for a proper setup, but they just kept busy at every single turn.
3-man taunt into the Terrify, but Super Ken gets out, gets the dash. And that was clean. Again, just another attempt, and now they have created enough pressure up top to give Eman enough space to go for this turret for free. No trades on the board for Alter Ego. They're not even looking on the cross-side map play.
Just like that, just banking down, doubling down on their position. And from the threat of the iron hook, they're just making sure that Alter Ego can't move forward. Again, the main guy in the front is always going to be Taz, but this is the weakness when you have a... Oh, hang on a minute.
Part 2! And it goes the way of Bigetron this time. Key. That felt personal, man.
El Momento.
It's a beautiful hook.
As well, Silly Boy very low. Oh, beautiful hook. What a prediction! Super Key. It's not just Key. Chorizo tying him up, and now just yo-yoing him down for the execute. Chorizo now dashing to Pi. What is this Bigetron that we are seeing today?
They're streamrolling over Alter Ego. They're playing the game. They're doing it better. A 5K gold lead in 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And there's more.
Pai's supposed to be the frontliner, but he feels like a backliner too. Bigetron Alpha with a 6,000 gold lead.
It's full control, full pressure from Bigetron right now. And Key is not done. He's always in the right spot, looking, stalking the members of Alter Ego. Of course, the recalls come in, as always. It is personal. Oh!
Pulled back though, so it cancels out. He doesn't go for the Bloody Hunt. Super Ken is caught on the... Oh! Wow! He just dashed out of the Death in his welcome.
And Moreno, of all people, he's the one that is zoning Alter Ego away. They know that they have the bravest fighter and they don't want to commit over it just in case. Aman is still in the vicinity, but Alter Ego, again, what do they do? What's the answer to this destruction being brought in by the red robots? A perfect turtle now for Bigetron Alpha up until this point. It's insane.
Iron hook from Key into the bloody hunt, and Moreno goes in for the capitalization. There's going to be the bloom right there to help sustain, but Pi jumps in a bit too far, and it is going to be a 1-for-1. A roamer traded in. Moreno with the stun over to Nino with the bravest fighter now as the taunt comes in as well, but it's not going to be enough to take Nino down, not just yet. Rossi heals them back up. Moreno recalling in Alter Ego's base, and they've gotten enough space for Iman to take a free tier 2.
It's finally a trade though, Pi for Key. Not exactly as value as you would, but we finally see Alter Ego biting back.
But at what cost though? They lost so many turrets in that sequence of events, and so Rizzo.
No way.
That's all alone, by the way, and he is, this is why the CC got picked up against these. Another Iron Hook that almost connected. Iman is, yeah, if it ever looked like Iman was behind early on, because he was, it doesn't even look like it anymore.
And the pressure from the rest of the roster from Bigetron, even these turrets, they fell because Moreno was just standing behind them with the bravest rider. Like, you want to risk it? You want to risk it? You know, you see it happen before. And you can see that even earlier, Taz was forced to use the Daytona's Welcome because of the threat of the, not even the actual hook, the threat of the hook happening itself now. It's enough for Alter Ego to overreact and respect the hook.
Oh my lord. Alter Ego have been dodging away just by pixels, and now look at the Barats. He can't even go forward because he's tied up to Pi. Oh, that is so annoying. As a Barats player, you know how it feels when you're up against a CC and you get ulted.
This is a tough situation to be in for Alter Ego. They do have the Novaria, but even their gold lane, you know, he's gonna fall off compared to Eman on the Natan. We've seen what a late game Natan can do in the current meta. So Alter Ego definitely feels a sense of urgency, but they are powerless to dictate what happens. They don't have any pickup tools. The only big engage tool is maybe a bravest fighter, and they can't use it to start the fight because they need it to zone Eman and Moreno away. And just like that, while they're corralling Alter Ego in their base, Bigetron Alpha take everything.
Yeah, things have gotten from bad to worse for Alter Ego, and with Iman already picking up the Blood Wings as well, that's additional damage, as well as a little bit more sustain and shielding coming through just in case there is damage being leached onto him in these potential team fights.
Finally, we're seeing some items right here. Windtalker and Endless Battle for Nino, so he has a bit more burst damage to work around with, but he can't really deal with the frontline threat. Sully Boy only now at 10 minutes, finishing the Lightning Truncheon, not even any penetration. And for the side of Bigetron, not a lot of magical defense, but now with the Lord coming in, they go for the hook.
The Astral Echo Steel into the hitbox enlargement, into an Iron Hook, and into everything. Even Eman just picking up the kill, executing him, now going for more turrets. Key gets a hook, but it's only onto the cannon minion. 3-man stun over from Rossi. But the base turret will fall as well. They're just waiting on the cooldown of the Iron Hook to go to melt more members down. Sully Boy using the Astral Recall to get the Astral Sphere. Chorizo's dashing forward. He finds Sully Boy again with the Iron Hook flicker. And Pi is forced to flicker defensively. One last base turret is what stands Key! Another Iron Hook into the bloody hunt, and Rossi goes down as well. Going on, just free hitting, free melting, pops into Entropy. Where did Nino go? Iman's a magician here, and Bigetron Alpha are the Terminators in this game. The question now by Sully Boy, with me, Alter Ego will not lose. And Bigetron answer, nah, I'd win. 2-0, clean sweep.
Clean game from the red robots. Bigetron Alpha showing everyone what it means to be #1 in the standings. Another victory will put them farther apart from Onic, who is leeching closer in that second place position. But what a dominant game. Alter Ego, absolutely no answer to the aggression that Bigetron Alpha answered with. And it's a big question for the three-face masks. How much do they want it? How much does it take? How far are they willing to go to stay in their playoff run?
Fantastic performance, clean, composed, cold. The drafts were immaculate and the execution was a step further.
I mean, not a single stone left unturned. I think it's fair to say that for Bigetron's performance, man, in the drafts, in the line of Dawn, there were mistakes, but in the end, they were so dominant in every single aspect that those little mistakes that should be a problem looked like it did not matter at all.
That was... what a performance. Oh man! Alter Ego starting the season so strong. And they're getting dismantled bit by bit by bit. I'm wondering if it's starting to eat at them personally for these players. And again, Selly Boy in the mid lane, another loss back to back. Not a good look for the Miracle Boy.
I mean, we were talking about him matching the kill, but man.
But man, indeed. Let's see what they have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Bigetron Alpha, the victors.
Pembalasan dendam yang lebih sadis daripada leg pertama, inilah dia tim Bigetron. Mendapatkan kemenangan, balas dendam, lawan Alter Ego leg 1. Kalian tumbang 2-1, sekarang 2-0. Kok kalian serem banget di match kali ini?
Mungkin di leg kedua ini kita lebih persiapan sih buat lawan Alter Ego.
Persiapan?
Ya.
Emang apa yang harus dipersiapkan untuk lawan Alter Ego?
Maksudnya ya latihan kita mungkin bisa ditingkatin karena kan kita leg 1 kalah kan. Maksudnya kita nggak mau lah kalah di leg 2 lagi. Jadi kayak kita berusaha buat menang di leg kedua.
Berusaha menang di leg kedua, tapi ada yang khusus nggak sih mungkin untuk melawan tim Alter Ego? Special case mungkin? Kamu ngegangguin Opai, ngegangguin Pai gitu?
Enggak. Aku nggak mau kalah dari Opai.
Nggak mau lagi kalah?
Ya. Dia soalnya kalau aku kalah dia biasa ceng-cengin aku di grup.
Pas leg 1 kalah?
Ya dia cengin.
Cengin?
Iya, nanti Pai, lihat grup ya Pai.
Lihat, habis kamu Pai. Tapi kondisi Pai dan Alter Ego kayaknya lagi nggak baik-baik aja nih ya. Kondisinya sahabatmu kayaknya posisinya bakal turun ke bawah. Mungkin sebagai sahabat yang pernah dekat dan sampai sekarang juga dekat. Kamu ada nggak sih mungkin tips dan trik biar di atas kayak Bigetron gitu?
Buat tips nggak ada sih, yang penting semangat aja lah. Maksudnya aku tahu lah kayak potensi Opa itu dia dan timnya juga jago. Aku yakin mereka bisa cepet lah adaptasi di yang patch yang baru ini dan cepet naik lagi.
Diyakinkan bisa naik lagi. Kalau Ki aja bisa bilang kayak gitu, kita menunggu ya Alter Ego supaya bangkit. Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang patch sendiri, kalian sudah membaca patch ini kah? Sehingga permainan kalian terlihat begitu cepat, lancar, nggak ada kendala.
Enggak sih, sebenarnya kita di latihan juga masih banyak problem yang mesti kita perbaiki. Jadi kayak mungkin ini ada beberapa yang kita kasih lihat dari hasil update gitu loh. Tapi kita masih banyak mengulik juga dari update yang baru ini.
Oh, update baru ini, bentar. Ada yang menarik juga di mana Ki, kamu mainin Franco. Akhirnya Franco tuh dimainkan sama DNA Bigetron kah? Kayaknya romer-romer yang sebelumnya di Bigetron juga lagi pada pakai Franco. Ini Franco lagi up-upnya.
Kemarin gara-gara kalah sama Yivos sih di Francoin, jadi ya kayak ya udah aku pengen coba main Franco juga. Ternyata emang seenak itu.
Seenak itu Franco. Tarik-tarik.
Ya.
Narik emosi juga sepertinya iya di sini karena cepet banget. Ini siapa yang gak kaget? Dan kalian terlihat light banget dari Moreno sendiri. Lawanmu kali ini adalah satu player yang bisa dibilang baru banget di mid lane-nya. Gimana kamu melihat performa dari Selly Boy? Ini debut minggu pertamanya loh.
Bagus.
Bagus aja?
Ya bagus lah, kan baru satu season main. Baru.
Satu minggu, ini match kedua, 1 minggu.
Ya pokoknya baru lah. Terus ya lumayan jago sih, ngelihat kemarin dia lawan Onic juga lumayan perform lah.
Oke, jadi memang terlihat bahwa ini bakal menjadi calon kontender muka atau masih jauh dari Moreno nih?
Gak tahu sih.
Gak tahu sih ya.
Gak tahu.
Karena baru sekali bertemu juga ya?
Iya baru sekali juga, baru 2 match lah kan kelihatan. Maksudnya lihat nanti aja, siapa tahu tambah jago.
Siapa tahu, karena memang ini baru 2 match tapi kalau Moreno bilang dari performanya kemarin dan hari ini sudah bagus.
Iya, bagus.
Kalau ratingnya berapa nih?
Apa rating?
Rating debutan Selly Boy minggu ini.
8
per 10?
10, iya.
8/10 dari Moreno. Wow, begitu baik tentunya ya. Tapi mungkin kalau sekarang patch baru, Moreno gimana? Lancar untuk Moreno?
Lancar sih.
Lancar-lancar
Iya,
aja ya.
Lancar.
Cuma yang mungkin yang di sini dinantikan Assassin dari Super Ken. Kamu nggak kangen sama Assassin Hero-mu? Udah bisa loh. Atau 4 kata lucu juga nih?
Gak kangen.
Gak kangen?
Gak.
Jawabnya cepet banget, kenapa?
Soalnya main tank aja sih, yang penting menang.
Yang penting menang. Jadi menurut Super Ken, sekarang tank emang yang bisa ngebawa kemenangan?
Bisa sih dua-duanya, tergantung jago apa enggak.
Tergantung jago apa enggak. Kan kita tahu Super Ken jago assassinnya.
Enggak.
Merendah sekali kamu ya. Jadi sekarang memang lebih nyaman dengan adanya fighter atau tank jungler itu. Pilihan aman?
Gak tahu sih aman apa enggak, disuruh coach doang, aku nurut aja.
Pasrah aja.
Ya.
Pasrah aja. Tapi ngelihat, mungkin kamu udah nyoba dong Assassin Hero.
Udah.
Gimana?
Mungkin lumayan besar sih potensinya buat di pick di season ini, cuman belum tahu aja.
Masih banyak yang bisa dikulik ya?
Ya butuh waktu paling.
Tapi akhirnya ini kan udah mungkin lama banget kamu gak ngelawan Assassin Hero. Tadi Tas memakai Link. Gimana? Akhirnya gitu ya, lama biasanya tebel sama tebel, habek-habekan, kejar-kejaran. Sekarang lawanmu adalah Assassin yang dipakai oleh Tas dengan Linknya. Tas dengan Link.
Lawan Assassin tadi lumayan enak sih, soalnya dimakan langsung mati dia. Dimakan barat.
Oh, dilahap ya. Jadi memang sekarang tergantung match up-nya.
Ya.
Ya, begitulah ya. Dan kita akan melihat gak sih, kamu ada gak sih kayak bilang ke coach, "Coach please dong, aku mau pakai ini."
Gak ada sih, nurut aja nurut, anak baik-baik.
Anak baik-baik. Oke, emang bener ini anak baik-baik? Sorry, so kasih tahu dong, emang ini anaknya baik-baik semua, nurut semua?
Baik-baik, mau nurut ya?
Mau nurut. Ini saling menjaga satu sama lain sepertinya ya. Tapi sorry, so kemenangan kali ini, apa respon kalian ketika tadi udah kelar? Bus. Apa yang pertama kali kalian teriakin? Ada gak yang paling ribut tuh?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Berhasil balas dendam. Karena di leg kayaknya kalian cuma kalah dengan 3 tim aja nih. 1 udah bisa kalian kalahin. Nextnya, apa tantangan terbesar untuk balas dendam sebenarnya?
Nggak tahu sih, fokus sama tim aja sih, nggak mikirin balas dendam gitu.
Fokus sama tim aja.
Ya.
Tapi losing to time bukan option dong.
Jadikan pelajaran lah buat kita.
Jadikan pelajaran. Oke, now you're on top guys. Masih di atas, di pucuk tempat yang kayaknya sulit untuk digeser tim-tim lain. Eman, you're on the top of the classement now. How do you say about that?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah Eman. Eman, Bude penasaran. Is there any new words, Indonesian words that they teach you? Ada nggak bahasa Indonesia baru
Gak
gitu?
ada.
Gak ada? Gak ada, serius?
Gak ada.
Kalau ngatain sesuatu dalam bahasa Indonesia, closing for this week for Bigetron, can you say it in Indonesia?
Terima kasih Biget Troopers for coming in this venue for the efforts, and I hope next week we'll come back again. Yeah.
We'll come back again. Still on the top and Bigetron masih mix bahasa Inggris Indonesia ya. Nextnya Bude bakal request full Indonesia. Eman, not that. Dan itulah dia dari tim Bigetron dengan 2 game yang sangat cepat. Caster, game begitu cepat. Apa yang terjadi Caster?
How does it feel to be on top? Why aren't you do that?
You know why? It's normal now. There's like, I mean, haven't they been here since week 4, right? Like,
You know, it's his moment, right? He's waited so many seasons for this moment, for this situation, right?
3-0.
Let him have it. You know, it is what it is. It's your moment too.
I just...
It was.
You're up there.
For
Hello.
like 5 minutes.
Be grateful, man.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Solid 10 minutes.
The
after
comments
interview.
got me, man, on that post. But yeah, well done, Bigetron Alpha, the Red Robots. Hopefully, if they do keep improving, if they stay consistent and keep improving, and if they do represent us once again on the international scene, they will actually finally get something. But let's let's crown the POTM, shall we? Eman, MVP on the Natan. Don't look at me like that. Calm down. What's wrong?
I mean, POTM. Presented by your official Truman smartphone,
What
Samsung
the
Galaxy
frick?
S24
Is that a
series.
joke?
We have broken past 1,000. That is, I believe,
No, that's
the
the highest.
Yesterday, I think Kyrie
He went
beat
0-2.
Iman.
He went 0-2 at the start, and he still got 1028. Huh?
And those two deaths were only in the laning phase. Once they got out of the laning phase, it's a done deal. It's over.
Okay, now we can't even make those jokes that Eman is underperforming compared to week 1, Eman.
Well, he finally achieved it, right? We kept saying that he underperformed compared to week 1. Now finally he has reached that peak. But here's the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, Ube as Gold. I think it all begins with the hooks, man. Always someone getting hooked, someone taking a lot of damage. But look at this adjustment from Moreno. I think he was trying to go for the back line, but then he understands that, hey, I have to try and do some damage to Pi here. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad situation. Because of that, they got a bit of a lead. And the decisive flicker iron hooks from Key. This man used to be very famous for the pickoffs. Look at that hook, man. The prediction. Super Key, not just Key.
Yeah. Super Chorizo too, and Super Moreno, and Super Key again.
Super everything. And man, even when Pi goes in like this, the best they can do is take out the roamer. Iman was just positioning well right there, just avoiding the bulk of the damage. And at this point, he was just doing way too much damage. There is no real quote-unquote front line for Alter Ego. Even with the Florent, even with the ultimates, the Flask of the Oasis, there's just way too much damage. And with a Franco in the mix, it's just a matter of time before those hooks land. And it lands on so many good targets in this game.
I respect the foresight here of Bigetron Alpha, not in the way that they played the game, because again, execution was great, but in the drafts, they picked up the Valentina, and then they saw the Novaria, and they're like, you know what? What's a good ultimate to take for us to play Franco? Astral Echo.
Oh, you're right.
The foresight in the drafts, it's, oh my god.
To be fair though, a lot of those hooks were done without the Astral Echo.
But like the idea of it, right? Like if Key was landing it without the Astral Echoes, we saw what he did with the Astral Echo. The Barrage was like so far away, and he got the bloody hunt.
It's just so good. And it's not just the Astral Echo, by the way. The fact that he was so confidently picking up the Bravest Fighter as well, Moreno, right? A lot of times, like I said, they were going for a turret, and Moreno will be the only guy just zoning everyone out. And that's the kind of pressure, the kind of aggression that Bigetron can bring, can confidently execute when they do have a lead. And from the looks of it, it's so reliable for them to really get a lead. The farming is good, the pickoffs are good. It's like the default state for them is to find success farming-wise. So you have to try and stop them somehow. And if you look at the rest of the items here, I mean, Rasi on the Florin can't really make a lot of plays happen. He has a fleeting time, but with only 4 kills on the board, 2 in the early game, and 2 way later, that fleeting time also loses a lot of value because you don't really get a lot of those resets. And Saliboy on Novaria, with only 2 items, look at the itemization coming in from Bigetron Alpha, especially for the front lines. Like, it's also Sorizo going with the Oracle. He also knows that he needs to try and get that regeneration up, especially against all the sustain, all the poke damage coming in from the side of Alter Ego. So because of that, he can just be a lot more aggressive standing in the front. And the same can be said about Super Ken, who went for the Sky Garden helmet a lot earlier than a lot of Regents would go, because he knows, like right here, with the Molten Essence and the Brute Force Breastplate, he has enough stats and movement and utility. He just goes for the Sky Garden helmet for extra damage, because the Appraiser's Wrath does more damage with more HP, and also gets more sustain for that long poking kind of situation.
Again, that numbers.
Well, now
It's so intimidating.
the next 3 weeks of Eman will always be underperforming to week 6 Eman.
We broke the 1,000 gold mark. That is
And he
insane.
died twice in the early game.
We have broken the 1,000 point, right?
Yeah, but not this season. This
Not
is
this
the
season,
first time
yes.
that we have broken the 1,000 point. Fun fact, actually, the people who have broken the 1,000 points in season 11,
Mhm.
it was Super Ken when he made his debut playing the Assassins in
Oh.
MPL, Ling. And then in season 12, I forgot who it is, but we did see like a
few
or one player, I don't know, forgot.
Well, this season it was Iman. Go on.
Okay, if we're talking about gold, let's take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Kasih tau kalian. Kanan grip joneng. Gua bawa. Disiplin guys. Lu mau bawa man? Lihat baret boy. Gas. Gua gigit. Fighting, aman nih. Lihat Eman. Aman gua. Bisa fake, masih bisa fake. Depanin Ken. Guys, ini boleh recall sih kalau. Lihat. Ayo recallnya di media, recall. Ini. Gimana? Sini. Oi, Aco. Ini apa ini? Guys, lihat gua ya. Gas. Coba guys. Lihat gua. Nice, celi boy. Gua gigit. Atas man. Mati. Gua ulti. 1, 2, 3. Keluarin sana.
It's nice to see them having fun in the comms as well.
We were saying that.
Where was that in the interview?
Yeah, we were saying in the interview they were so calm, but in the game, that was
Caught
crazy.
red-handed. Not consistent. In game, they were shouting, yelling, and in the interview, they were like, "Oh yeah, respect." Yeah.
What happened?
What happened, bro? Come on, show that personality.
What the heck?
They're humans in game, but they're not outside. They're just robots.
I mean, we're gonna see it anyways, right? Then bring it to the interview, right? We're gonna see the golden moment anyways. Did they think that that won't be highlighted?
I mean, that as well. You hear the 1, 2, 3, hook. Oh my god, dude.
And then they won. They just kept going, wow,
Yeah.
the whole time. It's so good.
I mean, luckily they weren't lagging, right? And luckily they were using the game's max booster. So if you guys want to land those hooks, you don't want lag, because if you play with lag, there's no way you could land those hooks, right?
No way. No way you could be the key to victory without Games Max Booster. So go ahead. Prices start from 25,000 IDR. That's 25,000 IDR, and you can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. Hurry up, buy the package, and activate the booster in the Dunia Games app. So W Mans, W Games. Yeah. W. 1028 GPM.
What do 4W stand for?
Win.
No, I don't know either.
If you have 3, I mean, that's an internet thing.
I just thought you would.
World Wide Web.
Yes, the interwebs. You didn't get that?
I get it. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm not using my free pods.
You're not using your
The
Oraimo free
No,
pods?
sorry.
How?
I left it at home.
You left it at home.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Do you at least have the Edith edition?
I do.
Okay, then that will be okay. The ultimate choice for you gamers. Arashi is a gamer, and he uses the Oraimo free pod. So Arashi, tell us, what's your experience with it?
I mean, it's just great, man. The distinctive Edith sound in the gaming mode, it just takes your gaming experience to the next level, like the immersion. And plus, it's an official partner of MPL, so there's no doubt about the quality, right? So you can get a 10% discount as well, because we all love that value. As long as you go to the Oraimo official store, right? At the Orange store, add the code Oraimo MPL. That's Oraimo plus MPL in the back. No space.
No space.
Simply enter the code in the coupon section before you check it out.
Okay.
And you can get 10% off and unleash that unstoppable sound.
It's as easy as that? It's
Yes.
simple ito?
A simple E2.
Why do you say it like that? It's a simple E2. Naisu?
Shoutouts. Shoutouts to Naisu. And of course, shoutouts to Garuda-ku, because Moonton Cares and Hope Cup will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garuda-ku Academy, because the funds to be given will be calculated based on the in-game gold achieved. How much gold did they achieve?
With 1,028 GPM? If the game went on for 30 minutes, then they would raise crazy numbers on just one dude. The thing is, they had 4 other dudes also farming, getting kills, and that's why we are up to 184k, or 184 mil
Amazing.
gold.
Round of applause.
Multan Cares and Hope Cub's contribution to the development of the Esports Academy in Indonesia with Garudaku Academy. This is it, and we have one more match. Hopefully that last match will be a banger, 2-1. 50 minutes per game, so that we can get the most. You can stop now.
I'm so impressed.
Ah, okay.
So I can't stop clapping.
It's just like this is our way to add more gold, even though we know it doesn't do anything, but we can't play the game. So
My hand hurts.
It's moral support. This is not moral.
What? Moral support?
Moral support.
Yeah, it's-
like, you know.
What?
What?
No.
Oh, you got the English moral and the Indonesian moral confused.
Huh? What does it have to do with the Indonesian morale?
Moral and morale is not the same thing.
Morale and morale is not the same.
See, you need that translation.
Yeah, I need the AI.
The AI translation,
Samsung
bro.
translation.
We'll use it later. We'll use it later, but we have it already prepared.
Okay,
in case
okay.
it turn needs translations, you
I
know?
was so confused.
With what, the game? With the push-up bet?
Yeah, that's not happening apparently. Luckily, I didn't make the opposite.
The deal.
Or I'd be doing push-ups on the desk right now.
On the
Yay.
desk?
On the desk?
Wow.
Yeah, why not?
That's insane.
4 screens.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. You know, well, for you guys are probably wondering, hey, Mirko, Eterna, Arashi, do we have more matches?
Yeah, of course.
Matches?
For Arashi
Oh.
to do the bet now.
Oh, with you. So.
Let's make things interesting.
Okay. So, okay.
What do you want to do?
It has to be push-ups, right?
Yeah, he has to do it, but like, what's the stake?
The RBL, RRQ. Easy as that. As easy as that. Who
But-
wins?
Okay, just who wins, no
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
Okay.
So who wins?
Yeah.
So Eterna has to do push-ups if RRQ win.
Oh, I do.
If
Can you do it? I can't push up.
What the heck? Why are you bringing me into it? You started this. I don't need to. Huh?
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you do it.
Yeah.
Deal.
Deal.
Oh.
I'm scared.
Okay.
Is it like on the desk though?
No,
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 on the
no.
desk.
Off
Just like
desk.
through
But
Instagram.
we'll do it.
Oh, I'm so scared. Actually, did I
No,
make
I'll
a
clap.
mistake?
Maybe you did, but hey.
'Cause-
All right. Stay confident, Eterna. Being scared won't help.
Channel that nervous energy, man.
So now we have stakes on top of the stakes that are already there for both these teams. RBL with loss, they're going to be put down. RRQ with a loss, they'll be 8th place. So yeah, there's already really, I mean, like crazy stakes on top of it. This is the least of their worries.
We needed to make it personal for Arashi.
I think for Arashi as well.
It's
This
been
is the
personal.
least. Yeah,
It's been
it's been personal.
What do you mean it's been personal,
Remember
bro?
when Aura went up against RRQ? He could have, you know, gone
that?
revenge, but you weren't here. I thought you were always here for Aura, or you were always here for that Aura player.
I was backstage.
Oh, were you?
Ah, so you were there for the Aura, for Aura or an Aura player?
I can't say. Cannot disclose the information, but
Wow.
somebody
you're-
needed moral support in the back.
Moral or morale?
Oh no, I can't tell the difference. Can somebody DM me the difference? I actually don't know. Well, I know what moral means.
Okay.
Morale support. Is that what you meant
Yes.
when you said morale support?
Yes.
Oh.
That's a long
Now
O.
I got it.
That's a long O,
No,
man.
I'll give you some support too. We will support.
Yay, me.
Well, with the match, actually, Bigetron versus Alter Ego.
Yep.
Going 2-0, we actually did expect this, right? We expected 2-1 at
Yeah.
least, still.
My prediction was 2-1 Onic.
My prediction was 2-0 Alter Ego, so I was so wrong. It's almost like I wanted to be wrong.
I never did a 2-0 as well, actually.
What was your prediction for the next one?
RRQ 2-0.
Bruh.
Oh no.
No, first
Oh,
match was
no!
Dewa 2-0. First match was Dewa 2-0. I don't know.
Okay,
Well-
last time they met, it
Way
was
superstitious, we good.
It was 2-0 for Rebellion, but it
That
was
with
Bunny Cutie.
We don't know if maybe Bunny plays again, right? I mean,
No way, they picked Skylar.
they won against Aura with Clay, Don, and Skylar.
Mm-hmm.
And Brusco.
And Brusco.
So, it's safe to say, I think that they will be using that lineup because it'll be weird to swap a lineup that just won, you know?
Yes.
Right? So Don, this is our prediction. Don Clay, Brusco, and Skylar.
Should be Skylar.
Could be. I sure hope so. I mean, he's been performing really great, you know? We talked about the gold earlier. What I was trying to get at was that Eman was the highest, but Kyrie actually beat him on the ling. He's up to 977 according to the stats we have right here.
Okay.
Eman was 976. Like 976k. So 977 and earlier Eman
1028.
one upped him again. So just Eman things, bro.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if anyone will usurp them in the next matchup. But before we enter that match, unfortunately, we are gonna go on a short break. But it's gonna be super short. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. You're watching MPL ID Season 13 for the last match of the day.
And of the week.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Pasti kecewa dong, ya kan? Pasti jujur gak bohong, tapi emang kecewa ngeliat tim kesayangannya, tim yang kita dukung, Alter Ego lagi gak di top performnya lah. Tapi kita sebagai Alter Champs tetap datang ke stage, tetap dukung terus Alter Ego main kapanpun itulah pokoknya. Yang pasti doa, ya kan, doa biar kembali ke top performnya lagi. Terus bismillah lolos playoff, kalau bisa bonus mah juara Bude.
Amin.
Itu Alter Champs pada umumnya ya.
Yang serius ya.
Nah, tapi kalau yang udah Alter Champs biasa mah ya gak usah kaget sih. Kalau menang kita kaget, kalah mah ya udah biasa gitu loh. Jadi kayak gak usah ditanya lah, Mikel udah berseason-season ngelihat Alter Ego ya naik turun tapi ya tetap lah. Kalau udah cinta tuh gak usah ditanyain lagi Bude.
Tetap aja ya. Stabil dari cintanya,
Iya, benar.
Mikel. Nah, kalau dari Mikel udah berkata seperti itu, Alter Champs juga sudah mendengar dan Alter Champs juga pastinya setuju tetap mendukung.
Benar.
Tapi Bude penasaran di depan sana, tadi Bude lihat bootnya Alter Ego kakak titip absen gitu ya. Ada apa?
Iya nih Bude, tim merchandise kita lagi sibuk ngerjain pesanan yang dari online e-commerce-nya Alter Ego Merch. Terus karena di setiap match day-nya AE akan ada diskon spesial sampai dengan 50% di online shop-nya Alter Ego Merchandise. Jadi kalau kalian sekarang buka online shop-nya Alter Ego Merchandise hari ini, diskonnya tuh gokil guys. Gokil parah, gokil.
Pokoknya setiap match day.
Iya, mau menang mau kalah diskon Bude.
Yang penting happy
Bener.
Alter Champs-nya.
Buat Alter Champs apa sih yang enggak gitu loh.
Wow, jadi buruan hari ini lagi diskon dan nanti nextnya berarti minggu depan dong.
Iya, minggu depan setiap Alter Ego main Bude,
Iya.
match day. Sabtu Minggu kalau nggak salah Alter Ego main bakal ada diskon yang gokil.
Gokil banget deh.
Gokil parah Bude.
Permainannya belum gokil, tapi
Belum.
diskonnya udah gokil.
Semoga next matchnya gokil ya permainannya ya. Semoga buat Alter Champs yang online ataupun yang datang di stage tetap dukung Alter Ego ya guys ya. Mau menang, mau kalah, kalian akan tahu rasanya kalau misalkan Alter Ego lagi kalah-kalahnya terus menang nih. Air mata turun tuh. Air mata turun tuh. Kayak kalau udah dukung pakai hati tuh susah lah Bude lah.
Baik,
Benar.
tapi Mikel penutupan ini Bude pengen kamu ngomong sesuatu langsung ngezoom tuh di situ ya kepada Alter Ego. Perasaan hati seorang Alter Champs. Dengarkan Alter Ego.
Buat Alter Ego ya, tetap eval sih. Kalian udah 2 week atau 3 week kurang lebih gamenya ya bisa dibilang mengecewakan hatinya Alter Champs ya kan. Mikel berdoa dan seluruh Alter Champs lainnya maupun online maupun yang datang ke stage pasti berdoa semoga kalian kembali di top performnya. Masa iya 2 kali nggak lolos playoff guys. Bismillah lah ya, kita lagi di zona merah nih.
Gawat nih, gawat.
Gawat
Mikel
parah.
aja udah pakai penangkal bala di kepalanya. Masa masih gak bisa nangkal, tapi itulah dia. Thank you banget Mikel udah ngasih tau kita diskon di Alter Merch. Tiap hari di mana Alter Ego bermain. Buat kalian jangan sampai kelewatan. Dan jangan lewatkan juga match penutupan setelah ini. Thank you banget Mikel.
Iya thank you juga Bude.
¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
Tú de parte de Argentina.
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma games max, makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
같이 가는다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí,
Ah, mira,
tú de qué parte eres de ti.
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QR secara mudah. Download sebelum mabarnya.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
가치가 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 나와 게이다.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja, win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Brother.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
지가 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Sí. ¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Tambah mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
이거 지갑니다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres de ti?
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja Wisrik di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
이거 지갑니다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
오케이. 파워 게이사.
Sí. ¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres de ti?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Brother.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on.
Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí. ¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on.
Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
딕스.
맥시가 지가운가요?
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua.
Match penutupan bagi tim-tim yang penuh pengharapan. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 13. Menutup minggu yang ke-6 di mana para Kingdom sudah hadir bersama para Rebels untuk menjadi saksi bagi player-player yang penuh aksi. Keduanya masih punya potensi yang sangat besar untuk menggoyang klasemen di season yang begitu kompetitif. Dari tim RRQ Hoshi dan juga Rebellion Esports, keduanya ingin mengamankan diri di posisi yang aman. Karena boleh diingat, hanya 6 tim saja yang akan masuk ke babak playoff. Dan di sini Bude Clara Mausan mengucapkan terima kasih untuk kalian semua para supporter yang udah benar-benar bersemangat untuk penutupan match di minggu yang ke-6. Di MPL Arena begitu ramai dan juga yang ada di rumah pastinya thank you banget yang udah mantengin terus dan spesial tentu saja kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga kita punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo, Telkomsel. Dan juga supplier kita Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, government partner kita PBSI. Semua yang sudah hadir, semua yang sudah mendukung, semua yang sudah memeriahkan acara ini. Begitu dakdikdukser pastinya melihat klasemen sementara yang terus berganti setiap adanya match. Bukan setiap harinya, bukan setiap minggunya. Namun dari setiap matchnya pun sudah berganti-gantian. Kita akan cek bersama-sama ya. Untuk semua super fans yang ada di MPL Arena yang ada di rumah juga. Perubahan apa yang telah terjadi di klasemen sementara di season 13? Yuk kita cek bersama-sama. Woi buset, ini kita melihat di opening week 6. Dan hari ini berarti cuma beda 2 hari aja, 3 hari aja. 9 tim, hanya ada 1 tim aja yang gak bergerak. Bigetron Alpha. Sedangkan kita melihat pula di tengah-tengah itu 8 tim lainnya bergoyang. Mereka berganti-ganti posisi dan untuk tim RRQ Hoshi mereka berada di posisi 6. Meranjak naik hanya dengan 1 match kemenangan mereka. Yang awalnya di posisi 9 sekarang kayak dibalik angkanya jadi 6. Belum lagi lawannya ada Rebellion Esports yang tadinya di posisi 7 sekarang berada di posisi 4. Dan kalau kemenangan ini tentu saja akan berpengaruh. Kekalahan pun bisa mengubah dari klasemen sementara. Siapa yang akan menutup klasemen dengan manis? Kita akan menantikan ya karena ada yang berbicara, ada yang mau menjegal pula. Audi dengan percaya dirinya kita boleh ingat bahwa mereka benar-benar ingin memberikan yang terbaik dari Rebellion. Sehingga mereka harus menjegal RRQ untuk masuk ke babak playoff dengan memenangkan match hari ini. Namun RRQ pun menjawab itu dengan santai. Tak ada yang mereka pikirkan, mereka hanya ingin sama-sama melawan. Kira-kira perlawanan seperti apa yang akan diberikan oleh keduanya? Raja dari segala raja dan juga ada Raja Banteng di sini. Akankah mereka menjadi Raja Banteng? Tapi kita cek ombak dulu ya. Untuk MPL, dari Kingdom, coba kasih semangat dan tepuk tangan sorak-sorai untuk RRQ Hoshi.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Di sini ada Rebel yang sudah mulai hadir. Rebel untuk Rebel Esports.
from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
We will not let RRQ into the playoffs. That is what Audi TZ said, the roamer for Rebellion. And he might have to prove himself right here, all right?
Or swallow his own words.
Or swallow his own words, definitely. And it's a long shot as well. RRQ looking in form as they go head-to-head against the Blue Bulls Rebellion Esports in the last and closing match of week number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL ID Season 13 English broadcast brought to you by Eterna alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And of course, before we begin, we must thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moontalk, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet is GoPay. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partner in esports, Duna Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, NeoQL, and Supersmart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our official government partner, PBESI. Thank you so much for making this event happen. And it is the event. Or an event of the year? No, it's the event.
It is the event.
The event.
So we'll have Season 14 later in the year, so maybe not of the year, but for now, like you mentioned, it's getting spicy, it's getting hot. You can also hear the kingdom in the building. You know what else RBL, Audi TZ said?
What did he say?
He said, RQ, Skylar's good, but everyone else is mediocre. Wow. Audi, with the fires and the flames.
Well, spicy words coming from Audi. It's on the back of RRQ to prove it, because if you look at the standings right now, it's a fact that Rebellion is all the way up. RRQ actually sneaks over Altrigo after match number 2, but if they take a defeat right now, it will put them all the way back down after a hard-earned victory. So the stakes are higher than ever for both teams right now.
It's very interesting, and this is the outcome, the results that we're going to be expecting, right? If Rebellion win, then it will push RRQ to the 8th place in the standings. If RRQ win, they will remain in the green zone at number 4, pushing Rebellion to number 5.
They'll just shoot immediately over Rebellion, showing again how close the standings are in Season 13. Every single victory will count, and this one is no different, especially if you consider the fact that the last time they met, I believe Rebellion took the victory, and they have a reputation for actually doing well against RRQ, but today, team lineup, Don, Irat, Clay, Briscoe, and Skylar. The main 5 that we saw perform so well, taking out Aura last time.
And on the flip side here for the Blue Bulls, we have Cars, Vincent, Suelo, Audi TZ, as well as D. So there are differences. Last time around, it was Skylar and Dawn that had to lose 2-0 against Rebellion in leg number 1 as we welcome these teams onto the stage.
For the last time this season, there is a coup against the Kings of Kings. The rebel forces have joined together, this time with D in the lineup for the Blue Bulls, charging in the pact. The rebellion that promises to take the Kings of Kings down once and for all. With a crown! What? They've successfully done it in the first leg. Now they will try to make the Kings bow down to Rebellion Esports.
The Blue Bulls making a statement there with their team entrance. It's not enough that Audi TZ said those bold statements, those bold claims. They had to do that to RRQ too.
Battered, bruised, on the brink of collapse. Losing to Rebellion in the first leg, having that crown snatched away from them by Rebellion. But it was without the crowned prince. It was without Skylar, who will lead the pack, who will lead the kingdom, who will prove to the world with their banners, we will not go down. It's Rex Regum Chaos.
proving to everyone, proving mainly to the fans, that they are still in it to win it, and that they have what it takes to reclaim their spot, reclaim their lost glory, while everyone in the kingdom watches right now. The support is stronger than ever for both these teams, making the stakes that much higher.
I'm getting goosebumps, honestly. With a chance coming in, happening behind us, the hype is building, the fire is there, and the rivalry has been set in stone. But of course, we do want to welcome Coach Chico alongside with Coach
Zaya. Or Cassius.
That's why I got confused. I was like, wait, is this Cassius or Zaya? But it's Zaya. And of course, the middleman there, Mr. Danang, to officiate this match, to ensure sportsmanship. But wow, what an opening already. This is looking like a really interesting best of 3 series.
It's a great match to end out the day and the week. But we have to see, man, what can we expect? Looking at the team head-to-head standings right now, not standings, statistics, you can see quite a diverse option, especially in all the different roles. But in the jungle, you can still see the Baxia. I think if there's one thing we can know for sure for both these teams, who look so similar stat-wise, is that they both like a scrap, they both like that high-intensity, high-paced gameplay. So we have to see who can actually get ahead, which lane will be the tip of the spear for both these teams. With everything so volatile, anyone can step up to the plate and make a name for themselves.
Among the volatility, I think something that is sure is the fact that Rebellion thrive once again when they play pickoffs. It's like their comfort. They know the ins and outs on how to do it. And I'm wondering if RRQ want to try and take that away from Rebellion, that play style.
It's a possibility, but the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S24 series to distract the Rebellion's focus, provide space for Skylar. They can't allow Skylar to be the only threat for Rebellion because, as you said, it turned out they're good at going for those pickoffs. They have to bring someone else. Someone else from the team needs to step up and be another problem that Rebellion have to deal with so that Skylar will have space, will have opportunities to come in and do some damage. And of course, don't provide teleportation heroes for Rebellion. They have to make sure that the Lo Yis, that the chips that Rebellion are so good at using to have that weird, unorthodox pace in the game, they have to stop that, cancel it out, ban it out, so that they can go with their game plan that is tried and true. But on the other side, keys to victory for Rebellion. Limit the selection of hyper carry heroes for Skylar. This man has shown once, time and time again, you give him the right hero, you give him the right space, he will carry almost 1v3, 1v4, 1v everyone if need be. So we have to limit all the hyper carries, the carries that can carry solo in that late game. And play on the side with lane pressure abilities. When they do have winning lanes to make plays with, that's where they can use that winning lane to exert more pressure and let it spill over to the jungle, to the mid lane, and eventually to the gold lane, and that is how they can take control over the whole map and shut down whatever RRQ have in mind for this match.
And that completely does make sense, right? The keys to victory. I think last time when Aura and RRQ went head-to-head, it was a big, I don't want to say mistake, but it was a big risk that Aura were taking when they allowed Skylar a hero like the Natamba. Arashi, is that your student? What's going on there?
My who?
Your student?
I don't think so.
Juggling 2 girls? No?
Huh?
Huh?
What? Well,
what?
Even I'm confused. But it doesn't seem like Zaya is confused.
Nope.
He's locked in, man.
Seems like they have to be with this match. Back in Season 8, it would be weird to hear this match being the headline. But now Rebellion have proved, through the constant doubts, through the constant even hate, the lineup that is the least awaited, the lineup that is the least promising before the season started, has now taken 4th place in Season 13.
Definitely a crazy development. But yes, we have to see what can we expect here, because obviously both teams have got a good read on each other immediately. Loyi, Kaja, and Roger, Pyrith, Angela, and Nathan. So respect to the gold lane. probably putting them on the Claude is open actually. We've talked about how it seems so prio in the right hands. Skylar is definitely one of those players with the right hands for the job.
Yeah, definitely a possibility, but looking back at the keys to victory, right? Chip was not banned out in the first phase. That should be a, there you go.
Wow.
An anticipated pick that Rebellion might want to pick up for themselves, but RRQ denied that away from the Blue Bulls.
Mathilda, another option that we have been seeing from a lot of teams. And this time, let go by Rebellion. They are able, they can pick it up for themselves. A safe pick would also be the Barats, but for the Claude, do they want to just call RRQ's bluff? Because with the chip, do you really want the Claude participating in team fights early? That's the question.
Probably not, but at this point, Rebellion is that a risk they're willing to take. No chip so far, but we haven't really seen Rebellion also do like crazy team fight strats. They're attempting to get more mobility with the Baxia, clear speed of course in the jungle, and having a Faramis very, very early on. It can be matched with something like a Valentina, so we'll have to see what is RRQ's response, and mainly, what will they pair this chip with? Because the chip alone is not a game-breaking presence. You need some kind of combo.
What do you think the combo will be? Are they going to go for something early? Like the Brody, maybe? But the Valentina and the Fredrin is going to be the choice for them this time. And I'm wondering whether or not we'll see a Yves being popped up here. I do understand that there's a Valentina on the other side. But if you maybe cannot be flexed? Faramis flex?
I don't think so, not anymore. With how you kind of scale up with that Netherrealm, you need magic power, and as a roamer, it's really tough. We even saw yesterday, we thought it was a Faramis roam, but then Drion used the Novaria because it does seem like it is the better choice for roam. RRQ though, they're taking a massive risk by not picking up a marksman in the first phase. D has an extensive hero pool. We know that because he has been playing in MDL for the better part of his career. This is his first season in MPL, making his debut season. And I need to remind you guys, MDL uses the global ban system, so literally proven.
And we also need to remind you of the comment that Audi TZ made in their last interview. I think it was just yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? Either or, he said, I want to take control of RRQ's gold lane because the rest could be handled. Again, signifying that Skylar holds a pivotal position in RRQ's gameplay. So I guess that's going to be the main target, and RRQ need to think about that. They need to think about how they can protect him. So it's a little bit like Paspam Brands, but for Skylar.
Like the Brands protection squad.
Yeah.
Now they have to do the same thing for Skylar. But to be fair, that is exactly what the keys of victory said. If RRQ are attempting to just have Skylar do all the work, all the heavy lifting, then if Rebellion can shut him down, it's over. That's why they require someone else to really take some of that weight away. And for RRQ now, having Irad on the Fredrin is already a bit of an advantage. But of course, if they can't get a good gold laner, that is what's going to be quite the difficult situation.
And I love the way that RBL have been able to take this draft here. They went on with 2 gold lane bans that could be signature carries here to go all in, and they are not caring whatsoever about the Claude, mainly because of the synergy with the chip. You don't want the Claude to be participating in early team fights, but also the fact that they are first pick on red side. So if they still want to deny that Claude, they could just pick it up by themselves. They want to ban it though, so now they take it away, and then they want to probably take another marksman here. If RRQ go for most probably an XP lane ban again, because I don't think they want to limit more of the gold lanes, or maybe they do. Maybe they want to say, Skylar has a lot more heroes. The reason we've only been playing Natan is because it's never been banned.
That's a fair point. I think looking at the composition for Rebellion with the Faramis, with the Minotaur, usually a carry fits well in here, able to have that staying power to just hold your ground and duel the opponent's marksman in the damage output with the true damage. That's usually what we've seen a lot of teams put to good use, and RRQ immediately respect that, banning it away. So that's the question, what kind of gold laners are we going to see from both these teams?
How many gold lane bans do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 gold lane bans. Okay, so what are we left with? We have the Brody, we have the Bruno.
Yep.
You're right, Moskov, Ixia, Beatrix.
Oof, don't forget the technically Layla We've seen it from RRQ in previous tournaments, back when Fen was the head coach. Now it's Zaya.
She did get buffed, right?
She did not. Wait,
The range,
she did?
if I'm not mistaken, was increased for the Lila.
You're right. She did. Then the backswing of first skill as well, the animation. And they have kind of set up for that. The last time they lost was against AP Bren on that Layla, and the Paquito flop.
Flops Paquito is definitely a big problem, but they have it banned out, which is why it is a interesting option. But if you're gonna use a Layla, that means your early game needs to be so solid. And maybe they feel that with the chip, they'll have enough momentum, enough pressure around the map to ensure that the gold lead doesn't get abused and dove again and again. Oh no. All right.
Okay, not the risky hero that we thought, but they're gonna go for the Bruno. Still early game, Snowball. It does still fit in line with the core values of utilizing a chip. So Rebellion now. Brody?
Moskov, Brody.
They can't choose Ixia, no way.
They can. They can, but it's going to be tough up against a chip. If they are able to play it with this composition though, I think they actually might be able to pull it off. But with the chaotic nature of that Lapu jumping in the back, they might want something a bit safer.
Melissa? Could it work? Man, the fans are crazy though, by the way. I can barely hear you guys.
Moskov. I mean, it makes sense, right? RRQ, they have global presence. With the Moskov, it also gives them a layer of that, not to the degree of the chip for sure.
Well, this also means that RRQ are going to be a lot more aggressive because technically the Bruno has a stronger time in the lane, faster power spikes as well, by the way, in the itemization path. So uncharacteristically, RRQ might be the one dictating the pace here. I think it all relies on whether or not they can use that chip reliably. I don't think we've seen a lot of chip gameplay coming in from RRQ.
No, not at all. We were expecting the chip to be banned out towards RBL, but it's picked up now by RRQ. But seriously, the chip, we've seen so many different ways to play the chip. Now with a flicker, yesterday, Rossi made it work with a Revitalize.
They lost, did they not?
On the chip, they won. They forced game 3 out of Onic with the chip. It was Revitalize and Photo.
Wow, all right. I mean, we'll see exactly what shade of chip we will be seeing today. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the first game of this best of 3 series. The Kings of Kings looking to stay in their playoff run, but so does Rebellion. The stakes are high. The atmosphere is feeling it. The audience are feeling it. So let's just get straight into the game.
Right off the bat, that's going to be a concussive blast for Irad. He's trying to match the farming speed of the Baxia for sure. Trying to make sure he keeps up in levels. That means he'll have less survivability in the midst of a big fight. Look at the rest of the emblems here. D. The Master Assassin as well as the firmness. He wants to be tankier. He needs to be in the midst of these fights. Skylar though with the weapon mastery, so he's completely expecting to go all the way to the late game. And then that small fight, you can see that he is very comfortable on that pick. Clay with the Quantum Charge though, you have to remember, gives him a lot more sustain, also maneuverability. But look at that gang from Vincent.
Some good damage on Skylar. Another big shield thrown in at him as well. Forced to use the regen, but still has that flicker. Doesn't use it.
Needed to help Skylar. Needed to help the Moskov, against Skylar earlier on. As it looked like the Moskov was being a little bit pressured in the lane by the Bruno for the first minute. You can see the rotations as well coming through. What can we expect? As soon as Brusco gets level 4, will we be expecting ganks on the side lanes?
I think there will be ganks for sure, but where the ganks happen, that's the question. Whoa!
Here's where the ganks will start. Clay with a poke as well. Irad, good initiation to start things off, and Vincent will be low. Forced to recall first. Obviously has a shield unity, so he will be able to make it back, but RRQ are already fast with it. Instantly trying to utilize his advantage. Audi TZ still level 3. Brusco about to be level 4. They can force an issue, force a big fight here incoming, and Vincent Shield Unity connects onto Dawn. Not the target you would want to go for right now. Xavier. Oh, what? Vincent just walks in and finds the red tree. And now it's getting the shortcut, bringing Bruno back. But now it's Onic actually who finds a knockup, just one. And it is a trade 1-for-1. Irad will be able to take the purple buff, but with the turtle taken, who's it worth for?
I think overall it has to be worth it for Rebellion. Even if they do lose the purple buff for it,
they don't.
Oh, they don't even lose it. Even if they did, it's not an assassin that requires that purple buff desperately. So already Rebellion showing that in the jungle department, Vincent does have a bit of an edge. Later on, we'll have to see how this plays out. If you take a look at the talent predictions right here, you can see Eterna and Papulo, the only ones voting for Rebellion.
And Miracle.
Technically Miracle.
I like the underdog story. We'll see if it plays out. I like the audacity that Audi TZ shows on the screen. It shows personality.
The audacity?
The audacity, ooh. But back into the game. It's always known that Vincent has been so reliable on the retributions. I'm actually curious to see his stats, like the percentage stats for him on the retribution, because he is that reliable source as a jungler. And I'm wondering, if not for Vincent, would that have been a better trade for RRQ?
I think it would have been, considering that if they got extra bit of shielding, they might have saved the, I believe Dawn there would have survived in that fight, and maybe they can turn it around even more. But the fact that Rebellion got a bit of a shield in the midst of that fight, definitely a big problem. But for now, Vincent and Ira just competing in the clear and looking for extra bits of gold. And we saw that in the previous match for RRQ, Dawn was a big deciding factor when he can get going. But against Assisi right now, he is looking like it's not really as aggressive as he usually would want to be.
Okay, now both of these teams are going to be centering around the next neutral objective. Vincent level 7, but wait a minute, Brusco.
Caught in the bad spot, but Audi TZ will be engaged on Minus Fury. Not with Flicker this time. Spear of Destruction, the teleport comes in as a full 5v5 brawl. Vincent and all finding Brusco to Netherrealm, helping the other members in the back, with Vincent now will be targeted down with the Appraiser's Rat, and Skylar picks up a big kill on Vincent. 1-for-1, roam for jungle. RQ will utilize that advantage, straight to the turtle they go. But D is quick with his wits, instantly looking for a trade in the bottom lane.
Seems like it's going to be a bit too dangerous for D to just go immediately for the turret, so that'll be a turtle secured for RRQ, showing their team fighting prowess yet again. That is what Rebellion needs to be a bit more careful about, because they've been great at outmaneuvering and outsmarting their opponents, but RRQ, when the fight gets messy like that, you know that they have something up their sleeves. And look at the damage very, very early on from Skylar.
Full stacks, 10 cars, getting some healing. Popping the Vengeance as well, trying to survive. But Arad now will try to layer it down on him. Appraiser's Rat missing, but still finding a good stab down as Brusco collapses on him. And RRQ strike with a turret take and 2 kills on the board.
Big advantage now secured by the Kings of Kings in minute number 5. With the fact that they've been outplaying Rebellion in these team fights, in these little skirmishes, and it's causing Rebellion to start to sink. And if they go for a snowball, Rebellion, they will have to rely on their wits in order to return back once the snowball starts.
They have to wait for a big moment where RRQ make a mistake. That's a problem, especially against Skylar. The man very rarely fumbles in the middle of a game. And to make things worse, technically, both teams are playing a bit of a front-to-back composition. No one can really dive in that deeply towards Skylar. So, as of right now, he's just farming up a storm. He's a level below from D, who hasn't been participating in a lot of these fights. But still, for the most part, he's left to his own devices. And that's usually not the approach you want to use against Skylar.
So how do they go about these team fights? Who's supposed to knock Skylar down? Is it supposed to be Cars?
I think it has to be a bit of a team effort. Cars can zone, but he might just get knocked up and crowd controlled by the rest of the team. That's the problem right here. D will have to try and maybe outmatch him when it comes to damage output. He does have the Inspire that can be used to find that burst of damage for a golden opportunity. But that's a big if.
Ooh, and that's super risky as well, but here it is.
Shortcut down, Vincent all alone will be taken out by RRQ. CC up top, trying to go for a trade in the bottom lane, doing the same thing, D and Audi. It'll be 2 turrets for the turtle, but now RRQ collapsed once again onto Sway low. Pops in the Nether Realm just in time, a few more shots, and there you go. Say goodbye to the Nether Realm, say goodbye to his life. A tier 1 in the mid lane also for RRQ.
They're playing it so quick. RRQ, they want to end this as soon as possible. With Irad being able to zone out the members of Rebellion, it's looking like Rebellion has not found the opportunity whatsoever to look for their own play. All they've done is play to the rhythm of RRQ, and it makes it a lot worse that they have the global presence that Brusco offers with the chip.
Exactly. How are they supposed to dictate where and when the fight happens when at a moment's notice, the whole team from RRQ can show up out of nowhere? They're doing a great job actually equalizing in the turret department, but losing that mid turret means that the majority of the jungle is now exposed to RRQ. And with Irad on the Fredrin, you already know that he is going to be active as heck in that jungle. And you can see, already just waiting for the next prey to walk up.
Free turret again for Skylar. Tier 2, this time in the bottom lane. And D, how far is he from that power spike? What are RBL waiting for?
He has the Corkin Sight and the Golden Staff. Demon Hunter Sword should follow next, so one more item before he can really be that big of a menace. But can he even farm up a Storm right here? He's only left to farm the lane minions. And Kars gets found.
That's a stun down and the shortcut placed down as well. Now the follow-up from Irad. Vengeance from Kars, but he will be the next victim of that shortcut pickoff.
A little bit too hasty, perhaps, from Kars there. Caught in a no man's land, absolutely no other team members to back him up as Skylar picks up the Malefic Roar.
It's a massive power spike, and he's walking in the front. Not concerned, there's no assassins, no flankers. But look at the bottom side though, it's a 1v1.
Spear of Misery to cancel out the first part of the Bravest Fighter. Now he's in. That's a flicker from Don, and now Brusco! That might have just been a costly mistake, but it's still gonna be D, taken down by Dawn. Shortcut in the bottom lane will mean that Irad, massive Appraiser's Wrath as another realm will be stolen away by Clay to give Irad a second chance at life. Brusco, shortcut not available. RBL have lost their gold lane, and so they will lose their Lord as well. RRQ pick it up.
Crazy tempo from RRQ. Ganking here and there, it looked like they overcommitted to the other side of the map, but with the shortcut, you can make your way back. And just like that, Brusco comes back with the man advantage. They take the Lord away. The global presence that D should have is just non-existent, completely cancelled right now.
It's too much. RRQ are everywhere and nowhere. Our Rebellion, they want to go in for an engage and they can't find the opportunity to do so. Are they too far behind at this point to look for a comeback?
I think it's still definitely possible. Their late game isn't actually that bad if they do have some more items. But for now, they have to try and wait to recover. And even if they want to risk a fight, they have to understand that Clay has the Necklace of Durance. They won't have the same kind of durability that they might be used to.
Seal already used up. They're looking to go for the siege right now. And they will be able to do it. Skylar doing a whole lot of damage on the Bruno. First base turret down. D walking up with Skylar.
What?
Get absolutely deleted! Skylar's feeling it 2 levels ahead on the Bruno.
And this is D on his signature pick, Moskov. 2 hits, insta-delete the damage. What is going on? This is a disaster for the Blue Bulls.
10 seconds for D. Kars stunned up, terrified by Clay, who's stolen the Netherrealm away also. Now it's a chance to go and defend, but RRQ stay disciplined, stay cold and composed. They back away. They do not want to take any risky fights. They do not want to take any unnecessary risks.
They know what is at stake, and they are absolutely disciplined right now. Even though at an 8K gold lead, you would love to see the crazy RRQ plays, but they know that they have to keep it calm and calculated. They're not underestimating Rebellion at all. Not letting a single moment go to waste right here. But look at the way Skylar is playing, man. He's walking up solo, unafraid. There's no real risk being directed in his direction.
Absolutely. What is this new version of RRQ that we're seeing with this lineup? Did not expect this performance coming out for them. There's discipline, there's aggression. Their shot call seems to be very clear and precise. what in the world are Rebellion supposed to do? Like, actually, what is the goal? What's the game plan for them at this point?
Go for a messy fight, trade Skylar's life for a Netherrealm play.
But how?
Exactly.
What?
The fight isn't as difficult as actually making sure that RRQ are willing to engage. Look at their composition, man. Every single person on their team has a dash, can get away from an engage, which, by the way, is probably only a Flicker Minion Fury or a Shield Unity. And if you use that for the main engage, RRQ will have a very easy time just wiping the floor in the team fight afterwards. Rebellion just stuck between a rock and a hard place. RRQ, they're going for it.
Shortcut not yet placed down by Brusco. Doesn't want to go for the full commitment just yet. Vincent has already used the Poissons. On the other hand, and RRQ are already 5 men up on the Lord. Still conceal now, used up. Brusco. There, the Spear of Vengeance not going to be able to hit right there. Skylar gets tied up in the back as well. And then the Onic steals the Lord away, but they are going to lose out on the fight as the Appraiser's back connects onto the back, and now Suelo is running for the hills with Audi TZ as well. Audi ran down and shot down by Skylar. That's Skylar on a mega kill, and D looking for more on the board. Brusco with the flicker forward, but now gets stunned up by the Spear of Misery. Meanwhile, Suelo looking for an angle to escape all the way, but still is getting chased down by Dawn. D.
Can he escape?
Miraculous defense is what he needs to do. He gets a 3-man Spear of Misery. Beautifully done by D, and that might have just saved the game.
Oh, he's still running though. Suelo is still running for the hills. It's only a matter of time there. He gets taken down too.
Good Spear of Misery. Another one to lock them down, to stop this from being an end. The ult's connecting, the TP ready, but they don't go for it. D, Wind of Nature, Power Spike for him. Spear of Misery. Oh my god, that damage! He's already forced to use the Wind of Nature as he bought it. 2-man stun by Don, a Rabbitaton as well. RBL have the resource advantage going back and forth in the base, and RBL will defend. The Rebellion will continue, but the Kings are on him.
Round of applause though for the Blue Bulls there. Being able to defend that one on the back of D's plays. That looked like it was supposed to end there then at that point. But he was able to prolong the series and buy some time for all the rest of the members to come back up into the game.
Let's look at the replay for that fight though. It's a very messy fight the way that Rebellion wants it. But even then, Skylar doesn't even get taken down below half HP with all the sustain he has built in and the damage. They traded the Lord for a massive punish, but all things considered, I feel like that's still value for them. With that Lord saving the game, and with the Lord not being able to be used by RRQ to go for a decisive end. The gold lead has shrunk a bit. Now it's at 7K. It's still far from an equal game for Rebellion, but now it seems like they have a better chance to really look for something.
It was a big moment for Rebellion that Audi was able to get that Lord. That would have been a very different story, but it looks like RRQ want to go in for the siege.
Oh, Cars is very low.
Wow.
They are able to defend, but now another wave threatens that turret. Skylar will take it away. D going in, looking for some damage with the steps. But they will have to concede their final base turret. RRQ with a massive advantage, but also, I think in that team fight, right, the Lord? It was fortunate that D didn't land his Spear of Destruction. Because if he was in that team fight, he would have joined with the other 4 and died in the team fight, right?
Right, and even in this fight, I mean, he can maybe swing the balance a bit with his damage output. It does land on multiple people, but that's a big what if, and now it's back to the Lord dance. And Dawn, he has the Queen's Wings on top of the Blade Armor. He's itemizing specifically to ensure that D can't spiral out of control in the middle of these fights. That seems to be his main objective, his main job.
He's already posturing for it as well. He should know that D would be forced to clear that top side. Brusco
trying to force the team fight, trying to zone them away. Lord taken down, but now the Spear connects in the back. Skylar tied up, and now they're gonna go all in for the collapse on the Skylar. Pops in over to Nature. He's very, very low. He's running with 1 HP, but now he buys the immortality just in time. Meanwhile, D jumping out against Dawn, and he is gonna be going in again as a Spear of Misery connect, but now it's gonna be D who just barely gets out in time. Clay goes for the splash. Audi TZ taunted and locked down Skylar. My goodness, what does it take to kill this man? He's still alive. He is still fighting. And now it's Vincent who's isolated. RRQ have played it phenomenally.
3 members left standing for Rebellion. He was on a single sliver of health, Skylar. Immediately regen back up. And he's going in for another kill.
Dewa with some damage, but Skylar with more! The crown prince of RRQ. You ban out his hyper carries, he makes another hero a hyper carry, and they secure game 1.
Skylar, Skylar, Skylar. What is this man made of?
How?
Oh.
How was he able to survive in that situation? RRQ with new picks, new strategies, new rotations, completely catch Rebellion off guard. This was not what they were expecting to happen.
Amazing. The Kings of
16 and
Kings.
2.
What? Definitely not the outcome that perhaps a lot of people were expecting. RRQ in form.
Man, it's been so long since we saw a Bruno. You forget. 3 hits and your gold leader is gone. Again and again, we saw the crit just take Rebellion completely off guard. And they just have to try and find a different way because RRQ were in complete control the whole game.
The potential slowly but surely rising for this RRQ lineup. A mix of the first, the second, and the third lineup that we have seen from RRQ. And the fourth one is, usually it's like, third one is a strike. This is the fourth one.
Well, third time's the charm.
Yeah, usually third time's the charm, but the fourth one's the charm.
Well, as long as it works, I think the fans are absolutely ecstatic, man. Now that their team finally at least looks in good shape. Like, at least they have a great vision, they have great execution as well, and they're showing amazing discipline. Because Rebellion usually punishes those weird overextensions, overaggressions, but in that game, none given.
They were very clean with the execution. Very, very clean. I'm baffled with that performance. Skylar again, and the rest of the members too. But we do have to give the POTG to Skylar on the Bruno.
It's so unfair. What are you supposed to do when you send 5 members, you use all the battle spells to shut him down? That's usually how you win against a team that wants to protect the main carry. But it doesn't even matter. He gets out. He went for the item swap right there that allowed him to survive. And he was really doing so well in the early game. Good amounts of damage and aggression. And he has the weapon mastery. You have to remember, he wasn't going for an aggressive emblem setup. He went for the late game, and you see that late game power, man. He is the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Earlier on, it does seem like that retribution advantage, if you may call it that, really gave Rebellion a lot more options to play around with. But afterwards, man, RRQ, they just keep brute forcing a lot of these early game plays, which is what you're supposed to do if you know that you have that early game power.
So he traded in the GDS for the Haas Claws when he was at the sliver of health.
I think he already had the Haas Claws.
So what did he swap it for? Because I saw him buy the GDS.
Oh, so I guess he did have a GDS at some point. Didn't quite catch the item swaps for sure, but throughout the whole game, I feel like there were 2 or 3 moments where he did go for item swaps, and we were just too caught up in the middle of the fights. And man, there were just so many moments here where there's a single member from Rebellion just running around, and RRQ are just relentlessly pursuing.
But honestly, that's what I felt was really off about Rebellion. There were too many moments where one person was isolated. Okay, so he buys.
He just swapped it for immortality. I think he buys the Windtalker after winning this team fight. He sells the Great Dragon Spear for the Windtalker, I think. Maybe we'll be able to see it.
God. To go for the end, that is potentially what he went for. He had the immortality at the beginning of that fight though, so despite the best efforts, maybe that could have been done a bit earlier by Rebellion. But considering the portal play available to them, you're seeing again why it's so devastating to have that global presence. Usually only on one person, on the Moskov, on the Angela. When you have a Chip or a Lo Yi, you're seeing again in the hands of a team that has good synergy, good communication. It's just such a terrible thing to go up against in the land of Dawn. We talked again about Dawn, coincidentally earlier, with the Queen's Wings, just shutting down, making sure that he at least can survive longer because of damage reduction instead of just going for the defensive stats. And Irad on the Fredrin, as always, man, the Eradicator delivers when he has the space to maneuver.
What a great performance, honestly, from RRQ this game. Holding the game down even when the neutral objectives went Rebellion's way, even when Rebellion were trying to farm up. It almost felt like RRQ always had such a big gold lead over Rebellion. So even if RBL looked for the trade, it was never worth it.
Looking at the carry, it's gonna be Skylar, of course, almost reaching the 100,000 damage dealt mark. Only at 800 gold per minute, but you know, it's not about numbers at this point. It's about how fast he can get to that number. And he was just farming so well. Despite the fact that there were some movements, some ganks coming in from Rebellion to try and shut him down. At this point, it's a bit of an advantage even, you can say. Because for RRQ, they know the gank is coming, right? That has been the point. They know the bans are coming, they know the ganks are coming. So now if they can find a strategy that can work despite all the counters being thrown at them, that's just so difficult for them to for any team to really handle.
And
I'm still shocked.
Now we have to see game number 2. How will RBL try to dissect this problem, but how will also RRQ capitalize on this momentum, right? Because, hey, we got to give a big shout out to Zaya, who's been drafting alone here. We're used to seeing Vren and Zaya together. We saw Zaya as the head coach last season, and now it seems like Zaya is back in the head coach department alone.
1v2.
And the drafts have been amazing from RRQ, like this week too. This whole week, not even just from this game.
It's not just the normal draft, it's also the adaptations once the match gets drawn out. So I guess, for sure, Coach Zaya deserves a lot of credit for the success that RRQ has been able to get in the past few days.
And I'm stepping closer to some push-ups.
Remember
getting in shape.
Remember the bet, ladies and gentlemen. Before this match, after Bigetron vs Alter Ego, Eterna and Arashi made a bet. If RBL wins, Arashi will have to do push-ups. If RRQ wins, Eterna will have to do push-ups.
I think I need a mental
break,
regathering.
Okay.
Okay, so we are gonna go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere because there will be an interview with Bude Clara Mongstar. Bye-bye, see you soon.
Channel WA-nya dari tim RRQ.
Oh, Bude kira lagi chat-chatan, tapi lagi ngeliatin apaan tuh? Ada berita apa sih biasanya?
Ini kalau di channel dari tim RRQ itu di WhatsApp-nya, itu banyak banget BTS dari tim RRQ, kayak update-update playernya, kayak gitu Bude.
Wih, mau juga dong, Bude ikutan dong. Terus, selain bisa dapat update-update, ada apa aja?
Ada giveaway juga dong, ada giveaway eksklusif dan update tentang player-player dari tim RRQ. Kayak kemarin tuh contohnya, kan kemarin Skylar tuh lagi sakit kan.
Yes.
Jadi yang mau tahu tentang kabar-kabar tentang pemain-pemain RRQ langsung aja join.
Wah, baru update nih, 1-0.
Iya,
Wih,
1-0.
cepet kali ya.
Menang kita.
Nah, ngomong tentang giveaway juga ya. Ada giveaway ya?
Iya, jadi sekarang tuh RRQ lagi ngadain giveaway voucher RRQ Top Up di minggu depan selama 2 minggu yang ada di hari Senin dan di hari Kamis. Jadi jangan lupa join ya.
Wah, pasti pada mau join nih. Cara joinnya gimana?
Oh, gampang banget. Kalian tinggal buka WhatsApp. Habis itu kalian klik update, terus klik tanda plus. Habis itu kalian cari tim RRQ, langsung diklik tambah dan langsung join aja Bude.
Mudah banget ya. Tapi coba dong ajakin semuanya nih. Siapa sih yang bisa join ke situ? Semuanya bisa?
Semuanya dong, semuanya bisa. Soalnya udah banyak banget yang join, tinggal kalian yang belum join jangan lupa join ya.
Jangan lupa join dan dapatkan informasi-informasi, giveaway, dan juga benefit-benefit lainnya kalau join di WhatsApp channelnya tim RRQ. Gak perlu kangen-kangenan, di situ banyak updatean berarti ya.
Bener banget, banyak banget.
Wah, jadi nggak bingung pastinya jika kalian sudah join. Dan sekarang mungkin sembari kalian join ke WhatsApp grupnya RRQ, kita akan melihat sebentar lagi nih untuk persiapan kedua tim. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nyemangatin RRQ?
Semangat RRQ, semoga bisa langsung 2-0 biar langsung pulang.
Wow, straightforward sekali ya. Akankah terjadi 2-0 atau terjadi 1-1? Hanya bisa dibuktikan di Land of Down. Let's go RRQ dan juga Rebellion.
Wow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break. If you guys missed it, here, right now, it's Rebellion losing 1-0 already to the Kings of Kings as they are leading this best of 3 series. One more game away of going 2-0, completely reversing, completely full revenge mode on the Blue Bulls, who were able to 2-0 them in leg number 1.
We'll see if that can happen. The difference of the first roster and the first leg who went up against RBL. Let's talk a little bit about that. It was Banana.
And Bunny.
It was Bunny. And was it Dawn? Or was it Clay? No, it was Clay. So it was even Octa.
Octa.
Yeah, it was, sorry. Octa or Clay. And it was actually Clay. It was Clay with Brusco as well. So they only swapped out Banana and Skylar, or Banana and Bunny out for Skylar and Dawn.
Right, you're right. But I wouldn't swap Click Indomart for anything else.
Of course not.
Number
Why would
one
you?
in the biz, all right? All you need to do is download it, and you guys can get a 15,000 discount. That's 1,000 plus 14,000, 15,000 with the discount code MPL. Tinggal Click. I'm not using my
MPL Tinggal Click.
I'm not using my Saturday's glasses. I can't read it.
You don't get the visual enhancement.
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Well, become a new member and get that discount real quick right now, because in Indomart's everywhere. Maybe that's why they call it Indomart.
I'm kind of touched right now. We finally got Eterna evolving into the next level.
I know, I make jokes now. I can math.
You can math. I'm so proud of you.
But what I
There's a tear to my eye.
haven't been able to do is get over Point Coffee, right? Because it's a freshly made coffee drink served from 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans by trained baristas. You can enjoy coffee, frappes. Is it fraps or frappes? Fraps? Frappes?
Frappes.
Frappes?
I think it's frappes.
Frappes?
Wolf.
And other fresh drinks with legendary flavors that are always on point. So don't forget to check it out, ladies and gentlemen. But also don't forget to check the best phone ever in the world. Because if you use it, you guys can sit in the Galaxy Zone up and front with all the pretty ladies, the cool guys.
Look at the dude. He's not invited.
Yeah, it looks like he's shaking. It's like,
He's like, man,
Why-
I can't believe it.
yeah.
I'm not invited.
Why can't I be there? Why can't I be chefing?
Well, we'll have to see the adjustments from RBL now. What can they do? They've already banned out Hinatan. They've already banned out the Herod. They've already banned out the Claude. They have to add a Bruno in there. They have to add a Brody in there. Do they have to just ban Marksman from the game? Do they have to just ban Skylar from the game?
What about Chip?
Chip definitely was a big problem. It was first pick for RRQ, so to be fair, that is still a massive factor. I do feel like Rebellion, they gotta let their own signature players shine, right? Because RRQ, of course, they're letting the Prince here get the space, get the resources that he requires to carry the game. But if you look at side of Rebellion, I think they were thinking a bit too much about how to really match and shut down Skylar here. They're not really giving their own players the signature kind of heroes or signature kind of play styles. I feel like maybe something like that could be better. Like, for example, instead of a Minotaur, maybe if Audi was on like a Franco, they go for something that's more pick-off heavy. That is what we've been saying. The thing that we've been saying is Rebellion's identity. Then maybe they can at least have a chance to dictate how the game goes, right?
Oh,
but of
what
course,
about Matilda?
Exactly. That begins in the drafting phase, though. And with the chip open, I feel like that's a bit too difficult still. So I think that's going to be a big part of the next drafting phase. Banning away or picking away the Loyi and the chip. Then we'll talk.
Then we'll talk. Okay, okay.
That gave me goosebumps.
Why?
I'm getting trauma.
The pre-M5 trauma.
And then we'll talk.
Or the
Oh, no.
post-M5 trauma.
No, please, no more talking. Okay, let's just get into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Rebellion now with first pick, so this might change the course of how this drafting phase goes. Natan instantly taken away. RRQ with the Harith ban. Are they gonna go for a Natan? Okay, Natan is already banned. Angela is still an option for them to ban out, and now RRQ.
Chip Loyi.
Exactly. But what about the Kaja? Do they really want to leave it open? Audi TZ on his signature hero. Curious to the win rate, honestly, because you can see that Rebellion's identity gets back in form when he's on
what are you
that
doing,
pick.
Baloy?
But hello, Baloy.
It's the new revamped, fitter Baloy.
I mean, well, you know, if Rebellion want to take notes on how to beat RRQ, that's the man you need to take notes from, technically.
Right.
Baloy is the Kingslayer, still hasn't lost to RRQ. He always finds a way to beat RRQ, that man. I don't know what, is he sitting in the, I'm trying to find, oh, he's sitting in the middle, never mind, he's not on any side.
Okay, staying neutral, as always. Alright, let's see what the bans show here. Rebellion have the options. It'll be an X-Borg, actually. Interesting. We haven't seen it being banned this early on, I believe. But for RRQ, it has to be the chip.
Yeah.
They've seen and they've used how good it is, but they let it go. What?
Rebellion, first pick chip?
Every team who's been up against RBL have banned the chip. Every team. Chip and Loyi. This is the first time that RBL will be getting their hands on that chip.
Roger ban. We were talking earlier about something else. It wasn't the Roger that we had in our minds. Maybe the Kaja. But they ban away the chip? What's the idea here? Do they want to go for more pickoffs instead? Go aggressive? Go on the chip before the chip can go onto you? They put Irad on the Baksha potentially here. Hasn't been flexed so far this season. What's going to be the first prio pick? It's going to be a Valentina. Is the idea to match the portal with the Valentina?
Yeah, it is. It certainly has to be, right? You can copy that shortcut, but you can't copy the Y walk. One of the powers of the chip is you can also use the Y walk to go anywhere in the map and then use the shortcut. So Valentina will have to get close to the chip and then look to go and gank. So it's more predictable, more readable.
It could also be an anticipation of a Faramis pick that Rebellion might want to pick up too, if they still want to commit with team fights.
I think considering how the game number 1 went, they can go for team fights, but I think they have to try and find ways to really get Skylar out of the picture. Some kind of threat, some kind of danger. Paquito certainly fits the bill, so does the Fredrin. Especially if this is a full damage Paquito. We've seen how difficult is it to deal with and how deadly it is when you don't have any protection for your backline.
And Cars had a big moment in one of his games on the Paquito in the early stages, so definitely a comfortable pick that he's picked up here. Now RRQ, last pick of the first phase.
Oh man. The fact that they banned away the Roger leads me to believe that they want to go for something in the gold lane. Alright, but no, Mathilda, you're gonna try and kite probably in and out of these fights so that the chip's initial aggression can be mitigated. I guess in that sense, they're banning away the Roger to deny any jungler that can just chase with the Lycan Pounce following all the way with a guiding wind potentially.
For the second time, Marksman will be ignored completely in the first phase. I don't know if we're gonna see just full-on Marksman bans again. RRQ, game 1, they banned out the carry and the Roger. Now they've already banned out Roger and Harith. And RBL, the first game they banned Natan, Harith, and Claude. So Claude is still up for grabs. But they banned out Vexana first here. RRQ.
Vexana. Crowd control is definitely what comes to mind when you look at the Vexana, so I think it still stands. They want to be able to just get out of it. We saw again, when your whole team have gap closers, have dashes, it makes it very easy for your team to kite out of big engages. Even if there's lockdown, you can take the Purify, but that's where I think Rebellion, they can go for something with a suppression to really shut down or lock down someone from RRQ and avoid having them just deny those pickoffs again and again.
And I don't know what the Bruno pick, seriously.
Me too.
I mean, like the Bruno ban, I mean. That respect is insane. Almost instant after game number 1. And now, oh, we got a comment from Bruce Goat.
Thank you for your support, Kingdom. I promise to secure a playoff slot for MPL ID Season 13.
Well, he's one game away from moving one step closer to that goal of making it to playoffs for the Kingdom, who didn't back down even when RRQ were down. So the players will definitely need to good Novaria. Definitely needs to show that the Kingdom did not put in their support for nothing.
Wait, we have another comment. Ooh. Confident to face Skylar because he's my idol.
B's idol, Skylar.
Yeah.
Imagine going up against your idol in the big stage, man. It has to be a great feeling, but also a weird feeling, right?
And then getting 3-tapped by your idol. It's like, man, no wonder you're my idol.
And you are good.
The realization.
One more ban though for Rebellion.
Is it carry?
It has to be a mobile goal laner here, because again, you can see the mobilities, right? The slows, the crowd control denied from RRQ. They want something, and so far right here, Skylar, if he doesn't have a dash of his own, he can rely on the guiding wind, but that makes his movements a lot more predictable. I don't think that's the path that RRQ want to take.
No, I don't think so either. With no Cloud, no Bruno, carry is still up for grabs. It was banned out by RRQ themselves, so maybe they don't want to pick up the carry. What are the other options here? The Brody could be a choice, but yes, safest choice would be that carry. That's why they pick it up here. RBL against the carry, against this composition. It's a very sustainable comp, to be fair. Baksha and the Mathilda and the carry that may still go for Brave Smite, but we have seen a different variant of the carry with Quantum Charge yesterday.
And by the way, the cooldown on the second skill, the dash, has been increased ever so slightly. But if you look at how the team fights have been going, 1 or 2 seconds there will change the outcome of the game. So that is something that RRQ must keep in mind, and that is something that Rebellion are definitely looking forward to. They get the Yves, they get the Beatrix.
Yves and Beatrix.
What season is it?
I know, I'm like,
Season
wait a second.
8? Season 9?
Season 9? Season 10?
That's dangerous though. All that slow. The real world manipulation that can potentially lock Skylar down, zone him from a fight, and
Big
of course,
issue.
anyone that gets initially engaged on is vulnerable to just getting bursted by the Beatrix.
And that's where the Matilda comes to play, right? To be able to weave in and weave out of the resources that Rebellion have to offer. But yes, the Yuzong does get picked up as well from RRQ.
Have we seen Dawn on the Yuzong?
No,
Dawn
I don't
on
think
the
so.
Yuzong, no.
We've seen Banana on the Yuzong, so first time debut pick for Yuzong. As a person who plays the Paquito and the Beatrix, I will have to say, I hate the Yuzong. So that says a lot about that pick. That last pick is really, really good for RRQ. If Don plays it well, it might just be a 2-0.
And he has been performing rather well lately.
In form.
Especially when he gets those playmaking, aggressive heroes. It's almost like a less proven version of Luke.
Oh. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Kings of Kings. They want to climb out of the red zone. They want to prove that they will not go down. Can they look for a 2-0 against the Blue Bulls, who have had the audacity to challenge them, to deny them that playoff spot? Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the land of Dawn, RRQ, and Rebellion Esports.
Audi TZ. It's now or never for him to try to walk the walk after talking the talk, taunting, and stating a whole lot of spicy things.
Looking at the battle spells, Irad actually retreat earlier here. He's trying to chase for a faster clear as much as possible. This mid lane though is where it gets interesting, man. Clay, great Yves player, but also great with the Valentina. He can match the real world manipulation, but he has options right now. If you look at the emblem, Skylar has a tenacity. For once, he knows that he is going to be in the hot zone. And D is the one with the weapon mastery. So no Master Assassin from Skylar either.
Skylar QC.
He wants to know that he can survive as much as possible. It is going to be the QC, so he will be having a lot more mobility.
Already forced a flicker early on. Irad, with that early red tree, has gotten quite a bit of value. Really, really good value.
It's very interesting though to see the gold lane with the Beatrix having a little bit more to say. Was it because of the presence of Audi, or does Beatrix have a better lane against carry?
He actually does. The fact that you outrange and you can hit pretty far away, and you can also dash away from that first skill. His first skill and the basic attacks are the way to win as a carry.
You want to go for short engagements and win out the trade by maybe proccing your passive once and then backing out. Skylar is just playing the lane pretty okay right now, but you have to remember, it all is slow until ODTZ gets to level 4, and then that global presence really starts showing up. And with how RRQ has been playing, how they've sometimes left Skylar to his own devices, he is not completely safe, and he does not have a Purify.
That's a level 4 for Cars, not yet for Sway Low. Irad actually jumps in deep, dealing a whole lot of damage onto Cars, who doesn't look like he has the regen, but now he does pop it in. Vincent first on this turtle, but Sway Low is not level 4. He was zoned away earlier by Clay, and now Vincent actually jumps in on the Clay, looking for the taunt, looking for the fight. Audi doesn't even have the shortcut, not just yet. The Black Dragon form is going to be used up to zone Vincent away, and that is Irad, who will be able to pick up the first turtle for free.
I mean, at that point, Irad was already a level ahead of Vincent anyway, but the real-world manipulation actually gets opened up.
Oh! Oh!
By Clay!
Solo kill! You pick the Eve against the man who has the highest win rate on the Eve.
Deaden from Bogor, making a statement once more. On the top side, D tried to match that playmaking attempt, but Skylar is just too clean with it. RRQ take the first small victory, baby steps in the right direction.
600, almost a 700 gold lead in the first few minutes of the game. They also take the audience prediction, 92% as compared to 8% for the Blue Bulls.
For now, both teams is scouting around, but Audi, see what he can do on this chip. He is level 4, so we are completely expecting some kind of portal play.
Good escape, escaping from the Petrify of Dawn, and getting back to lane. Ooh.
Portal play, he's going to the bottom side, looking for a gank maybe onto the Yuzong, trying to shut him down.
Well, you know the Dawn does not have the Petrify, so there's a layer of safety there. And the laning phase, though, you can see at least that D and JR is equal, but look at this play.
A full gank, and that's 4 members. Cars knocks him out. That's a pick off. Back to level on the board.
The fact that like the turret, the portal actually takes the aggro of the turret, that's a great move, but look at RRQ's immediate reaction. They might come out on top right here as Irad going for a dive.
Irad's doing a whole lot of damage, and Brusco comes in. Skylar wants to get the kill, but D, well played, gets out of the 3-man gank up top.
But either or, in that mid lane, Skylar munched on a lot of gold there. It's like a risky fallout you'd expect, but Vincent goes in.
Uh-oh, full lockdown. He's not even able to flicker out of that. RBL charging through.
All right, 12 seconds for Clay to spawn out. Rebellion gonna utilize this time to go for the neutral objective. D gonna get Skylar caught quite low. Doesn't necessarily have the amount of time to be able to chunk down that gold shield turret. But here it is, Rebellion with a better setup on the neutral objective.
Irad still looking for a possible engagement, cancelled out by ODTZ, and Cars even gets a knockout strike to stop Dawn from doing anything.
It's a great set of strategies from Rebellion to just take out Clay from the picture before the neutral objective is up. That allowed them to get a relatively easy, uncontested turtle. But look at this, Audi. Oh!
So good escape, but now it's a full-on dive on the Skylar. Vincent's going to be taking the aggro right now. That's a good cancel on the Nibiru's Passion. Skylar still alone now, taken out by Sway Low. Vincent will be traded back now. Audi caught in no man's land. Real world manipulation into the midst of it all. Brusco gonna get caught in the immobility field. Irad gets shot down once, but around her apathy and a knockout strike with the jab. Finds another. D locked down by the Petrify of Dawn. He goes back to the Wesker, but he will not be able to find another trade. It is 3 for the price of 2.
3 for the price of 2, but Skylar does get shut down there. That is great value for Rebellion, and they're making great use of this Yve. But look at that play.
RWM back onto RBL, forcing 2 big flickers from the chip and the Yve.
That's a lot of passion from both of these teams. They're going at each other with big aggression on all fronts. That 3-4-2 trade, like you mentioned earlier on, still Rebellion with a 1,500 gold lead. And it looks like D's damage is ramping up. There you go, BOD.
And he has a lot more space here to actually do the damage. He has more range compared to Skylar on the carry. So until a full blown out fight really happens, for the most part, I think D will be able to actually deal a bit more damage compared to Skylar. Only the BOD, it's going to be a while before he can really one-shot. But look at Cars, he's trying to, again, make sure that he has influence in the game and he has enough items and damage to be a significant threat.
This Paquito is really underrated, man. The fact that they picked in the first phase shows you how comfortable he is on it. 3-0-1.
Going with a Hunter Strike as well, he can add more damage onto it after. Now Brusco is in the bottom side, but everyone else already rotating to the turtle side except for Skylar.
Melfic Roar, by the way, for Cars.
Very aggressive, a lot of damage. Penetration right before this next neutral objective. Dance between both of these junglers. Irad is a level below.
Black Dragon form used up as Clay pops into real world inflation as well. Vincent looking for the angle. And Don actually does go for it there. Razor's Path. And Vincent finds the retreat. Circling Eagle to the back as Cars goes in for the knockout strike and displaces Don, but is not able to find that kill just yet. Only Vincent traded for the neutral objective. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, that's a shot from the Renner's Apathy, I believe, of D. In a 1v1, Skylar forced back. Very low, but Irad is rotating down as well. Has the shield Unity. Auditizi catches him in his rotation and stops any possible trade. But meanwhile, Cars boxing the turret.
He's keeping busy. He's looking for the trades. He's not standing idly by. If he's not being a nuisance in the team fights, he's focusing on these minions, giving more pressure for Rebellion to work with. But that damage again on Skylar.
Definitely nothing to sneeze at, but look at Irad.
Look at Cars.
Bit of a drive-by, but Cars, again, with all the space available, with the portals, to really facilitate his participation.
2,000 gold lead!
In big team fights. He can do whatever he wants, and he can be there for the decisive moments of this game. RRQ now struggling to match that pressure coming in from the Chips portals. And Sway Low with the Ice Queen's wand, by the way, is part of the reason why RRQ are just struggling to really move around in these fights as reliably as they would like.
I'm still in awe. 2,000 gold lead, what?
And 2 levels ahead of his competition. Don on the Yu Zhong too.
He really hasn't been able to get a lot of big kills, a lot of snowballing potential on the Yu Zhong, despite the fact that RRQ have been going for a lot of these objective fights off the back of that Black Dragon form.
You have a game fact here by GoPay. Since his debut in MPL ID Season 10, Eve has been the most pick hero for Sway Low, with 35 picks and a win rate of 57%. And finally, he's back on it. So far, sitting at a 1-1-4. We do see the potential that it has. It did work out for him earlier on in that team fight. Now he's picking up the NOD.
Wants to make sure that he can apply that shielding reduction, knowing that he's up against a Mathilda for sure. Now with the turret going down, are Rebellion going to go for an immediate trade? No, it's a portal play!
Guiding window. Wow, beautifully done by Brusco. Gets Skylar out. And Skylar had to commit a flicker, but RBL have the portal set up towards the top lane. Circling Eagle used up by Brusco. Another ultimate. But look at Cars. Proxying the wave, getting the Heptaseas as well. He might be looking for a flank. RRQ holding on to this neutral objective. Actually going for the burst down, going for the commitment. Black Dragon form as well. Now scouting, looking for a possible engagement. And looks for the flank in the back line, but is not able to find it. Cars also in the flank. Not going to go for any further enhanced initiation. Plays caught off guard. Will be able to escape.
Ooh, that was a clean objective take by RRQ.
Quite a nerve-wracking situation, going 50-50 there. RRQ, they get it. Now they're going for an aggressive play. Whoa, Brusco!
No, he's just flying by, man.
Scouting for information, that is one of the ways you can use the Mathilda pick. But now with the empowered waves, but with Cars hiding here, this is a very familiar sight, by the way.
Oh, does he have enough damage? If Skylar walks up, can he actually one-tap him like we did Bunny in the first leg? Caught on the RWM, force a flicker out. Audi now caught on the RWM, and will just take the damage. Oh, Nibiru's Passion takes on very low. Vincent We're gonna re-engage now with Red Tree and onto Irad, but the guiding wind. Brusco, what a savior.
HP bars for the side of RRQ are still relatively healthy right here. They can pressure Rebellion away and try and get some more damage onto this turret. But Rebellion are too quick with it, and Cars is just too annoying for them to leave alone.
2v1, Cars with a flicker. Now the Black Dragon form committed. Skylar walking as well up top. How are we going to escape from this one, Cars? He goes in with a skill 1, another one to get a little bit more shielding. Knockout strike 2. So many members sent up top, but ODT might just be able to look for a re-engage. He puts the portal down. They look for Skylar. Cars has baited RRQ and even survives RBL. They charge with Cars as the Matador.
They have to be careful. They have to remember that in a 1v1, it's never a 1v1 when Chip is present. That was wonderfully played by the Blue Bulls to bait out RRQ. With Skylar and Irad off the board, Rebellion can push the tempo once again, being able to take these turrets one by one as they're falling down like flies. Here's the siege coming through.
Brusco gunned down the circling eagle, shot down from the skies.
That's the burst potential from Rebellion, man. Paquito with a Heptaseas and a Hunter Strike and the Beatrix. We haven't seen it in a long time, but walking up like that when you're not a full tank frontliner was never allowed against a Beatrix. RRQ are reminded why.
What a play! Rebellion 4.9, 5k gold lead against the Kings of Kings in this 13th minute. And it's so difficult, right? Because you do want to punish Cars. You do want to stop him from taking these objectives under your nose when you're looking for the proper setup. With Cars always just constantly split pushing and taking these turrets, it must be a problem. How do they deal with it if they can't even go and capitalize over Cars if Chip is present? Do they go for Chip first? But even so, how do they even find Chip in the first place?
I think mainly for RRQ, it's also the fact that they can't really go for catches. If that last engagement, if you can call it that, with Cars wasn't enough of evidence, even if they do find someone out of position, they can't really go for a very decisive catch unless they use something like a Mathilda. But look at Chip. ODTZ canceling the guiding wind.
All the way now, Irad will be the sacrificial lamb to save Skylar. Now the re-engage with the real room ablation and the petrify from Don in the back. D with a nature, flickering out to the real room ablation. It's Don! Gets a 3-man knockup! But now the kite back from the side of RBL. Car still at full HP. Clay getting a big splash of damage onto the Eve as ODTZ pops to conceal defensively. 2 for 1. RRQ with another winning skirmish.
Impeccable adaptations coming in from RRQ, the Kings of Kings. That play, that sacrificial play by Dawn won them that team fight, being able to take D out of the board. That lack of damage was just the cherry on top of a beautiful play. And now this is going to be a free lord for RRQ, turning things completely around.
Fortunately for RRQ as well, that bottom side turret barely survived the minion waves that were set up by Cars. But with this Lord, a lot stronger than the previous one, they have to try and find something decisive here. They can't allow Rebellion to use all their burst damage, clear the Lord without being punished for it somehow when their cooldowns are down. But Cars, a 3k gold ahead with the Sea Halberd as well as the Rose Gold. He is just fully geared for the next engagement. He's an assassin, man. He is not a frontliner at all.
Looking at the real-time victory rate here, 67% for Rebellion. Brusco. That was close. He was taking a lot of damage, but this Lord is going to be marching in the mid-side. RRQ looking to get more out of it.
Slowly but surely, RBL are dealing with it properly. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Cars again going to be initiated on by Brusco. No Circling Eagle pops in a guiding wind, gets out the safety with that big shield. 1 tier 2 in the mid lane.
Despite getting the Lord, they only managed to, I guess, alleviate 1k gold difference and only get 1 turret so far. Brusco gets jumped on.
Just a bit though. Has the guiding wind, has the blood wings too. Clay, Divine Glaive.
At this point, Clay definitely has some more items, so he is not someone that can be ignored. We said in the winning conditions for RRQ, you have to make sure that someone else can be a big problem aside from Skylar. And for now, with 5 items completed, including the Divine Glaive, as you mentioned, and the blood wings, Clay can definitely do a lot of damage, and if D isn't careful, his Wind of Nature doesn't protect against magical damage.
now, Rebellion looking for another play. We are going to take a look at the replay here presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy.
Such a good play by Rad. Standing there. Afterwards, an immediate just chase back. And with the slows they have and all the gap closers, and Dawn landing that incredible furious dive. As you mentioned, if they can make sure that Rebellion can stay in place for Skylar to just start shredding them down, that is part of their win condition with this composition. But we have to see. It only takes one good portal play to seal the fate of Skylar. The opposite isn't true at all. So Rebellion have all the chances here. RRQ are the ones that cannot afford to make a mistake.
For sure. It's very tedious to detail for both of these teams, honestly. With how they play this next view, Clay going to be able to get the real-world manipulation, so that's definitely something that they can use in their kit to out-damage Rebellion and have a little bit more to say when it comes down to rage. Vincent opening up the map, and here it is, right? Finally, both these junglers are at level 15. I'm curious to see how they're going to be opening up the Lord Dance. The Lord Dance is going to be very interesting. Will Cars once again look for a play in the bottom side of the far lane to have a little bit more of a macro presence to put RRQ, forcing RRQ to handle that bottom side lane? Because that's definitely something that they can play with, and that's what they do. Clay is forced to go for the recall here, or it doesn't.
Vincent holds it. That's why he needs to hold his ground. But look at Cars, look at Cars. Remember what happened to Onic? It was Cars on the Paquito. The wave is slow pushing, and that will be a base turret taken down. That's one.
Man, tough situation here. The macro presence coming in from Rebellion. It's not just the Paquito, it's the chip as well. Portal comes in.
Right as the Yuzong recalls. Vincent is here, Cars is here too.
Oh.
Can they blitz it?
Cars is back towards the bottom lane. Yuzong will leave the lane open. Fraser's Wrath. But Yuzong will go back to the lane. He reads out something is off. Rebellion though will use this advantage. Cars straight at it. Yuzong Dawn will have to go back to the middle lane. And it's a full clear once again for Cars.
This is a problem. They need Dawn in these team fights. They need Dawn to be able to take D out. Without him, who's going to be able to do that job?
Look at Brusco. And Skylar. This might be the pinch angle. To find a flank. Oh! Good read by RBL though, occupying that bush, but look at Skylar still. No, he gets out.
Oh, you do get concerned if he's gonna run face first into Cars. But I guess he's a bit too careful for that. Rebellion now just playing the patient game so well. But Clay, he's doing some damage to Vincent, man, forcing him away. But that's the INU already expended.
And it gets resetted, the Lord. This is tough without that resource. They need it out of TZ though.
Skylar is in the base. This is the right time to go and call the shot. Black Dragon Form used up. Shortcut already there as well. Look at Cars, look at Cars, look at Cars. They go in for the all-in, but look at Cars again! He's gonna do it. He did it to the Sky Kings. He's about to do it to the Kings of Kings. Clay and Brusco recalling back as D will be taken down, but Dawn will fall as well. Onic has fallen as well. Now Cars in a 2v1 situation.
Oh, no way.
Winner truncheon by Clay to buy some time. Cars versus Brusco and Clay. They will be able to clear it out, but Vincent is still on the Lord right now with Skylar going back. Do they have what it takes to do it? RRQ, amazing response.
D is dead. D is gone. Audi TZ is gone. They have the man advantage if they do want to press forward, but they still have to be aware of Cars.
You bring the carry with you, and you can shred him down. That's a shield unity connecting onto Vincent, and that should be one last hit. Skylar finds it. Oh! The flicker forward! Real world manipulation! Skylar! There's the wave! The wave set up for RRQ's success. The coup all in the hands of Cars now. Over the nature used up. Cars with a knockout strike. Not enough to take the Kings of Kings down.
We will not go down. After everything that RRQ has faced this season, that poster, that statement has just rung, has stuck, has lived in our minds rent-free. 2-0 against the Blue Bulls. Audi TZ's statement, we will not let RRQ into the playoffs. They missed their chance here. What a series by RRQ, the Kings of Kings.
You taunt the king at your own expense. A lot of people thought it was going to be a walk in the park for Rebellion, that the Rebellion is a done deal. But the royalty, the ruling class says, know your place.
Bow down. And now they will go and fist bump again. RRQ with a triumph today. With the Crown Prince, they retaliate against the Rebellion.
Hear the audience. Look at the kingdom. They are rejoicing. They are loving this. And this does officially bring RRQ closer to the upper brackets. Does this mean that they're fourth in the standings?
Yeah.
After being ninth. What a journey, what growth.
They've taken Rebellion's spot. Rebellion dropping to fifth.
You say it's a journey, it's 2 match wins. Season 13, ladies and gentlemen.
It's amazing, it's amazing. And we're so excited to see what the Kings of Kings have to say about that match, especially after Audi TC's spicy statement. So we'll cut to the interview, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Kemenangan dari RRQ menutup minggu mereka dengan indah. Win streak di minggu ini dan inilah dia. Pertarungan yang begitu luar biasa, 2-0 dengan cukup meyakinkan. Congratulations, balas dendam dengan sangat manis. 2-0 dibalesin 2-0 nih ya. Gimana kalian bisa balas dendam itu, kekuatannya dari mana nih?
Kekuatannya nggak ada sih sebenarnya. Kita confident aja buat menang di match ini.
Confident?
Ya.
Tentu confident tuh ada alasannya dong. Gak mungkin asal pede aja mah.
Gak tahu sih teman-teman gue kayak suka banget mereka lawan Rebel. Jadi gue lebih semangat.
Wow, suka banget ya. Tadi siapa yang teriaknya paling keras, Skylar?
Sorry?
Siapa yang teriaknya paling keras ketika udah menangin matchnya?
Kayaknya semua sih. Ya.
Semua ya?
Iya semua, karena semangat.
Karena semangat.
Yeah.
Maybe these two, Irat and Brusco. Tadi Bude juga ngeliat, langsung berdiri, yay! You guys and happy here with this match, 2-0. You guys can battle it up and the revenge is really great for you guys. How do you feel about this revenge?
What?
How do you feel about this revenge? Because it's 2-0 and then you give them the zeros now.
I think I'm so happy right now because ODTC always saying something about us. And we just practice hard and we promise that we will defeat them.
Oh, terpicu ya. Jadi ingin ketika dibakar, mereka terbakar dan malahan sekarang jadi ini ya. Jadi semangat mereka berjanji tidak akan kalah. Dan ini menjadi 2-0. Ini menarik ya, kayaknya tim-tim yang mungkin menyenggol atau mungkin menantang RRQ, kalian semakin tertantang. Aura, nggak jadi. Audi, digagalin. 2 player nih. 2 teams that maybe they want to fight against you guys cannot win like Aura and Audi. So, maybe you guys love to be challenged. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, how about you, Irat?
What's the question again?
Are you guys love to be challenged from other teams?
Yeah, I think because they're always preparing for us. But we are always ready.
Mau di challenge, mereka siap-siap aja sih. But in this meta, one guy, Kyrie, say that maybe Irat will play Assassin Hero just like he did. Are you gonna play Assassin Hero more later?
Yes, I think because last time against Dewa, I play funny, but for the future, I can still play assassin.
What hero that we expecting that you want to play in this stage?
Mungkin apa ya? Lancelot.
Ditunggu Lancelot dari Irat. Dan kalau dari Deden from Bogor, ngelihat match kali ini mendebarkan gak sih? Tadi game kedua kayaknya kalian rada-rada dakdikdukser tuh. Posisinya hampir aja ke split push. Gimana kalian memanage untuk tetap tenang dan mengambil game kedua?
Iya, udah pasti menang juga sih itu game 2 harusnya.
Sudah pasti menang. Kepastian itu datang sebelum game mulai atau sebelum matchnya mulai nih?
Gak tahu sih. Enggak. Hoki aja tadi. Hoki menang.
Humble sekali ya. Tapi tadi ada panik gak sih ketika di split push gitu?
Oh panik banget.
Panik banget?
Iya.
Lalu bagaimana? Siapa yang di sini mungkin nge-call dan untuk memanage biar everything is under control?
Oh Skylar nih.
Oh Skylar. Serem. Tapi sebentar sebelum Skylar berbicara kita akan melihat standing sementara. Apa yang terjadi? Akankah ada perubahan dari kemenangan 2-0 karena buset. Wait. Dari mulai minggu ini kalian hadir di posisi 9. Meranjak naik ke 6. Sekarang di posisi 4. Udah merasa aman belum nih di posisi 4 ini?
Belum.
Udah 4 loh top 4. Kenapa tuh belum?
Karena matchnya juga masih banyak juga kan. Kayak masih ada week 7, 8, sampai 9 kan.
Benar, 7, 8, 9, 3 minggu.
Iya.
Dan belum aman, sepertinya kita melihat ada 3 tim dengan 5 match win yang sama. RRQ, Rebellion dan juga Kickfam. Dan dengan kemenangan tadi nge-switch posisi Rebellion ke posisi 5. Wah, ini bakal menjadi match yang mendebarkan untuk RRQ sendiri. Berada di posisi ini, mempertahankan posisi di top 6K yang kalian cari atau ada hal lain yang kalian cari?
Kalau untuk sekarang sih yang penting kita carinya lolos playoff aja dulu.
Sekompetitif itu Kas di season kali ini karena biasanya orang upper kepengen upper. Sekarang banyak banget tim yang penting playoff, udah yang penting playoff.
Iya. Ya kalau upper insya Allah lah bonus aja.
Bonus. Begitu kompetitif tapi Don mungkin tadi ngerasa juga ya. Don melawan tim Rebellion dan kalian nge-switch ke Rebellion. Apa tadi tantangannya di match tadi? Untuk Don ada nggak tantangannya?
Gak ada sih, biasa aja.
Gak ada, biasa aja. Menghadapi mungkin tadi Cars yang dengan bermain split pushnya. Tapi kayaknya kamu lebih fokus untuk team play.
Tadi fokus Beatrix aja sih.
Fokus Beatrixnya aja ya?
Iya.
Baca aja, cari di kemanapun dia berada. Dan itu works.
Apa?
Berjalan dengan lancar.
Iya.
Nggak panik ketika di split pushin?
Nggak, ada Deden tadi, Dev, aman.
Semuanya Deden aja. Dan kita ngelihat begitu baiknya klasemen sementara dari tim RRQ Hoshi. Melihat semua tim sedang berjuang juga. Kalian pengen lebih di ini nggak sih? Mungkin 2 tim yang nantangin kalian malahan tumbang. Kepengen ditantang tim-tim lain lagi nggak sih kalian? Skylar, merasa ingin ditantang nggak jadinya?
Nggak ada sih, kita tetap respect sama musuh.
Respect is the key. Dan nextnya, untuk next week kita akan melihat tim RRQ beradu kembali untuk pertarungan yang sengit. Next matchnya untuk Skylar sendiri. Pertemuannya sama yang di pucuk atas Skylar.
Onic BTR.
Udah tahu ya jadwalnya?
Ya.
Kamu udah tahu kamu sampai memperhatikan jadwal, apakah ada yang harus kamu perhatikan untuk next week-nya Skylar?
Nah, mungkin kita banyakin nonton match mereka sih buat
persiapannya. Dan kesehatanmu juga pastinya ya Skylar ya. Semoga sehat selalu. Dan untuk Eman, sebenarnya ini yang menarik adalah Skylar juga bertemu Eman. Eman posisinya tuh lagi baik banget. Di MPL, dia bahkan juga bersih terus matchnya. Bagaimana kamu melihat pertarungan selanjutnya nih untuk leg kedua?
Buat Onic apa BTR nih?
BTR dulu, BTR.
Ya lo buat BTR sama sih sama good luck Evan aja.
Setelah Kevin aja.
Ya.
Kalau buat Onic ada yang spesial kah?
Nggak ada sih, sama aja.
Nggak ada spesial. Tapi special maybe for Irat because you will face your fellow Filipinos friend, Eman, next week. Do you have something to say to Eman? Or do you have any concern meeting against Eman next week?
Good luck aja dan apa ya? Ayo balik RSG.
Waduh, disuruh balik aja ya. Ini menarik untuk melihatkan bagaimana keduanya sangat-sangat bersahabat. Dan untuk kata-kata penutupan kayaknya Bude pengen. Deden nggak ada kata-kata penutupan nih. Kasih dong kata-kata penutupan.
Nggak ada.
Bentar,
Nggak
nggak apa-apa.
nyiapin soalnya.
Bude sambil baca itu kamu siapin ya 10 detik ya.
Next
Tuh
week lah,
dari
next week,
Kingdom. Tuh Kingdom udah pada kepengin loh.
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada
Nggak
kata.
nyiapin.
Biasanya Deden cepet banget tuh.
Next week lah.
Next week.
Ya insya Allah.
Berarti next week akan diwawancara. Berarti
Amin, amin.
akan menang dong.
Amin.
Oh, ditunggu persiapan kata-kata from a Deden from a Bogor. So itu saja untuk minggu ini 2 kali win streak. Penutupan kata-kata nggak ada? Thank you.
Oh, thank you semua buat Kingdom yang udah datang hari ini, yang udah support semua, thank you.
Terima kasih. Inilah dia. Dari penutupan minggu yang ke-6 RRQ meranjak naik. So caster 2-0. What happened?
The Kingdoms rejoice once again with that 2-0 against the Blue Bulls. Congratulations.
Push-ups. Push-ups incoming.
It will be uploaded.
Don't worry. What a moment though, man. What a moment indeed. Even in the interview, the Kingdom, they're just like, it's finally our time. After a long drought period.
You gotta give it up to the Kingdom, man. The team, the Kingdom, the fans who supported them through their slump, and now back on top. Well, 4th now, right? I mean, it's slow but steady. Clay also said it. Even though they've went from 7th to 4th, it's still a long way to go. And that's why Clay wasn't actually fully celebrating yet, just celebrating the victory of this game, but not celebrating getting out the red zone because it's still a few matches away, man. Like, teams could go back and forth.
Definitely.
And that's why it's scary, man. The whole team they were happy, but they were like, no, on to the next one. Even Skylar during the interview was like, we're gonna watch a lot of games and try and figure out our opponents, man. We wanna get back up there.
I mean, you can imagine the kind of pressure and the expectations that are currently on RRQ right now. So the fact that they're able to win it, it's a step in the right direction, but their job is not over yet. But let's take a moment to celebrate this guy, right? Skylar, the player of the match, POTM, on the carry. I think it's quite self-explanatory. No Skylar, no win so far. And this guy is just so good. He's so good. I don't even know what to say about it.
Then don't say anything and let's take a look at the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Of course, aside from Skylar, Clay, after coming back with a performance that's not really highlight-worthy, he comes back and has some really solid moments in this game. But overall, as a team, despite going up against a chip, we were just talking earlier about how the chip was just so deadly, so difficult to deal with, and yet, when the shoe is on the other foot, RRQ managed to just take down Rebellion. And of course, it was a very, very close game, and this moment right here, it seemed like all was lost. Skylar immediately deleted, and Cars didn't even get taken out, right? The machine just is so clean with it, but afterwards, they try, it's like deja vu, same fight, but look at the difference here when Skylar is in the mix.
As the value of the Matilda, right? Something we were talking about, why RBL picked up the Matilda in game number 1. And we see it used up by Brusco to actually turn that fight around.
And even look at that furious dive by Dawn. And here, even the play onto D. This guy was just doing so good in this game. Trading 1-for-1, but all things considered, that was enough to really edge RRQ over. And when you're up against this composition, against a Matilda, you can't step up like this, man.
Nope.
RRQ immediately smell blood in the water, and they go for the chase. Sway, no chance, sway low. Deleted immediately.
Man, I mean, I said it after they picked up the Yuzong. It's like, oh, dude, as a Beatrix player, I know how disgusting the Yuzong is. And yeah, it happened, man. D, it looked like it was so promising in the start, outlaning Skylar, doing so well in the mid game too. But then every time you saw that dragon, you almost knew for sure, goodbye, D. It's been nice knowing you.
It's like inevitable. And the same thing can be said for Sway Low on the Yi. You know, as a Yi player, I can also confirm that when there's a Yuzong, you're like, man, now you just have to change your whole game plan, your whole play style in the Land of Dawn. Looking at the items though, Dawn went for a Hunter Strike, and the War Axe came a bit later, as far as I could see in the game earlier, and he went full tank. A stark contrast to Cars on the Paquito, who went for the full damage, and as a result, you do see that in that split push scenario, even 1v2, when Clay and, I believe Clay and Brusco went to try and stop the push coming in from Cars, he's able to almost take Clay out, burn some battle spells, and escape with his life. So, for sure, Rebellion themselves have a solid game plan, but when it comes down to it, in the Land of Dawn, it only takes one. We were saying it earlier, in one of these fights, if Skylar slips up, makes a mistake, if Clay slips up, if Dawn didn't land like a big furious dive in one of those fights in the top side of the map, everything can immediately get turned around in the blink of an eye.
And if we take a look at the whole items, the landscape again, right? I mean, it's not like Rebellion were behind. They were actually ahead for the better part of the game. I think early on, 2.5k, and then after that big play from Cars and ODTZ's teleport, they pushed it to 5k. Then they were playing the skirmishes really well. It looked like they had the game too, with Cars pushing in. Almost looked poetic, because they did that to the Sky Kings. Paquito split push, but RRQ, so aware. You gotta give props to Clay and Brusco for recalling, finding the place to recall, but also the rest of the members for getting the space for them to recall, to cancel that out. And that read was just phenomenal, and the commitment from RRQ as well. Right as they saw Cars there, they went straight for the fight, but Valentino went back, and then once they've dealt with Cars, they go straight back to the winning team fight that they were able to get. It was just really well managed, man, by RRQ.
It's almost ironic that, of course, Rebellion were going for a split push strategy, but the moment the fight really gets split up, right, with Dawn going in, remember, it was a 3v4 near the Lord Pit, and yet I believe RRQ Hoshi were able to get a 1-for-2 trade. They traded Dawn on Yuzong, and they took out D, and I believe they took out, I think it was Audi. I think it was Audi, yeah. So, shows you again, the carry threat is still very much there. It's only about how you can really build around it, right? Carry can do a lot of damage, more than a lot of the other marksmen in the game right now, but he needs tools to survive, like the Matilda. He needs someone else to really take some of the attention away, like the Yuzong. And RRQ showing again that in the drafting phase, it's also a lot more solid. 717 gold per minute. Skylar, not really aiming for the high gold stat, but considering how this game was going, it's still impressive that he's still the rich guy, because he was under pressure for a long time before things really took a turn.
It's all about that consistency, right? I mean, Skylar just understanding when to be the executor, when to be doing damage, and when to delegate that task. Clay, you take over for now for the damage dealt. I'll go in and execute the two last members to actually take the game. The understanding of how and why and what he wants to do at every single point of the game is really phenomenal. But yeah, special shout out to Brusco, 90% team fight participation, dude. This guy was all over, and really, I think this game was really tough. Everybody had a shining moment. I think Brusco saved them so many times from those TPs. Irad as well, just tanking in front, knowing that there will be a guiding wind to help him. The Matilda is so valuable, and I think after this, a lot of teams will be looking at it and saying, You know what? Those nerfs really didn't play a big part at all.
Especially because we saw this week a bunch of Matilda just left open,
Exactly.
unpicked, undrafted. Great credit to Kozaya again for noticing a possibility here, knowing that, hey, we're going to be dealing with a lot of people diving towards our gold laner. A Matilda sounds pretty nice to have.
So valuable, right? Especially against the chips. So that's why it was still confusing in game one when Rebellion didn't go for the Matilda.
Very peculiar. But we are going to take a look at the comms now, ladies and gentlemen. The golden moment by UBS Gold.
Aduh, gua dulu dah. Tarik. Sini. Gua. Balik guys. Balik guys. Bisa. Bisa sekarang. Better guys. Lihat. Better guys. Down. Mati. Perangin. Gas. Perangin guys. Gas dong. Lor. Sini. Oke, tarik. Ayo fighting Jo. Ayo, kena. Lihat arah saya. Ready. Nama gua, guys. Ready dulu, boy. Mati Freddy. Down. Atas guys, gua enggak bisa. Bisa gua. Mati Patrick. Mati Patrick. Gas. Mati dia. Bantu satu dong, guys. Aman deh. Ada gua. Aman sih. Mati galer. Aman.
Ooh, that was scary.
That's what I'm talking about.
Was that screaming from Skylar?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Calm down. I mean, it must feel super good.
The fans are still here, man. Usually you see people start trailing out. They want to go for pictures. They want to go for the bathroom breaks. They're still here.
And they're still chanting.
They're still chanting. So good. We have amazing fans in Indonesia. Gotta love them.
Absolutely, especially the Kingdom, one of the standouts for sure. Especially when they win. Like we saw a little bit of a slump as well in their support. It seemed like they were protesting yesterday, but the protest has ended. No more protests. Now they're happy. 5-5, I believe, is their current standing in their 4th place. So Brusco as well. That's who he said in the interview. I promise that I'll get you to playoffs. I think he kind of he walked the walk on that one, man.
They're inching closer. It's still a possibility for them to... Is there upper brackets?
I think there's still a possibility, obviously. Right. But we'll take a look at the standings again. This is
Ooh,
why no
spoiler.
team is safe. Not just yet. Even with Bigetron winning, it's not 100% guaranteed that they'll make it to playoffs. Not just yet.
Let's take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, you got a little sneak peek earlier on, but here are the standings presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And there it is, RRQ Hoshi officially number 4. Rebellion Esports and Geek have been dragged further down, further and closer to the red zone.
And yet, if you look at the match win-lose percentage, or the rate, it's not far at all. It's only a matter of 1 or 2 matches before someone climbs all the way up from the bottom as well. That's why Mirko was saying, even on top, there's still a bit of that pressure going on. Like, okay, are we safe really? Right? So we have to see, man. With all the teams, RRQ, Onic, everyone's just like stepping up here. All teams that seem to be in a slump. Even Geek Fam to a degree. They're just getting up there, man.
But you know, honestly, looking at the standings, Onic number 2, but the net game win is so far off from Bigetron.
Yeah. Bigetron have been losing 2-1 and have been winning 2-0 a lot. So the net game win is quite crazy. 10 compared to 5 of Onic. But here it is, Rookie and Player of the Week vote mechanism.
For the Rookie of the Week and the Player of the Week, they will undergo a voting process. But there is a definition first that we need to look at. What brings you? What allows you to become Rookie of the Week? For the MPL Rookie, they have never played in any previous season of any MPLs or official leagues. And Rookie of the Week candidates will be determined based on their performance statistic on the current week. And then the voting process ensues. The voting will be conducted by the on-site observer team and the casters from the last match of the votes. And this is how the votes swing. Observer team gets 2 votes and the casters on-site get 6. 3 from the Indo casters and 3 from the English casters. The same thing, the same process happens for the Player of the Week, but the criteria is different. All players are able to earn Player of the Week who have earned the Player of the Match throughout the week's matches. Again, voting process is exactly the same.
All right, so play of the match is a prerequisite to go for, to get
POTW.
a POTW.
So let's see, Rookie of the Week, who do you guys think it is?
Drumroll, please.
It's done!
Ooh, congratulations. Rookie of the Week goes to RRQ Dawn. Oh, it's my code.
Exactly.
You read it.
What? Stepping up when RRQ needs it the most. Getting his job done and unafraid to sacrifice himself for it, says Eterna.
Yep.
What? You don't sound like that.
Probably not. But yes, I think you gotta agree with your quote here, Eterna. He really stepped up, man. Even in the match on Friday, I believe, when me and Mirko were with Shevin, we were talking about it. The fact that he just came out of nowhere. A lot of people were thinking he's gonna be a default laner, no big moments, no real critical game-changing plays. But on the Lapu Lapu, he proved himself. And today, with the Youth song, that we haven't seen him play at all. He just delivers yet again. Showing again why initially he was brought up to the MPL. Because a lot of people were saying like, what's this guy, bro? You know,
What's this guy?
What is this guy? Like,
what is it?
What is this guy?
Yeah,
He's
like doing
what is even a Don, right? Like, are you a Don like the Mafia?
Oh!
Oh my god, Player of the Week!
Oh. Player of the Week goes to Skyla from RRQ. So RRQ really reaping the rewards this week.
Now you read it.
Yep. There is a quote by Arashi. Despite everyone knowing that he is RRQ's win condition, he still finds ways to carry his team despite being target banned and focused in fights.
I mean, it is what it is.
Fair play.
Can you argue with that statement that he was the guy in RRQ's matches? And again, with the bans and the focus in the Land of Dawn as well, I don't know how he does it.
Neither do I. Neither do I, but what I do know is the list of MPL awards for Season 13. We have the regular season MVP, the finals MVP with the first and second team awards. We have Rookie of the Season, Most Improved Player, Coaching Team of the Season, IDN and EN Best Talent. We have Best Teammate, we have the Dream Team Awards, and we have the Outstanding Media Contribution Awards, both being fan vote.
That was a very interesting action you decided to go for there, but through all the awards, I still have one question. What is best teammate, right? I want to know the criteria. I really do.
We're like week number 6 and we still haven't gotten the answer to that question.
We got a highlight for the best English and Indo talent earlier, so hopefully next week we'll have a highlight for best teammate to explain. But my God, next week, oh my Lord.
Ooh. Honestly, being completely real, it's gonna be a tough week for RRQ. That's the first thing I'm seeing, right? Going up against #1 right now in the standings, and going up against the Sky Kings, who have promised that they're gonna bring back the greatness. So already, just looking very, very tough. But along with that, of course, Aura having 2 matches as well. Eterna, how do you feel about that?
Onic next.
RBL first,
okay,
hello?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see them there. But yes, Rebellion first and then Onic next. I don't know. I mean, Aura was able to win against Onic last time in like #1, but now with the current Onic, the serious Onic,
you have to believe,
the feeling
Eterna.
Onic.
You have to believe.
I wonder if they dare to be great. I
No,
love that song.
because they are better than great. That's
How does it
better
sound?
than great. That's not Dare to Be
Oh,
Great.
yeah.
Dare to Be Great is the different one. That's M4.
Eterna, you have the makings of like a pop singer. I think what would look better is if you went with a different look right here.
Yeah, take those non-Saturdays glasses. Ew, get that off, Eterna. Put on the pink, beautiful Saturdays glasses because you guys can gear up as well for the launch of Saturdays and MPL ID's collaboration on the 4th of March. So it's already out. This eyewear is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield, available at www.saturdays.com. And you have the glasses on, so can you read it? And all Saturday stores. For more info, follow at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok.
And TikTok. Don't forget the TikTok.
The Mannequin Challenge is so long ago, man. Why are you doing it now? The what? The Mannequin Challenge.
Because I'm dumbfounded with how great this Samsung is, man. Experience more wow in gaming, bro.
Wow.
Wow. Enjoy stutter-free and smooth gameplay with the Neo QLED.
It's not just any QLED, it's Neo QLED. It's the enhanced version. Dramatic. If you guys saw that, if you guys watched that on a Neo QLED Samsung Super Smart TV Plus,
crazy,
then you would have seen crazy drama. And also, see this? This is an emote. Sepuh. Santai, bro. Santai aja, bro. We also have. Wait, I have to do the. How do you do the Onic one?
No, Onic one is when you dance and then you do the.
No, but look, yeah, that's the CW. And then we have this, the Godiva. Ente kadang-kadang ente. Then we have the cow. Tabrak aja lah.
Okay, so what sound does a cow make? Or a bull?
A cow says moo.
So bulls moo.
Cows moo.
Why are we rehashing this discussion?
I saw your clip on TikTok. We're not gonna fall for it again.
Yeah, we saw that clip, Eterna.
What you didn't see is the barcode right beneath Arashi.
I see it.
Ladies and I'm not talking about you.
I think they did too, but
I mean, it's right here.
You know, just in case they didn't see it, there's a QR code below Arashi. I mean, you can kind of tunnel vision on Arashi's cuteness, right? So don't forget to check that out, because for you students who are interested in esports, let's register now for the MDL CSR program 2024. Get the opportunity for mentorship with expert mentors in esports, internship opportunities at partner companies of MLBB Indonesia, and of course, internship opportunities from Moonton Cares. All you need to do, ladies and gentlemen, is peel your eyes away from Arashi for once and scan the QR code down below him to register.
Just like that.
Just easy.
It's a modern time, man.
Easy as pie.
Back then, you would have to type this link out bit by bit. QR codes. What a lifesaver.
Mm-hmm. Are you trying to mentor yourself? I don't understand what you're doing.
Does it work?
Yeah, of course it works.
Oh.
Man, that is smooth.
That was
you see
quick.
how fast it processed the QR code?
That was quick.
That was near instant.
Ooh.
That's what the Samsung gets you. S24, baby.
Don't miss out, guys.
And girls.
So up until week number 6, we still have not found a counter to Harith.
We have.
Ban it out.
Onic beat the Harith, Nino, Brody. Remember?
Oh yeah. So there is a counter to the
It's not really a lane counter, but it's like it makes it a skill matchup. So, Brody does okay against the Harith. But if the Harith snowballs, goodbye.
So it's basically like if me and Mirko play Harith and Brody,
Okay.
the Brody will win because I'm playing it. And he's playing the Harith.
Interesting.
Yeah, it'll be a skill issue. That's why
For him.
the Brody will not win. The
No,
Harith
it's for
will
him.
destroy the Brody.
No, it's for him.
You want to do push-ups
No,
again?
it's for him.
You want to go?
You want to
do
shake
push-ups
on it
again? You wanna
one
shake
more
on it?
Look, I'm
time.
cosplaying Audi at the moment.
Oh.
You know, saying things that you can't prove.
Oh my. Oh my.
Eternal, relax.
Yo, hey man, don't do that to my boy Audi.
Yeah, we love
We love
all
Audi.
love him.
I know
Audi, we
Aurora's
love you.
logo is fire, but you gotta tone it down.
We love you, Audi.
Damn.
We love you, Audi. Okay, done. So this marks the end of the day and week, ladies and gentlemen. We're
Week
gonna
6.
see you in week number 7. Are you ready? Because I don't think I'm ready. Emotional damage is coming as we're nearing the end of the season. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, me, Eterna,
Mirko,
Arashi.
we're signing out for the day. MPL ID Season 13.
we own this.
Timur. Mereka akan mendapatkan internet, lalu juga ada pelatihan dan banyak sekali. Kita melihat seperti apa dari semua kolaborasi yang sudah dilakukan, semoga membawa esports ke jalan yang lebih hebat lagi. Terima kasih juga kepada semua player dan kepada semua tim, tapi terutama kepada kalian semua yang turut berpartisipasi untuk ngitung. Banyak banget nih angka-angka yang sudah keluar dan juga semangat kalian untuk mendukung tim-tim yang beradu di MPL. Begitu meriahnya minggu yang ke-6 sampai kita melihat banyak sekali perubahan terjadi di klasemen sementara MPL Indonesia Season 13. Dan tentu saja Bude Clara Mongstar ingin mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada kalian dan juga kepada para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner ini Sports. Ada Dunia Games. Games Max, Ora Imo, dan juga Telkomsel bersama dengan supplier Indomaret Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, government partner kita PBSI. Semua yang sudah hadir di MPL Arena tentu saja dinantikan kehadirannya kembali di minggu yang ke-7. Dan buat kalian yang belum datang, buruan beli tiketnya dan hadir untuk meramaikan seperti apa perjuangan dari 9 tim yang akan berjuang untuk 6 slot babak playoff. Setiap matchnya, setiap gamenya tentu berarti. So di sini Bude Clara Mongstar mengucapkan selamat malam dan sampai jumpa di minggu ke-7 MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. kasih, jalani amanah.